Welcome everyone to Potter Paradox. If you enjoy these alternate stories, don't forget to subscribe. Now let's start the story.
What if Harry fell into the Black Lake at age 7 and was raised by Merpeople? Chapter 1, The Boy Who Drowned. The car ride was endless. 7-year-old Harry Potter sat squished against the door, trying to make himself as small as possible while Dudley sprawled across the rest of the back seat. Uncle Vernon's neck had turned an alarming shade of purple as he ranted about the bloody Scottish roads, and Aunt Petunia kept making little tooting sounds every time they passed another sheep. "We're nearly there," Uncle Vernon announced, his voice gruff with annoyance. "Important business deal, Petunia. Could mean a promotion." Harry barely listened. He'd heard it all before. Uncle Vernon's company, Grunnings, was trying to expand their drill business into Scotland, and somehow that had resulted in the entire Dursley family plus Harry being crammed into the car for this miserable trip. The only reason Harry was here at all was that Mrs. Figg had broken her leg and couldn't watch him. "Boy!" Vernon barked, making Harry jump. "When we get to the hotel, you'll stay in the room and not make a sound. Understood?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry mumbled, staring out the window as the landscape changed. They were passing a massive forest now, dark and ancient-looking, and in the distance, he could see mountains. It was nothing like Little Whinging. The hotel turned out to be a small country inn near a village called Hogsmeade. Harry had never heard of it, but the place looked interesting, all wooden buildings with strange-shaped roofs. He caught glimpses of oddly dressed people as Vernon hurriedly ushered them inside. Their room was cramped, with a double bed for Vernon and Petunia, a single for Dudley, and a thin rollaway mat on the floor that would be Harry's for the next 3 days. Dudley immediately turned on the television and sprawled across his bed. "We're meeting Mr. McGregor for dinner," Vernon announced, straightening his tie. "Dudley, you'll come with us. The boy stays here." "But Dad, I want to explore." Dudley whined. Vernon ruffled Dudley's hair. "Tomorrow, Dudders. There's supposed to be a castle and a lake nearby. We'll make a day of it." An hour later, Harry sat alone in the quiet room. His stomach growled, they hadn't left him any food. He stared at the ceiling, counting water stains, until he couldn't stand it anymore. The Dursleys would be gone for hours. What if he just stepped outside? Just for a few minutes. Heart pounding, Harry slipped out of the room and down the creaky wooden stairs. Nobody at the front desk seemed to notice the skinny boy with messy black hair and taped-up glasses. 1 step, 2 steps, and suddenly he was outside, breathing free. The evening air felt amazing after being cooped up for so long. Harry walked aimlessly, following a dirt path that led away from the village. He didn't plan to go far, just far enough to feel like he wasn't trapped for a moment. The path curved around a hill, and suddenly Harry stopped, his mouth falling open. Ahead of him stretched a massive lake, its surface dark and glittering in the fading sunlight. Beyond it rose an enormous castle with towers and turrets, like something from a fairy tale Dudley had torn up before Harry could finish reading it. "Whoa," he whispered. Something about the lake pulled at him. Harry had never seen anything so big and mysterious. He wandered closer to the shore, picking up flat stones and trying to skip them across the water like he'd seen other kids do at the park. After a few failed attempts, one stone finally bounced twice before sinking. Harry grinned, feeling a rare sense of accomplishment. He searched for another perfect skipping stone, moving along the shoreline. That's when he noticed something odd, a patch of water near some rocks that seemed to glow with a faint greenish light. Curious, Harry clambered over the slippery rocks to get a better look. The strange light came from something below the surface, something that shifted and moved with the water. He leaned closer, bracing his hand against a moss-covered rock. It gave way beneath his fingers. Harry's stomach lurched as he pitched forward. His arms windmilled desperately, but there was nothing to grab. He hit the water with a splash that seemed impossibly loud in his own ears. Cold. So cold it shocked the breath from his lungs. Harry had never learned to swim. The Dursleys had taken Dudley for lessons but left Harry with Mrs. Figg. He flailed wildly, trying to keep his head above water, but his waterlogged clothes dragged him down. "Help!" he tried to shout, but water filled his mouth. Panic seized him as he sank deeper. The surface grew more distant, a wavering ceiling of light above him. "I'm going to die," he thought with strange clarity. "Nobody will even miss me." Something deep inside Harry rebelled against this thought. A strange warmth spread through his chest despite the freezing water. As his lungs burned for air, the water around his face began to bubble strangely. Then Harry realized he could breathe. He gasped in shock, expecting more water to choke him, but instead, it felt like he was drawing in air. A strange shimmer surrounded his head, some kind of bubble that hadn't been there before. Harry touched it tentatively. It felt solid yet flexible, like a soap bubble that wouldn't pop. "What?" he began, his voice sounding weird and echoey inside the bubble. A flash of movement caught his eye. Something was circling him, something with a human-like torso but definitely not human. Its skin had a grayish tinge, and where legs should have been, there was a powerful, fish-like tail. Yellow eyes regarded Harry with unmistakable intelligence. More shapes emerged from the murky depths. 4 creatures surrounded him now, holding what looked like spears. They made harsh clicking sounds to each other, sounds that somehow formed words Harry could almost understand. "Human child," one of them said, the words strangely clear despite the bubbling quality of the voice. This one seemed female, with long, wild hair that floated around her head. "How do you breathe beneath the waves?" Harry stared, too shocked to be properly afraid. I don't know. I was drowning and then, this happened." He gestured to the bubble around his head. The creatures conferred among themselves, their clicking speech too rapid for Harry to follow. Finally, the female spoke again. "Magic," she said simply. "Strong magic, for one so young." "Magic isn't real," Harry replied automatically, repeating what Uncle Vernon had drilled into him countless times. This provoked a reaction like laughter, a series of bubbling sounds and facial expressions that made their amusement clear despite how alien they appeared. "Come," said a male with a broader chest and more elaborate decorations woven into his hair. "Mercus must see this." Before Harry could protest, strong hands gripped his arms, and he was being pulled deeper into the lake. They moved fast, much faster than Harry could have swum even if he knew how. Weeds reached up from the lake bottom like grasping fingers. Strange fish darted away as they passed. They descended until Harry's ears popped painfully, then suddenly emerged into what looked like an underwater village. Structures made of stone and what appeared to be hardened lakeweed formed dwellings. More of the fish people watched curiously as Harry was escorted to the largest structure at the center. Inside, seated on a throne of coral, was a fierce-looking merperson with a necklace of shark teeth and elaborate tattoos covering his muscular torso. His tail was longer and more powerful-looking than the others, with scales that gleamed like tarnished silver. "Chieftain Mercus," said Harry's escort, "we found this human child in the shallows. He breathes underwater through his own magic." Mercus studied Harry with unnerving intensity. "Many centuries since a wizard child has shown such affinity for water," he said, his voice deeper and more resonant than the others. "What is your name, land dweller?" Harry Potter, sir," Harry managed, trying not to show his fear. A ripple of excitement passed through the gathered Merpeople. "The marked one." Mercus leaned forward, his webbed hand reaching toward Harry's forehead. He gently pushed aside Harry's fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. "It is as the seers foretold." Harry blinked in confusion. "You know who I am." "We know of you. The one who vanquished the Dark Wizard. The one whose coming was predicted in the ancient songs." Mercus sat back, his expression thoughtful. "But you are young. Too young to be here alone. Where are your guardians?" The question made Harry's stomach clench. "My aunt and uncle are at dinner in the village. They don't, he stopped, unsure how to explain that the Dursleys probably wouldn't notice or care that he was gone. Understanding seemed to flash in Mercus's yellow eyes. I see, he said simply. An older female approached the throne and spoke rapidly to Mercus in their clicking language. They seemed to be arguing. Finally, Mercus raised a hand for silence. Lorelei believes your magic has manifested in response to your need, but it will not last. Without intervention, you will drown when it fails. Fear gripped Harry again. The bubble around his head did feel less substantial than before, the edges wavered when he moved too quickly. Can you take me back to shore? Harry asked, his voice small. Mercus and Lorelei exchanged looks. We could, Mercus said slowly. But there is another possibility. He gestured, and Lorelei swam forward, carrying what looked like an ancient stone box. She opened it, revealing a small, glowing amulet that pulsed with bluish-green light. The breath of the lake, Mercus explained. An ancient artifact of our people. It can grant you the ability to breathe water as we do, to swim as we swim. Temporarily at first, but with time. He trailed off, studying Harry's reaction. You would let me stay here? Harry couldn't keep the wonder from his voice. If that is your wish. The songs speak of a child of two worlds who would bridge the divide. Perhaps you are that child. Harry thought about returning to the Dursleys, to his cupboard under the stairs, to Dudley's bullying and the endless chores and never, ever belonging. Then he looked around at this strange underwater world that had already shown him more acceptance in an hour than he'd known in years. What do I have to do? He asked. Lorelei spoke, her voice gentler than Mercus's. The ritual requires choice, freely given. It requires sacrifice, a token of the land you leave behind. And it requires magic, your magic blended with the amulet's power. Harry didn't hesitate. He reached up and removed his broken, taped-together glasses, the only possession that was truly his. Will these work as a token? Lorelei nodded, taking the glasses and placing them in a small depression on the amulet's surface. To Harry's amazement, the glasses seemed to dissolve, becoming part of the glowing stone. Now we begin, Mercus announced, raising his arms. The Merpeople formed a circle around Harry, their voices joining in an eerie, beautiful song that seemed to make the water itself vibrate. Lorelei approached with the amulet, which now glowed so brightly it hurt to look at directly. This may be uncomfortable, she warned, before pressing the amulet against Harry's chest. Pain shot through Harry's body, not the familiar pain of Dudley's punches or Vernon's rough handling, but something deeper, more fundamental. It felt like his body was being unmade and remade. He would have screamed if he could, but the air bubble around his head had vanished, and water rushed into his mouth and nose. Drowning. He was drowning after all. Then, just as suddenly, the pain stopped. Harry gasped reflexively, and water flowed into his lungs. But instead of choking him, it felt right. He could breathe. He could actually breathe underwater. It worked, Lorelei said, sounding relieved. How do you feel, Harry Potter? Harry took another experimental breath. The sensation was bizarre but not unpleasant. Different, he managed. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, adapted for speaking underwater, with the same clicking undertones as the Merpeople. He looked down at his body, half expecting to see a fish tail, but his legs remained intact. However, his skin had taken on a faint bluish tinge, and when he held up his hands, he could see thin webbing between his fingers that hadn't been there before. You remain human, Mercus explained, but changed. The transformation will progress gradually. For now, you can breathe and speak in our realm. With time, you will swim as we do. What happens now? Harry asked, still trying to adjust to the sensation of water flowing through his lungs. Now, said Mercus with what might have been a smile, you must learn our ways, if you are to live among us. A young mereboy about Harry's age swam forward, looking at him with undisguised curiosity. I can show him around, father, he volunteered. Mercus nodded. This is my son, Kelpius. He will be your guide. Kelpius grinned, revealing slightly pointed teeth. Can you swim at all? He asked Harry. Harry shook his head. Never learned. Well, you won't get far with those, Kelpius said, pointing to Harry's legs. But I can teach you. Come on. With surprising gentleness for someone who looked so different, Kelpius took Harry's hand and pulled him toward one of the village's outer areas. Harry kicked awkwardly, trying to propel himself forward. Relax, Kelpius advised. The water wants to help you. Feel it moving around you. Harry tried to do as instructed, focusing on the sensation of the water. Strangely, he could feel currents and eddies he'd never noticed before, almost like invisible pathways through the lake. That's it. Kelpius encouraged as Harry managed a clumsy forward motion. You're doing it. For the next hour, Harry practiced basic swimming under Kelpius's enthusiastic tutelage. By the time they returned to the village center, Harry could at least move in the direction he intended without flailing helplessly. You learn quick, Kelpius declared. For a land walker. Thanks, Harry said, surprised to realize he was actually having fun. Your home is amazing. Kelpius beamed with pride. Wait till you see the deep caverns and the shining pools. There's so much to show you. His expression turned curious. What about your home? What's it like up there? Harry hesitated. It's bright. And dry. And loud. He didn't want to talk about the Dursleys. There are buildings and roads and cars, those are like really fast-moving shells that humans ride in. Sounds strange, Kelpius decided. Do you miss it already? The question took Harry by surprise. Did he miss the surface? The Dursleys? Privet Drive? School where Dudley's gang hunted him? No, he said honestly. I don't think I do. Kelpius seemed pleased by this answer. Come on, I'll show you where you'll sleep tonight. The dwelling Kelpius led him to was small but cozy, built into a natural formation in the lake bed. Inside, Lorelei was arranging what looked like bedding made from soft lake plants. You'll stay with me tonight, she said kindly. Until we prepare a proper dwelling for you. Thank you, Harry said, feeling suddenly overwhelmed by everything that had happened. I don't know why you're all being so nice to me. Lorelei's expression softened. Your coming was foretold, Harry Potter. But even if it wasn't, we would not leave a child to drown, especially one whose magic called to the water so strongly. She gestured to the prepared bed. Rest now. Your body needs time to adjust to the changes. Harry hadn't realized how exhausted he was until he lay down on the surprisingly comfortable lakeweed bed. Questions swirled in his mind, about magic, about prophecies, about what would happen when the Dursleys discovered him missing. But as the gentle current rocked him, those concerns seemed very far away. His last thought before drifting to sleep was that for the first time he could remember, he felt safe. The black lake shimmered under the morning sun as Albus Dumbledore stood at its edge, his face grave. Beside him, Minerva McGonagall clutched a letter in her hand, her expression tight with concern. You're certain, Albus? She asked. The blood wards have fallen. Yes, Dumbledore replied, his voice heavy. Last night, at approximately 8 o'clock, the protections around Harry collapsed completely. The monitoring instruments in my office, well, they did more than alert me. Several of them shattered. McGonagall drew a sharp breath. And the Dursleys? Reported him missing this morning, though reluctantly and after some persuasion from our contact in the Muggle police. Dumbledore's blue eyes had lost their characteristic twinkle. They claim he wandered off from their hotel room while they were at dinner. They're currently being questioned. Merlin's beard, McGonagall whispered. Do you think? Death Eaters? Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I don't believe so. There's been no sign of dark magic, no gloating, no message left behind. And my sources would have heard something. Then what happened to the boy? People don't simply vanish, Albus, especially not children with tracking charms and protective wards. Dumbledore gazed out over the lake. That is the question, isn't it? The tracking charms failed at the same time as the wards, which suggests. He trailed off, his brow furrowing. Suggests what? Perhaps not death, as we feared, but something equally transformative. Something that changed Harry's very nature enough to break the connections tied to his human magical signature. McGonagall followed his gaze across the dark waters. You can't possibly think, the Merpeople have been restless lately, Dumbledore mused. According to Hagrid, they've been singing old songs, prophecy songs, for weeks now. But surely they wouldn't take a human child. No, not without reason. Dumbledore stroked his long beard thoughtfully. But if that child came to them, if that child showed magical affinity for water. McGonagall's eyes widened. You don't mean to suggest Harry Potter is down there? It would explain much. The wards collapsed because Harry is no longer, strictly speaking, entirely human. The tracking charms failed for the same reason. We must speak to them immediately. Dumbledore raised a calming hand. The Merpeople are a sovereign nation, Minerva. We cannot simply demand answers from them. If Harry is there, if they have taken him in. He paused, considering. It may actually be the safest place for him right now. Safer than the blood wards? Than Hogwarts itself? Perhaps. Dumbledore's eyes followed the ripples on the lake's surface. Who would think to look for the boy who lived beneath the water? And the Merpeople are formidable protectors of their own. But Albus, his education, his destiny, will unfold as they must, though perhaps not as we planned. Dumbledore finally turned from the lake. I will attempt communication with Chief Mercus, but gently, diplomatically. In the meantime, we should ensure the story of Harry's disappearance is managed. McGonagall looked unconvinced but nodded. And the Dursleys? Will face consequences for their negligence, I assure you. There was a cold note in Dumbledore's voice now. But our priority must be Harry's well-being, wherever he may be. As they walked back toward the castle, neither noticed the small face that briefly surfaced near the lake center before disappearing back into the depths with barely a ripple. Harry woke to the strange sensation of water flowing through his gills. Gills. He had actual gills now, small slits just below his jawline that fluttered as he breathed. The realization should have terrified him, but somehow it felt right, natural even. Lorelei was gone from the dwelling, but a small bundle of what looked like underwater fruits had been left beside his bed. Harry picked one up cautiously, it resembled a spiky pear with translucent skin. When he bit into it, flavor burst across his tongue, sweet and tangy and nothing like any food he'd tried before. After eating, Harry ventured outside. The Mare village was alive with activity. Merpeople swam back and forth, carrying bundles of plants, tools made from shells and bones, and containers woven from tough lakeweed. Some nodded to Harry as they passed, their expressions curious but not unfriendly. Harry! You're up. Kelpius appeared, swimming circles around him with effortless grace. Did you sleep well? Are you hungry? Did you try the glow fruits? Come on, Father wants to see you. Harry laughed, trying to keep up with Kelpius's rapid-fire questions and movements. I slept great. Already ate. The fruit was amazing. And sure, let's go see your dad. Navigating through the village was easier today. Harry's swimming had improved dramatically overnight, as if his body had figured things out while he slept. He still didn't have Kelpius's natural grace in the water, but he could follow without embarrassing himself. They found Mercus in what appeared to be a council chamber, conversing with several older Merpeople. The discussion halted when Harry entered. Harry Potter, Mercus greeted him. The breath of the lake has taken hold well. Your transformation progresses faster than expected. Is that good? Harry asked, suddenly self-conscious about the gills and webbed fingers that hadn't been there when he'd fallen asleep. It suggests your magic is exceptionally compatible with water elements, said one of the elders, an ancient-looking merman with a beard that floated around him like white seaweed. Most interesting. Mercus dismissed the council with a gesture, then turned his full attention to Harry. We must discuss what comes next. Your disappearance has been noticed in the world above. Harry's stomach clenched. The Dursleys are looking for me? A flash of something, anger, crossed Mercus's face. They reported you missing, yes, but their concern seems minimal. Others, however, are very interested in your whereabouts. Others? Who? The wizard called Dumbledore, for one. He is the human chieftain of the castle on the shore, what they call Hogwarts School. Harry frowned in confusion. A school? Why would the headmaster of a school care about me? Mercus and Kelpius exchanged glances. You truly don't know, Mercus said, not a question but a statement of fact. Know what? Among your kind, human wizards, you are significant. The mark on your forehead is not an ordinary scar. It connects to events that occurred when you were but an infant. Harry's hand went automatically to his forehead, tracing the familiar lightning shape. What events? What happened to me? Mercus seemed to consider his words carefully. There was a war among wizards. A dark one rose to power, killing many. He came for your family. Your parents died protecting you, but when he tried to kill you, his power somehow broke. You survived what none had survived before. You became known as the boy who lived. Harry stared, trying to process this information. My parents, they didn't die in a car crash. Car crash. Mercus repeated the unfamiliar words with evident distaste. No. They were murdered by this dark wizard, Voldemort, humans called him, though many fear to speak the name even now. And I survived. How? That, young one, no one seems to know. It is why you are famous among your kind. It is why this Dumbledore seeks you now. Harry's mind reeled. Famous? Him. Skinny, unwanted Harry Potter who wore Dudley's old clothes and slept in a cupboard. It made no sense. And yet, hadn't strange things always happened around him? The time he'd ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang. The time Aunt Petunia had cut his hair and it had grown back overnight. And now, breathing underwater. Magic, he whispered. Real magic. Yes, Mercus confirmed. You are a wizard, Harry Potter. As were your parents before you. The Dursleys, they always said magic wasn't real. They punished me whenever anything strange happened. Anger flickered across Mercus's face again, stronger this time. They knew. They feared. But they could not change what you are. So what happens now? Harry asked, still trying to absorb everything he'd learned. That, said Mercus, is for you to decide. You may stay among us for as long as you wish. We can teach you our ways, our magic, which differs from human wizardry but is no less powerful. Or, he paused. Or I could go back. Harry finished for him. If that is your choice. Though not to those who failed to protect you. This Dumbledore would likely place you elsewhere. Harry thought about it for all of 2 seconds. I want to stay here, he said firmly. At least for now. I want to learn about all of this. He gestured around at the underwater world that had already begun to feel more like home than Privet Drive ever had. Mercus nodded, looking pleased. So be it. From this day forward, you will be counted among the merfolk of the Black Lake. Kelpius will continue as your guide. Lorelei will teach you our history and basic magic. And when you are ready, you will begin training with our warriors. Warriors? Harry couldn't keep the excitement from his voice. Kelpius grinned, showing his pointed teeth. We defend the village from grindylows and other lake creatures. Sometimes the giant squid gets grumpy too. Giant squid? Harry's eyes widened. You'll meet her eventually, Kelpius assured him. She's mostly friendly. Just don't pull her tentacles. I'll remember that, Harry said faintly. Mercus rose from his seat, towering over the boys. It is decided. Tonight, we will hold a proper welcoming ceremony. Until then, Kelpius will show you our territory. You should know the safe areas, and those to avoid. As they left the council chamber, Kelpius could barely contain his excitement. This is going to be great. I've always wanted a brother. Brother. The word sent a warm feeling through Harry's chest. Yeah, he agreed. It is going to be great. For the next several hours, Kelpius led Harry on a whirlwind tour of the Black Lake's underwater landscape. They explored kelp forests where fish darted between the swaying fronds, visited a graveyard of sunken boats from centuries past, and swam along a massive underwater cliff that dropped away into darkness. That's the deep trench, Kelpius explained. We don't go down there much. Strange things live in the depths. What kind of strange things? Harry asked, peering into the blackness. Ancient things. Sleeping things. Best not to disturb them. Kelpius tugged at Harry's arm. Come on, I want to show you the Shining Caves before we have to head back. The Shining Caves turned out to be a network of underwater caverns where crystals embedded in the walls caught and amplified what little light filtered down from the surface. The effect was magical, the entire cavern glowed with soft, shifting colors. This is where we harvest our light stones, Kelpius explained, pointing to the crystals. They store sunlight and release it slowly. We use them to illuminate our homes. It's beautiful, Harry said, watching the play of light across the cave walls. It's also where we practice certain types of magic, Kelpius added. The crystals amplify magical energy. Watch this. Kelpius swam to the center of the cavern and closed his eyes. He made a series of complex gestures with his webbed hands, then opened his mouth and released a series of clicks and trills. The crystals around the cave pulsed in response, their light momentarily intensifying. A small whirlpool formed in front of Kelpius, spinning faster until it took on a distinct shape, that of a tiny, glowing fish that swam circles around Harry. You made that? Harry asked, amazed. With magic? Kelpius nodded, looking pleased with himself. Water shaping. It's one of the first skills young merfolk learn. Lorelei will teach you soon. Could I try now? Harry asked eagerly. Well. Kelpius hesitated. It usually takes a lot of practice, but I guess you could try a simple. Before he could finish, Harry had closed his eyes, trying to mimic what he'd seen Kelpius do. He moved his hands in what he hoped were similar patterns and tried to make the clicking sounds, though they came out all wrong to his untrained tongue. To both boys' shock, the crystals flared brilliantly in response, and the water in front of Harry not only swirled but shot upward in a powerful jet that hit the cave ceiling. Whoa! Kelpius exclaimed as small fragments of rock and crystal rained down around them. That was, I've never seen a first attempt that strong. Harry stared at his hands in wonder. I didn't mean to do that. Your magic really likes water, Kelpius said, swimming circles around Harry in excitement. Father was right. You're going to be really good at this. A distant booming sound interrupted their conversation, like a massive drum being struck underwater. That's the village call, Kelpius explained. We need to head back. It's almost time for your ceremony. They swam back toward the village, Harry's mind racing with everything he'd learned. Magic was real. He was a wizard. And somehow, his magic worked differently, more powerfully, underwater. As they approached the village, Harry noticed increased activity. Merpeople were gathering in the central area, forming a large circle. Decorations had been hung from the coral structures, strings of shells and glowing stones that cast a festive light over the proceedings. Mercus awaited them at the edge of the circle, his expression inscrutable. "It is time, Harry Potter. Are you ready to be formally welcomed to our tribe?" Harry nodded, suddenly nervous. "What do I need to do?" "Stand in the center of the circle. Answer the ritual questions truthfully. Accept the gifts of the tribe." Taking a deep breath of water through his new gills, Harry swam to the center of the circle. The gathered Merpeople fell silent, their yellow eyes fixed on him. Mercus entered the circle, carrying an ornate trident decorated with shells and glowing stones. He spoke, his voice amplified somehow to reach every corner of the gathering. "We gather to welcome one who came to us through water and magic. One whose coming was foretold in the ancient songs. One who bridges two worlds." He turned to face Harry directly. "Harry Potter, child of land and water, do you come before us freely, seeking to join our tribe?" "I do," Harry said, his voice steady despite his nervousness. "Do you pledge to honor our ways, to learn our magic, to defend our territory as your own?" "I pledge it." "And do you renounce the cruelty and neglect of those who failed to value you on land?" Harry hesitated only briefly. "I do." Mercus nodded in approval. "Then receive these gifts from your new people." Lorelei swam forward first, carrying a necklace made from small, iridescent shells. "The voice of the lake," she said, placing it around Harry's neck. "To help you speak our language more clearly." The moment the necklace touched his skin, Harry felt a strange tingling in his throat. The clicking undertones of mere speech suddenly made perfect sense to him, as if he'd been speaking it all his life. Next came an elderly merman carrying a small knife with a handle of carved bone. "The Fong of Protection," he announced. "May it serve you in times of need." The knife felt perfectly balanced in Harry's hand, despite being designed for webbed fingers rather than human ones. Finally, a young merewoman approached with what appeared to be a simple silver circlet set with a small blue stone. "The memory crown," she explained. "To help you learn our history and magic more quickly." When she placed the circlet on Harry's head, images flashed behind Harry's eyes, glimpses of underwater cities far grander than this village, of Merpeople wielding magic beyond what he'd seen, of battles and celebrations and rituals stretching back centuries. Mercus raised his trident. "By these gifts, we name you Harry of the Black Lake, child of two worlds, singer of ancient songs, touched by prophecy and power. Rise and be welcomed." The gathered Merpeople erupted in a haunting chorus that resonated through the water. The sound vibrated in Harry's chest, and somehow he knew they were singing specifically for him, a welcome, an acceptance, a declaration that he belonged. Tears welled in Harry's eyes, mixing instantly with the lake water. For the first time in his life, he wasn't a burden, a freak, an unwanted obligation. He was wanted. He belonged. "Thank you," he said, the words carrying easily through the water with his new necklace's help. "I promise I won't let you down." Mercus nodded gravely. "We know you won't, Harry of the Black Lake. Your journey among us has only just begun." In the days that followed, Harry settled into life with the Merpeople more easily than anyone might have expected. His body continued to adapt to underwater living, his gills became more efficient, the webbing between his fingers extended further, and his eyes adjusted to see clearly in the murky depths. Mornings were spent with Lorelei, learning Mere history and the basics of water magic. Afternoons belonged to Kelpius, who showed Harry every corner of their territory and taught him to hunt the small fish that made up part of the Merpeople's diet. Evenings were for community, gatherings where stories were told, songs were sung, and Harry gradually became familiar with every member of the tribe. A week after his arrival, Harry and Kelpius were hunting near the edge of the kelp forest when Kelpius suddenly froze, his hand shooting out to stop Harry. "Grindylows," he whispered, pointing toward a shadowy area where the kelp grew thickest. Harry squinted, making out small, horned figures moving through the plants with jerky motions. "Are they dangerous?" "They can be, especially to the very young or those who swim alone. They're territorial and don't like us much. As if hearing Kelpius's words, one of the Grindylows turned in their direction, its green eyes gleaming with malice. It made a harsh chattering sound, and more of its kind emerged from the kelp. Maybe we should go, Harry suggested, counting at least 8 of the creatures now. We can't, Kelpius said grimly. They're between us and the village. If we turn our backs, they'll attack for sure. The Grindylows were spreading out now, moving to surround them. Their long, spindly fingers flexed eagerly. What do we do? Harry asked, his hand moving to the bone knife at his belt. We need to show strength without threatening them directly, Kelpius replied. Water magic would be ideal, but, before he could finish, one of the Grindylows lunged forward, its sharp teeth bared. Without thinking, Harry thrust his hand out, remembering the sensation from the crystal cave. The water between them and the Grindylows suddenly swirled violently, forming a barrier of churning currents. The attacking Grindylow was caught in the turbulence and spun away, screeching in alarm. Keep it up. Kelpius urged, adding his own magic to Harry's. Together, they created a spinning wall of water that held the Grindylows at bay. Now what? Harry asked, concentrating hard to maintain the spell. Now we back away slowly. Keep the barrier moving with us. Step by careful step, they retreated toward safer territory, maintaining the water barrier between themselves and the increasingly frustrated Grindylows. Just as Harry's concentration began to waver, they rounded a large rock formation and found themselves face to face with a Merwarrior patrol. Kelpius. Harry. The patrol leader, a burly merman named Triton, took in the situation at a glance. Grindylows giving you trouble? They tried, Kelpius said proudly. But Harry's water magic kept them off us. Triton looked impressed. Not bad for a newcomer. We'll take it from here, though. You two head back to the village. As they swam away, leaving the patrol to deal with the Grindylows, Kelpius couldn't stop grinning. That was amazing. Did you see their faces when you created that current? Most merfolk twice your age couldn't manage something that strong. Harry felt a flush of pride. It just sort of happened. Like my magic knew what to do. Wait till Father hears about this. He'll probably want to start your warrior training early. Sure enough, when they reported the incident to Mercus, the chieftain nodded thoughtfully. Your affinity for water magic is exceptional. Triton will begin your training tomorrow. Harry could hardly believe how quickly his life had changed. A month ago, he'd been sleeping in a cupboard, wearing Dudley's cast-offs, and being told he was worthless. Now he was living underwater, learning magic, and being trained as a warrior. And the strangest part was how right it all felt, as if this was where he'd always been meant to be. Autumn turned to winter above the surface, though the change meant little in the depths of the Black Lake. Harry's days fell into a comfortable routine of learning and training. His command of water magic grew rapidly, impressing even the eldest members of the tribe. His body continued to adapt, developing patches of faint scales along his arms and legs that shimmered blue-green in the right light. One cold December day, Harry and Kelpius were exploring the lake's northern boundary when they spotted something unusual, a large wooden structure being assembled at the water's edge. What's that? Harry asked, peering up through the murky surface. Looks like the humans are building a dock, Kelpius replied. They do this sometimes when they want to use boats on the lake. Harry felt a twinge of curiosity. He hadn't thought much about the world above in the months since he'd joined the merfolk. Occasionally, he'd glimpsed the castle through the surface, Hogwarts, he now knew, a school for human wizards and witches. But he'd made no attempt to contact anyone there. Let's get a closer look, he suggested. They swam cautiously toward the construction site, staying deep enough to avoid detection. As they watched, several figures moved along the half-built dock, directing long wooden beams into place with wands. Wizards, Kelpius murmured. Using magic to build. Harry observed with interest. The magic these wizards used seemed different from what he'd been learning, more focused on manipulating objects rather than elements. Suddenly, one of the wizards looked directly toward where Harry and Kelpius hovered beneath the surface. He was an ancient-looking man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. Though it should have been impossible for him to see them at this depth, Harry had the distinct impression that the old wizard was looking right at him. "We should go," Kelpius said urgently. "That's Dumbledore." "The castle chieftain?" Harry asked, recalling what Mercus had told him. "Yes, and he has ways of seeing what others cannot. Come on." They retreated into deeper water, but not before Harry saw Dumbledore raise a hand in what seemed like a greeting, or perhaps an invitation. Later, when they reported what they'd seen to Mercus, the chieftain looked troubled. "Dumbledore has been patient, but he has not forgotten you, Harry. Eventually, he will seek more direct contact." "Do I have to talk to him?" Harry asked. "Not if you do not wish it," Mercus assured him. "But it may be wise to hear what he has to say when the time comes. There are aspects of your heritage and destiny that we cannot fully explain." Harry considered this. "You mean about my parents? About Voldemort?" Several nearby Merpeople flinched at the name, which surprised Harry. Even here, underwater, that name carried weight. "Yes," Mercus said gravely. "And about what may yet come. The songs of prophecy speak not only of your arrival among us but of challenges that lie ahead." "What challenges?" Harry asked, suddenly apprehensive. "That," said Mercus, "is not yet clear. But you will not face them alone, Harry of the Black Lake. That much I promise you." Winter passed, and spring brought new life to the lake. Green shoots appeared on the underwater plants, fish returned from the deeper areas where they'd sheltered during the cold months, and the Merpeople held festivals celebrating the turning of the seasons. Harry, now approaching his 8th birthday, had changed dramatically from the scrawny, frightened boy who'd fallen into the lake. His body had adapted fully to underwater life, gills functioned effortlessly, webbing between his fingers and toes allowed him to swim as fast as any merperson, and a slight bluish tint had become permanent in his skin. His eyes, still startlingly green, had developed a reflective quality that helped him see in the dimmer parts of the lake. More significantly, his command of water magic had progressed from impressive to extraordinary. He could create and control currents strong enough to move boulders, shape water into temporary solid forms, and even manipulate temperature to a limited degree, creating pockets of warmer or cooler water. "You're advancing faster than anyone I've ever taught," Lorelei told him after Harry successfully completed a complex water-shaping exercise that would have challenged an adult. "Your human magic and our mere magic have blended in unique ways." Harry beamed at the praise. "Could I learn other kinds of magic too? Like what the land wizards use?" Lorelei considered the question. "Perhaps, though our access to human magical knowledge is limited. There are some sunken texts in the deep trench that might contain useful information." "The deep trench?" Harry's interest was immediately piqued. Despite his explorations with Kelpius, the mysterious trench remained off-limits, described only as a place of ancient things and sleeping dangers. "It would be dangerous," Lorelei cautioned, seeing his expression. "The pressure is intense at those depths, and there are creatures even our warriors avoid." "But you think there might be books down there? Books about human magic?" "There is a sunken vessel, very old, from a time when wizards and Merpeople had closer relations. It contains artifacts and texts that were being transported to Hogwarts. The ship never arrived." Harry couldn't contain his excitement. "We should go look. I'm strong enough now, and my water magic could help if there's trouble." Lorelei shook her head firmly. "Not without Mercus's approval, and certainly not alone. The trench is forbidden for good reason, Harry." Harry reluctantly let the subject drop, but the idea had taken hold in his mind. Books about human magic, about the kind of magic his parents would have used. It was too tempting to ignore. That night, after the village had settled into quiet, Harry slipped out of his dwelling. He'd grown familiar enough with the patrol schedules to know which routes would be unguarded. With practiced stealth, he made his way toward the lake's deepest point, where the floor dropped away into the mysterious trench. At the edge, he hesitated. The darkness below was absolute, no light penetrated those depths. Even with his enhanced vision, Harry would be swimming blind. Just a quick look, he told himself, creating a small globe of water that glowed with magical energy, a light spell Lorelei had taught him. Taking a deep breath through his gills, Harry began his descent into the trench. The pressure increased noticeably as he swam deeper, squeezing his chest and making his ears pop painfully. The temperature dropped too, until the water felt like ice against his skin. His magical light seemed feeble against the overwhelming darkness. Just as he was considering turning back, his light reflected off something below, something massive and curved. Swimming closer, Harry realized it was the wooden hull of a ship, remarkably well preserved in the cold, deep water. The sunken vessel, he whispered, excitement overcoming his fear. The ship lay on its side, partially buried in the silt of the trench floor. A large hole had been torn in its hull, creating an opening just big enough for Harry to slip through. Inside, his light revealed a cargo hold littered with scattered crates and barrels, most broken open long ago. Harry moved cautiously through the debris, searching for anything that might be a book or scroll. In a corner, partially protected by a fallen beam, he found what he was looking for, a small chest, intricately carved with symbols that glowed faintly when his light passed over them. Magical protections, still active after all this time. Harry hesitated, remembering warnings about touching unknown magical objects. But curiosity won out. He placed his hand on the chest, surprised when the glowing symbols flared briefly and then faded, allowing the lid to swing open. Inside were several books, preserved by whatever spell had protected the chest. Their leather bindings were intact, their pages unmarked by water damage. Harry lifted one carefully, reading the title by the light of his magical globe, Fundamental Principles of Transfiguration. Another was labeled Basic Magical Theory, and a third Elementary Spellcasting. Exactly the kinds of texts a young wizard might study. Harry felt a thrill of discovery. As he reached for another book, something moved in his peripheral vision, something large, sinuous, and definitely alive. Harry froze, slowly turning his head toward the movement. Just outside the ship's broken hull, illuminated by the spill of his magical light, was a creature like nothing he'd seen before. It resembled an eel but was at least 20 feet long, with multiple rows of needle-like teeth visible in its partly open mouth. Its eyes, reflecting Harry's light, were milky white, blind in the perpetual darkness, but clearly sensing his presence by other means. The deep trench guardian Kelpius had warned about. Harry remained perfectly still, hoping the creature might lose interest if he didn't move. For a tense moment, it seemed to work. The massive eel hovered outside the hull, its head weaving back and forth as it tested the water. Then it lunged. Harry reacted on pure instinct. He dropped the book and thrust both hands forward, channeling his magic into the water between him and the creature. The resulting blast of force caught the eel mid-lunge, pushing it back from the opening but also alerting it definitively to Harry's location. Abandoning stealth, Harry grabbed as many books as he could stuff into the bag he'd brought, then shot upward through the ship's broken deck, aiming for the distant surface. The eel gave chase, its massive body undulating with surprising speed despite its size. Harry pushed himself harder than he ever had before, his newly streamlined body cutting through the water with desperate urgency. But the eel was gaining. He could feel the water displacement as its massive jaws opened behind him. In desperation, Harry tried a technique Triton had only begun teaching him, thermal manipulation. Concentrating intensely, he created a pocket of near-freezing water directly in the eel's path. The creature swam straight into the cold zone and recoiled violently, clearly shocked by the sudden temperature change. It thrashed in confusion, giving Harry the precious seconds he needed to widen the gap between them. By the time he reached the top of the trench, the eel had given up the chase, retreating back to its dark domain. Harry didn't stop swimming until he reached the familiar territory near the village, his heart pounding and his magic nearly depleted from the effort. Only then did he realize he wasn't alone. That, said Mercus's familiar voice, was exceptionally foolish. Harry turned to find not just the chieftain but a full complement of warriors surrounding him, their expressions ranging from anger to relief. "I'm sorry," Harry began, but Mercus cut him off with a raised hand. "You broke our most important rule. You risked your life for," he glanced at the bag still clutched in Harry's arms. "Books?" "Not just any books," Harry said, opening the bag to show his discovery. "Books about human magic. About the kind of magic my parents used." Mercus's stern expression softened slightly. "I understand your curiosity about your heritage, Harry. But there are safer ways to learn. Ways that don't involve challenging ancient guardians in the deep trench." "I know. I'm really sorry." Harry hung his head. "I just wanted to understand that part of myself too." "And so you shall," Mercus sighed. "Though perhaps sooner than I had planned. Come, the council is waiting. This incident must be addressed." The council meeting was tense. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, the recovered books placed on a stone table before him. Around him sat the eldest and most respected members of the tribe, their expressions grave. "Harry of the Black Lake," Mercus began formally, "you have broken our law by entering the forbidden trench without permission or escort. You endangered yourself and, by extension, our community. What say you in your defense?" Harry swallowed hard. "I have no defense. What I did was wrong, and I'm truly sorry. I let my curiosity overcome my judgment." An elderly Mare woman spoke up. "Curiosity is not inherently wrong, young one. It is the foundation of learning. But it must be tempered with wisdom and respect for established boundaries." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "I wasn't thinking about the reasons behind the rule, only about what I wanted." "A human trait," observed another elder, not unkindly. "Our ways prioritize community safety over individual desire. It is perhaps the greatest difference between our cultures." Mercus nodded. "Yet Harry is not entirely of either world. He straddles the boundary, carrying elements of both." He turned to Harry. "The books you risked your life to retrieve, they call to the human part of you, the wizard born of wizard parents." "Yes," Harry admitted. "I want to understand that part of me too." Mercus was quiet for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, he spoke. "The time has come to share certain truths with you, Harry. Truths about prophecy and destiny." The council chamber grew even more silent, if that was possible. "Long before you were born," Mercus continued, "our seers sang of a child marked by lightning who would come to us through water. They spoke of one who would bridge two worlds and face a darkness that threatens both. We believed this to be myth until you fell into our lake." Harry touched his scar unconsciously. "You think I'm this prophesied person?" "We know you are," said Lorelei, who sat at Mercus's right hand. "The signs are unmistakable. Your natural affinity for water magic, your survival of the ritual that should have been far more difficult for a human child, the mark you bear, all were foretold." "But what does it mean?" Harry asked. "What darkness am I supposed to face?" "The dark wizard who killed your parents, Voldemort, was defeated but not destroyed," Mercus said gravely. "The human wizards believe he will return someday. When he does, he will seek to finish what he began with you." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the lake's temperature. "And I'm supposed to stop him? I'm just a kid." "Not alone," Mercus assured him. "And not now. But in time, yes, that burden may fall to you." He gestured to the books on the table. "Which is why your desire to learn human magic is not misplaced, merely premature and improperly pursued." One of the elders cleared his throat. "There is another matter we must consider. The human wizard Dumbledore has been sending messages, requesting to meet with Harry. I've seen him," Harry admitted. By the new dock they're building. Mercus nodded. He has been patient, but his patience wears thin. He believes you have a place in the human wizarding world as well as among us. Do I have to leave? Harry asked, suddenly afraid. Despite the trouble he was in, the mere thought of leaving his underwater home filled him with dread. No, Mercus said firmly. You are one of us now, regardless of what human wizards might wish. But perhaps it is time for limited contact. Dumbledore may have knowledge we lack about the prophecies and the Dark One's potential return. The council murmured among themselves, clearly divided on the issue. Finally, Lorelei spoke. I propose a compromise. Harry will be punished appropriately for breaking our law, perhaps by assisting the kelp farmers for the next lunar cycle. She gave Harry a stern look that made it clear this was not a light punishment. Additionally, we will arrange a meeting with Dumbledore, but on our terms, in our territory, with full protections in place. Mercus considered this. And the books? He may study them, under my supervision, Lorelei suggested. It is important that he understand both forms of magic if he is to fulfill the prophecy. After further discussion, the council agreed to Lorelei's proposal. Harry would face his punishment, meet with Dumbledore, and begin formal study of human wizardry alongside his continuing education in Mermagic. As the meeting concluded, Kelpius was waiting outside the chamber, his expression anxious. Are you okay? Are they going to make you leave? I'm in big trouble, Harry admitted. But I get to stay. And I'm going to be learning human magic too. Kelpius looked relieved. Good. Because you're my brother now, and I wasn't going to let them send you away. He grinned, showing his pointed teeth. Even if you are crazy enough to swim into the deep trench alone. Harry laughed, feeling the tension of the day finally release. Next time I decide to do something that's stupid, I'll take you with me. Promise? Kelpius asked. Promise. Harry clasped his friends, his brothers, arm in the traditional Mer greeting. No matter what prophecies or destinies awaited him, no matter what darkness might come, he knew one thing with absolute certainty: he wasn't alone anymore. The appointed day for meeting Dumbledore arrived with unusual activity in the Mer village. Warriors patrolled in tight formations, sentries were posted at all approaches, and Mercus himself seemed tenser than Harry had ever seen him. Are you ready? Lorelei asked, adjusting the ceremonial shell decorations in Harry's hair. In the month since his adventure in the trench, Harry had begun growing his hair longer, in the Mer style, and now it floated around his head in a dark cloud, partially braided with small shells and stones that signified his status in the tribe. I think so, Harry replied, though his stomach churned with nerves. Will he be able to breathe underwater? Humans have methods, Lorelei assured him. Bubblehead charms, gillyweed, transfiguration, Dumbledore will manage. The meeting place had been carefully selected, a neutral location equidistant from both the Mer village and the Hogwarts shoreline. It was a natural amphitheater formed by a ring of tall underwater rock formations, open enough to prevent ambush but sheltered enough to block casual observation from the surface. Harry swam there flanked by Triton and another warrior, with Mercus and Lorelei following close behind. They arrived first and took up positions inside the stone circle, waiting. They didn't wait long. A disturbance in the water above signaled the arrival of wizards. 3 figures descended slowly, an elderly man with a long silver beard, his hair and beard floating around him like a halo, a stern-looking woman with her hair tied in a tight bun, and a third figure so massive Harry at first thought he must be part giant. All 3 had bubble-like spheres around their heads, the bubblehead charm Lorelei had mentioned. They wore robes that billowed oddly in the water, clearly not designed for swimming. The old wizard, Dumbledore, Harry presumed, reached the lake floor first and approached with a respectful bow to Mercus. Chief Mercus, he said, his voice distorted but understandable through the bubble, thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Dumbledore, Mercus acknowledged with a nod. These are your companions. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, and Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds, Dumbledore introduced them. Then his gaze fell on Harry, and his eyes, startlingly blue behind half-moon spectacles, widened slightly. "Harry Potter," he said softly. "You have changed since last I saw you." Harry wasn't sure how to respond. This man had known him as a baby, had apparently been involved in placing him with the Dursleys, and had been searching for him since his disappearance. But he was a stranger to Harry. "I'm Harry of the Black Lake now," he said finally, his voice clear through the water thanks to the voice of the lake necklace he still wore. "So I see," Dumbledore said, studying Harry's gills, webbed hands, and the faint scales that now adorned his forearms. "The transformation is more complete than I had imagined possible." The large man, Hagrid, was staring at Harry with an expression of mingled wonder and sadness. "Yeah, looks so much like your father," he rumbled. "Except the eyes. You've got your mother's eyes." Something twisted in Harry's chest. "You knew my parents?" "Knew them. I was the one who carried ya from their house after what happened. Tiny little thing, ya were. Never thought I'd see ya like this." "Perhaps," interrupted McGonagall, "we should discuss why we're here." Mercus nodded in agreement. "Indeed. You requested this meeting, Dumbledore. Speak your piece." Dumbledore folded his hands in front of him, the gesture oddly formal in the underwater setting. "Harry is approaching the age when he would normally receive his Hogwarts letter, his invitation to study at our School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His name has been down since birth, as is the case for all magical children in Britain." "I'm not leaving my home," Harry said immediately, alarmed at the implication. Dumbledore raised a placating hand. "I'm not suggesting you should, my boy. At least, not permanently. But there are aspects of your magical heritage that can only be developed through proper wizarding education." "We have been teaching him human magic," Lorelei interjected. "From texts recovered from a sunken vessel." "Ah, the mermaid's fortune," Dumbledore nodded. "A tragic loss. The ship was carrying quite a collection of basic magical texts to Hogwarts in 1742, as I recall. However, those books, while valuable, can only provide theoretical knowledge. Practical wizardry requires a wand, formal instruction, and interaction with other magical disciplines." "You wish Harry to attend your school?" Mercus asked directly. "I believe a compromise might be possible," Dumbledore suggested. "Harry could remain primarily with your people but attend selected classes at Hogwarts. We could arrange transportation and accommodation that would allow him to return to the lake each evening." Harry looked at Mercus uncertainly. The chieftain's expression was unreadable. "There is another matter," Dumbledore continued when no one immediately responded. "The prophecy." Mercus's eyes narrowed. "You know of our prophecies?" "I know of a prophecy made in the human world," Dumbledore clarified. "One that concerns Harry and the Dark Wizard Voldemort. It suggests their fates are intertwined in ways we do not fully understand. Our seers have sung similar songs," Mercus acknowledged. "Of darkness returning and the marked one standing against it. Then we are aligned in our understanding, if not our methods." Dumbledore turned his gaze back to Harry. "You will need every advantage, every skill from both worlds, if you are to face what lies ahead." Harry felt the weight of their expectations settling on his shoulders. Everyone seemed to believe he had some great destiny, some crucial role to play in a conflict he barely understood. "What if I don't want to?" he asked suddenly. "What if I just want to stay here and live normally?" To his surprise, Dumbledore smiled sadly. "A perfectly reasonable desire, and one I wish I could honor. But destiny has a way of finding us whether we seek it or not, particularly when prophecy is involved." "In 3 years," Mercus said unexpectedly, "when Harry reaches the human age of schooling, we will consider your proposal. Until then, he remains solely under our protection and tutelage." McGonagall looked like she wanted to protest, but Dumbledore silenced her with a gentle touch on her arm. "A fair compromise," he agreed. Though I would request occasional visits to monitor Harry's progress and perhaps provide some preliminary instruction in wand work. After further negotiation, terms were agreed upon. Harry would remain with the Merpeople full-time until his 11th birthday. Dumbledore would visit once per season to check on his development and begin basic wizard training. When Harry turned 11, a more detailed arrangement would be made for partial attendance at Hogwarts. As the meeting concluded, Dumbledore approached Harry directly. "I have something for you," he said, reaching into his robes and withdrawing a small, waterproof package. "Photos of your parents. I thought you might like to see their faces." Harry accepted the package with trembling hands. "Thank you," he whispered. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Until we meet again, Harry. Know that despite appearances, you have not been forgotten in the wizarding world. Quite the contrary, you are something of a legend." With that parting statement, the three wizards ascended toward the surface, leaving Harry holding the first tangible connection to his parents he'd ever possessed. Later, alone in his dwelling, Harry carefully opened the waterproof package. Inside were several magical photographs, preserved by spells that kept them intact even underwater. In the first, a handsome man with unruly black hair, just like Harry's had been before he grew it out, stood with his arm around a beautiful woman with striking green eyes. They waved at the camera, laughing, looking impossibly young and happy. "James and Lily Potter," Harry whispered, tracing their faces with a webbed finger. There were other photos too, his parents with a group of friends, his father in what appeared to be sports robes holding some kind of trophy, his mother cradling a baby that must have been Harry himself. Tears mixed with the lake water around him as Harry studied these glimpses of the life he might have had, the parents he couldn't remember. For all that he loved his mere family, for all that he had found belonging beneath the waves, there was still a hollow space inside him that these photos simultaneously filled and made more painful. A soft clicking at his dwelling entrance announced Kelpius's arrival. His mere brother swam in without waiting for a response, a habit Harry had long since gotten used to. "Are you okay?" Kelpius asked, noticing the photos. "What are those?" "Pictures of my parents," Harry explained, showing him. "My birth parents." Kelpius studied them curiously. "They look like you. Or how you used to look, anyway." He glanced up. "Are you sad?" "Yes." "No. I don't know." Harry set the photos down carefully. "I wish I could have known them. But if they'd lived, I never would have found you and Mercus and Lorelei and everyone here." Kelpius nodded thoughtfully. "You really are a child of two worlds." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "And apparently I have to learn to live in both of them." "You'll manage," Kelpius said with confidence. "You're Harry of the Black Lake. And whatever those prophecies say about darkness and destiny, you won't face it alone." Harry smiled, tucking the photos away carefully. Kelpius was right. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether learning human magic, attending Hogwarts part-time, or eventually confronting the dark wizard who had killed his parents, he would meet them with the strength of both his worlds behind him. The boy who drowned had not only survived but thrived. And somewhere deep inside, Harry Potter knew that was only the beginning of his story. Chapter 2, Beneath the Surface, Watch Your Left, Harry. Kelpius's warning came just in time. Harry spun in the water, raising a dense current shield as three Grindylows lunged at him from behind a cluster of rocks. Their spindly fingers bounced off the water barrier, their nasty little faces contorting with rage. "Nice block," Triton called from where he supervised the patrol exercise. "Now counter." Harry didn't hesitate. For years of training kicked in automatically. He twisted his webbed hands in a fluid motion, transforming his defensive shield into an offensive vortex. The swirling water caught the Grindylows and sent them tumbling away, screeching in their high-pitched voices. "And that," Harry grinned at Kelpius, "is why you don't ambush a water mage." At 11 years old, Harry barely resembled the skinny human boy who'd fallen into the Black Lake all those years ago. His black hair now reached past his shoulders, braided with shells and stones that signified his status as both a warrior in training and an apprentice water mage. The lightning scar on his forehead was still visible, but it shared space with ritual markings in swirling blue patterns that extended down his temples. His body had fully adapted to underwater life. Gills pulsed steadily at the sides of his neck, drawing oxygen efficiently from the water. The webbing between his fingers and toes had developed completely, giving him powerful swimming capabilities. Patches of fine, iridescent scales covered portions of his arms, legs, and torso, shimmering with a blue-green light when he used magic. "Don't get cocky," Kelpius warned, though his yellow eyes gleamed with pride for his adopted brother. "There's a whole nest of them around this part of the territory." Unlike Harry's partial transformation, Kelpius had matured into a striking example of merfolk youth. His powerful tail had developed its adult coloration, deep blue fading to silver at the fins, and his facial features had sharpened, showing hints of his father Mercus's stern countenance. "Patrol exercise complete," Triton announced. "The border is secure. Well done, both of you." The three made their way back toward the village, moving through the water with practiced ease. As they passed the kelp forests that marked the eastern boundary of Mare territory, Harry sensed something, a subtle disturbance in the water currents that shouldn't have been there. He stopped, raising a hand to signal the others. "Feel that?" Kelpius paused, his face going still as he concentrated. "Something big, moving south of us." Triton's hand went to his bone spear. "The giant squid rarely comes this close to the village." Harry closed his eyes, extending his magical senses into the water around them. Over the years, he'd developed an almost supernatural awareness of the lake and its movements, what Lorelei called water listening. "Not the squid," he said, eyes snapping open. "Something else. Something I haven't felt before." Without waiting for Triton's permission, Harry shot off in the direction of the disturbance, Kelpius right behind him. The older warrior cursed and followed, clearly unhappy with the breach of protocol. They swam around a massive rock formation and came to an abrupt halt. Before them, gliding majestically through the deeper waters, was a creature out of legend. It resembled a horse but was twice the size of any land horse Harry had glimpsed from below the surface. Its coat shimmered between green and blue, and a long, ribbon-like tail trailed behind it. Sharp fangs gleamed in its elongated mouth. "Kelpie," Triton breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "I haven't seen one in the Black Lake since I was a fry." The magnificent creature seemed to sense their presence. It turned, fixing them with intelligent eyes that glowed with an inner light. For a moment, Harry felt a strange compulsion to swim closer, to touch the beautiful creature. "Don't," Kelpius grabbed his arm. "Kelpies enchant their prey. They're dangerous." The kelpie tossed its mane, almost as if it understood and was amused by Kelpius's warning. Then, with a powerful flick of its tail, it shot deeper into the lake, disappearing toward the forbidden trench. "We should report this to Father," Kelpius said. "Kelpies don't usually come this far inland. Something must have disturbed their normal territories." Triton nodded in agreement. "And they're not the only creatures moving in unusual patterns lately. The Marrows from the northern lakes have been sending messengers about strange happenings." Harry's curiosity piqued. "What kind of strange happenings?" "Dark magic," Triton said grimly. "Stirrings in places long dormant. Creatures appearing where they shouldn't be." A shiver ran through Harry that had nothing to do with the lake's temperature. Ever since learning about his prophesied role in confronting a returning darkness, he'd been hyper-aware of any signs that might relate to Voldemort. "Does this have to do with the human dark wizard?" he asked directly. Triton shook his head. "Unknown. But Mercus has called a council meeting for tonight. The elders have been consulting the ancient songs. Perhaps they've found answers." As they resumed their journey back to the village, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental was shifting in the world around him, both in his underwater home and in the human wizarding world he'd only glimpsed through Dumbledore's occasional visits. The village was abuzz with activity when they returned. Merfolk swam to and fro with purpose, carrying weapons, reinforcing dwellings, and gathering in small groups for intense discussions. "What's going on?" Kelpius asked a passing merwoman. "Selkies from the Scottish coast have arrived," she replied. "Seeking sanctuary. Their home waters have been poisoned by dark magic." Harry and Kelpius exchanged alarmed looks. Selkies, seal shifters who could take human form on land, rarely ventured into freshwater lakes, preferring the open seas. "Where are they?" Harry asked. "The Great Gathering Cavern. The council is meeting with their leaders now." Without discussion, the boys changed course, swimming rapidly toward the largest natural cave in the village complex. Unlike many mere dwellings, which were constructed from shaped stone and hardened lake plants, the Gathering Cavern was an ancient formation, its walls lined with luminescent crystals similar to those in the shining caves Harry had visited years ago. Guards posted at the entrance frowned at their approach but stepped aside at Triton's authoritative gesture. Inside, the cavern was packed with merfolk. At the center, seated on raised stone platforms, were the village council members with Mercus at their head. Facing them were creatures Harry had only read about in Lorelei's lessons. The Selkies appeared caught between forms, mostly humanoid but with sleek, dark fur covering portions of their bodies. Their large, liquid eyes shone with intelligence and worry. Their leader, distinguished by elaborate shell decorations, was speaking in a musical language Harry couldn't fully understand despite his years among the merfolk. Lorelei, who sat at Mercus's right hand as always, was translating. Darkness rising from the deep trenches. Our eldest remembered the signs from stories passed down. We abandoned our coast when the water itself began to sicken. And you believe the source lies near here? Mercus asked, his deep voice carrying through the water. The Selkie leader nodded solemnly. The currents carry the taint from the southwest, from the deepest part of your lake. From what our legends call the sunken vault. A murmur ran through the assembled merfolk. Harry glanced at Kelpius questioningly. The deepest part of the trench, Kelpius whispered. Beyond where you went that time. A place even the warriors avoid. Why? Harry asked. What's down there? Ancient magic. Older than the merfolk, older than the humans. From the time when the world was young. Harry frowned. Despite years of education in mere history and magic, there were still aspects of underwater lore that remained mysterious to him. The elders spoke of certain topics only in half-whispers, changing the subject whenever younger merfolk drew near. The sunken vault has been sealed for centuries, one of the elders was saying. No mere disturbance could breach those protections. Yet something has, the Selkie leader insisted. The signs are unmistakable. The ancient evil stirs. Mercus raised a hand for silence. We will investigate these claims. Triton, assemble a scouting party to approach the outer edges of the trench. Do not descend, merely observe and report. Yes, chieftain. Triton bowed. In the meantime, Mercus continued, addressing the Selkies, you are welcome among us. Lorelei will arrange accommodations suitable for your people. As the formal meeting dissolved into smaller discussions, Harry and Kelpius found themselves approached by Lorelei. I thought I might find you two here, she said, a knowing look in her yellow eyes. Curiosity still gets the better of you, doesn't it, Harry? Harry grinned sheepishly. We saw a Kelpie near the eastern border. It was heading toward the trench. Lorelei's expression sobered. Another sign. The deep creatures are restless. She studied Harry for a moment. Your magical training has progressed remarkably, but there is still much you must learn, particularly about the ancient magics that concern both our worlds. You mean like whatever's in this sunken vault? Harry asked eagerly. That is precisely what I mean, Lorelei confirmed. And why I need your help with a special task. Meet me at my dwelling after the evening meal. Both of you. She swam away before they could question her further. Kelpius nudged Harry. Sounds important. Yeah, Harry agreed, excitement building in his chest. And dangerous. The best kind of important, Kelpius grinned, his sharp teeth gleaming in the crystal light. Lorelei's dwelling was among the oldest in the village, partially carved from the living rock of the lake bed and partially constructed from magically hardened coral. Inside, every available surface was covered with artifacts, scrolls preserved in magical bubbles, and collections of plants and minerals with magical properties. She greeted them with unusual solemnity. What I am about to share with you is knowledge typically reserved for those who have completed their full apprenticeship, she began. But circumstances force me to accelerate your education. From a hidden compartment in the wall, she withdrew an ancient tablet covered in symbols Harry didn't recognize, neither Merscript nor any human language he'd seen in his studies. This is a fragment of the original seal placed on the sunken vault, Lorelei explained. One of 7 created by an alliance of magical beings, merfolk, centaurs, goblins, and yes, human wizards, in the time before the founding of Hogwarts. Harry leaned closer, fascinated. The symbols seemed to shift subtly as he watched, as if alive. What was sealed inside, he asked. A power source. Neither good nor evil in itself, but capable of amplifying magic to dangerous levels. The founders of Hogwarts sought it for their school, believing they could harness it safely. Others, darker forces, wished to claim it for themselves. In the conflict that followed, it was decided the power would be sealed away where none could reach it. At the bottom of the Black Lake, Kelpius concluded. In the deepest part of the trench. Lorelei nodded. Protected by 7 seals and powerful guardians. For centuries it has remained undisturbed. But now, something's trying to break the seals, Harry guessed. Or someone, Lorelei corrected. The signs suggest deliberate action, not random magical disruption. Harry felt a chill. Voldemort? He'd grown comfortable saying the name over the years, though many merfolk still flinched at hearing it. Perhaps, Lorelei said carefully. Or his agents. Dumbledore believes he is seeking ways to return to power. But what does this have to do with us? Kelpius asked, gesturing between himself and Harry. We're not even full warriors yet, let alone seal experts. Lorelei smiled slightly. No, but you, Harry, have a unique magical signature, a blend of human wizard magic and mere magic that might be able to strengthen the weakening seals. And you, Kelpius, share a blood bond with Harry through the brotherhood ritual you underwent 2 years ago. Harry remembered the ceremony well, a formal acknowledgement of their brotherhood that had involved a magical mingling of blood. The ritual had enhanced their ability to sense each other's presence and emotions, a connection that had proven useful during training and patrols. You want us to help reinforce the seals? Harry asked, beginning to understand. I want you to help me collect the magical components necessary to create a temporary reinforcement, Lorelei clarified. The true repair must wait for a full conclave of the original sealing species, which Mercus is attempting to arrange. But we need time, and the seals are failing faster than anticipated. What do you need us to do? Harry asked without hesitation. Lorelei unrolled a map of the lake, pointing to 3 locations marked with glowing symbols. These are sites where the necessary components can be found. Cave crystal from the northern shallows, midnight kelp from the eastern depths, and essence of kelpie freely given. Kelpius groaned at the last item. Freely given. From a kelpie? They're tricksters who would sooner drown you than help you. Hence the challenge, Lorelei said serenely. Though the kelpie you encountered earlier might prove more approachable than most. It chose not to attack despite having the opportunity. Harry studied the map. When do we start? Tomorrow at first light. I've already secured Mercus's permission, though he insisted on assigning Triton as your protector for the journey. We don't need a babysitter, Kelpius protested. Lorelei's expression grew stern. This is not a game, young ones. The danger is real. If the seals fail completely before we can reinforce them, what emerges may threaten not just our village but all who dwell in or near the Black Lake, including your friends at Hogwarts." Harry nodded, properly sobered. "We'll be careful. And we'll get what you need." As they left Lorelei's dwelling, Kelpius couldn't contain his excitement despite the seriousness of their mission. Finally, a real adventure. Not just patrol exercises and training drills. Harry felt the same thrill but also a weight of responsibility. For years, the prophecies about his role in confronting darkness had seemed distant and abstract. Now, something concrete was happening, something he might be able to help stop. "We should get some sleep," he suggested. "Sounds like tomorrow's going to be a long day." Neither boy slept much that night, too keyed up with anticipation for what lay ahead. Dawn found them gathered at the village's edge with Triton, who looked less than thrilled with his assignment. "We'll collect the cave crystals first," he decided, studying Lorelei's map. "They're closest, and the northern shallows are relatively safe at this time of year." They set off, swimming in tight formation through the still dim waters. Harry focused on his water sense, extending his awareness as far as he could, searching for any unusual disturbances. "Anything?" Kelpius asked after a while, noticing Harry's concentration. "Nothing dangerous. But the water feels tense. Like before a storm." Triton nodded grimly. "The whole lake is affected by whatever's happening in the deep. Stay alert." The northern shallows were an area where the lake bed rose significantly, creating an underwater plateau much closer to the surface. Sunlight penetrated more strongly here, supporting different types of plants and attracting various light-loving creatures. The cave Lorelei had marked was actually more of a crevice in the plateau's edge, a narrow crack that widened into a small chamber. Its entrance was barely wide enough for them to squeeze through one at a time. "I'll go first," Harry volunteered. His slightly more human build made him the smallest of the three. The passage was tight but navigable. Harry wriggled through, emerging into a small, rounded chamber that took his breath away. The entire space was lined with crystals that caught the filtered sunlight and split it into rainbow patterns that danced across the walls. Unlike the blue-green light stones common in Mare territory, these crystals shone with every color imaginable. "It's amazing," he called back to the others. Kelpius squeezed in next, his yellow eyes widening at the sight. "The Crystal Cave. I thought it was just a story the elders told." Triton joined them, looking uncharacteristically odd. "Few have seen this place in generations. The entrance was thought to have collapsed long ago." "What exactly are we looking for?" Harry asked, studying the crystal formations that jutted from every surface. "According to Lorelei, we need a crystal that has never been touched by direct sunlight but has absorbed the light of the full moon," Triton explained. "It should appear dark until disturbed, then glow with silver light." They searched the small cave carefully, examining each crystal cluster. Most gleamed with stored sunlight, however filtered. After several minutes of fruitless searching, Kelpius called out from a corner of the chamber. "I think I found something." Harry joined him, examining the spot Kelpius indicated. A small pocket in the wall was angled away from the cave entrance, perpetually shadowed. Within it, a cluster of crystals appeared dormant, their surfaces dull and lifeless compared to the vibrant formations around them. "That has to be it," Harry agreed. "But Lorelei said we need to take them without breaking the formation." "How do we do that?" "With water magic," Triton said, joining them. "Carefully." Harry nodded, understanding. He placed his hands near but not touching the crystal cluster and closed his eyes, concentrating. Gradually, he manipulated the minerals dissolved in the water around the crystals, encouraging them to soften the rock at the base of the formation. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool water. This level of precision was challenging even after years of training. Slowly, painstakingly, the stone holding the crystal cluster in place began to dissolve. "Almost there," Kelpius encouraged. With a final push of magic, Harry freed the entire formation intact. It floated gently into his waiting hands, and immediately began to glow with soft silver light, responding to his touch. "It worked," he exclaimed. "Well done," Triton said, genuine approval in his voice. "One ingredient down, 2 to go." As they carefully wrapped the crystal cluster in a protective mesh Lorelei had provided, Harry felt a flicker of pride. His unique blend of magics, human and mare, had accomplished something that might help protect both his worlds. The eastern depths, their next destination, proved more challenging. The midnight kelp grew only in a specific trench that bordered territory claimed by a rival merfolk tribe, the Deep Ones, who had separated from Mercus's people generations ago after a dispute about interaction with land dwellers. "We need to be careful here," Triton warned as they approached the border. "The Deep Ones are isolationists. They view Harry's presence among our tribe as an abomination." "Charming," Harry muttered. "Just stating facts," Triton shrugged. "Their warriors patrol regularly. We should harvest the kelp quickly and leave before we're noticed." The midnight kelp proved easy to identify, black as pitch even in daylight, with small, luminescent blue spots on its fronds that pulsed with a hypnotic rhythm. It grew in a dense patch at the bottom of the narrow trench, swaying gently in the current. "The spots contain the magical essence we need," Triton explained. "Lorelei's notes say to collect 7 fronds, each with exactly 13 spots. No more, no less." "That'll take forever to count," Kelpius complained. Harry smirked. "Not necessarily." He closed his eyes, extending his magical senses toward the kelp. Each blue spot radiated a distinct magical signature. By focusing on that specific energy, he could identify which fronds contained exactly 13 spots without physically counting them. "There," he said, pointing. "That cluster has what we need." Impressed, Triton moved to harvest the indicated fronds. They had collected 5 when Harry sensed a disturbance in the water, multiple bodies approaching rapidly from the deeper end of the trench. "Company," he warned. "Deep One patrol, coming fast." "Take the last 2 quickly," Triton ordered, drawing his bone spear. "Kelpius and I will cover you." Harry swam down to the kelp bed, selecting the final 2 fronds and slicing them carefully with his own knife. Just as he secured them in his collection pouch, 5 figures appeared at the end of the trench. The Deep Ones resembled Harry's tribe in basic form but with notable differences. Their skin was darker, almost black, with no decorative markings. Their eyes glowed red rather than yellow, and their movements had a predatory grace that made Harry instantly wary. "Trespassers," hissed their leader, a massive merman with battle scars crisscrossing his torso. "In our territory. We claim harvest rights under the ancient accords," Triton replied formally. 7 fronds freely taken for magical purpose, no more." The Deep One leader's gaze fixed on Harry, his expression darkening. "You bring the abomination to our waters? The land child who plays at being mayor? This is an insult beyond forgiveness." Harry bristled at the description but kept silent, letting Triton handle the diplomacy. "Harry of the Black Lake is a recognized member of our tribe, transformed by the breath of the lake ritual and accepted by Mercus himself," Triton said firmly. "He has as much right to the harvest as any of us." "Your tribe's ways have grown soft and corrupt," spat the Deep One. "Consorting with land dwellers, accepting their half-breed spawn. The prophecies you cling to are perversions of the true songs." "We've taken only what the accords permit," Triton said, deliberately ignoring the insults. "We will leave now." "Not with the abomination's taint on our kelp," the leader snarled, signaling his warriors forward. Harry reacted instinctively. He thrust both hands outward, creating a powerful current that temporarily pushed the Deep Ones back. "Go!" he shouted to Kelpius and Triton. "I'll hold them off." For once, Triton didn't argue. He and Kelpius shot upward out of the trench while Harry maintained the current barrier. The Deep Ones fought against it, their own water magic clashing with his. Harry felt the strain immediately. These weren't untrained Grindylows or mindless lake predators, these were skilled warriors with centuries of water magic tradition behind them. 5 against 1, the odds weren't in his favor. Just as his barrier began to falter, Harry remembered a technique Lorelei had taught him, one that drew on his human magical core rather than traditional mere magic. Concentrating fiercely, he visualized the water around the deep ones not just moving but changing state. The temperature dropped precipitously in a sphere around the deep ones. The water didn't freeze solid, that would require more power than Harry could safely channel, but it became slushy, thick with ice crystals that hampered movement and disrupted the flow needed for water magic. The deep ones' expressions shifted from rage to shock as they found themselves temporarily immobilized in the viscous, semi-frozen water. Harry didn't wait to see how long his spell would hold. He turned and shot upward, putting all his strength into swimming faster than he ever had before. He caught up to Kelpius and Triton at the edge of their territory, all three panting from exertion. That, Triton said between breaths, was either the bravest or most foolish thing I've ever seen. Worked, didn't it? Harry grinned, though his arms trembled slightly from magical exertion. What did you do to them? Kelpius asked. That wasn't regular water shaping. Partial freezing spell, Harry explained. Something Dumbledore showed me last visit. Combines human transfiguration principles with water manipulation. Triton shook his head in wonder. Your hybrid magic continues to surprise, Harry of the Black Lake. Though I suspect the deep ones will be even less fond of you now. Add them to the list, Harry shrugged. 2 ingredients down, 1 to go. And the hardest one yet, Kelpius reminded him. Essence of Kelpie, freely given. We should rest before attempting that, Triton decided. That magical display drained you more than you're admitting. Harry didn't argue. The partial freezing spell had indeed taken a toll. It would be foolish to approach a Kelpie, one of the lake's most dangerous and intelligent predators, at anything less than full strength. They returned to the village long enough to deliver the harvested ingredients to Lorelei and recover their strength. The council was still in session with the Selkie delegation, the discussions growing more urgent as reports came in from various patrols about unusual creature movements and water disturbances throughout the lake. The signs are accelerating, Lorelei told them grimly. We may have days rather than weeks before the first seal fails completely. We'll find the Kelpie tomorrow, Harry promised. Any suggestions on how to convince it to help us? Lorelei handed him a small vial of golden liquid. This is mead made from surface honey, fermented with magic. Kelpies have a weakness for it, a remnant of their distant shared ancestry with centaurs. It won't compel the creature, but it might make it more amenable to negotiation. And if negotiation fails? Kelpius asked. Then you return without the essence, Lorelei said firmly. Under no circumstances are you to threaten or attempt to trick a Kelpie. Such actions have consequences far beyond the immediate danger to yourselves. Harry tucked the vial carefully into his pouch. We'll be diplomatic. Promise. That night, Harry slept fitfully, troubled by strange dreams. He saw the lake from above, as if floating over its surface. Dark clouds gathered, and the water began to churn violently. From the deepest part of the lake, a column of black energy erupted, shooting toward the sky. Faces formed in the darkness, some human, some not, all screaming in either ecstasy or agony, he couldn't tell which. He woke with a start, his heart racing. The memory of the dream faded quickly, but the sense of urgency remained. Whatever was happening in the depths, they were running out of time to stop it. Dawn found the trio setting out again, this time heading toward where they'd spotted the Kelpie the previous day. Harry carried Lorelei's mead vial, along with a special crystal container designed to safely hold the Kelpie essence if they succeeded. Do we have an actual plan? Kelpius asked as they swam. Beyond, find scary water horse and ask nicely for its magical essence. Kelpies are intelligent, Triton reminded them. They understand bargains and exchanges. We offer the mead, explain our need, and hope it's feeling generous. That's not much of a plan, Kelpius muttered. Sometimes the simplest approach is best, Harry said. Especially with magical creatures. Hagrid taught me that. Hagrid, Hogwarts gamekeeper, had become something of a mentor to Harry during Dumbledore's visits over the years. The giant man's love for magical creatures, even dangerous ones, had rubbed off on Harry, giving him insights into their behaviors and preferences. They searched for hours without success. The Kelpie seemed to have vanished from its previous territory. Just as they were considering expanding their search area, Harry felt a familiar disturbance in the water, the same unique signature he'd sensed the day before. "It's near," he whispered, pointing toward a dense patch of underwater vegetation. "Watching us." Triton and Kelpius tensed, hands moving to their weapons instinctively. "No," Harry cautioned. "No aggressive postures. Let me approach alone." "Absolutely not," Triton began, but Harry cut him off. "It's already showing more curiosity than aggression by observing us instead of attacking. Let me try." After a moment's hesitation, Triton nodded reluctantly. "At the first sign of danger, you'll come charging in heroically," Harry finished with a small smile. "I know." He swam forward slowly, deliberately making himself appear as non-threatening as possible. As he neared the vegetation, he spoke softly, not knowing if the Kelpie could understand mere speech but hoping his tone would convey his intentions. "We seek your help," he said. "We come with an offering and a request." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the plants parted, and the Kelpie emerged, even more magnificent up close than it had appeared from a distance. Its coat rippled with colors that shouldn't have been possible underwater, shifting between deep green and midnight blue with flecks of silver that resembled stars. Its intelligent eyes studied Harry with unmistakable curiosity. It circled him once, twice, its movements graceful and predatory. Harry remained still, fighting the instinct to flee. When the Kelpie finally stopped directly in front of him, Harry slowly reached into his pouch and withdrew the vial of mead. The creature's nostrils flared, clearly recognizing the scent even through the sealed container. "A gift," Harry said, extending the vial. "And a fair trade for what we seek." To his astonishment, the Kelpie responded not in mere speech but in a voice that seemed to bypass his ears entirely, speaking directly into his mind. "What does the Water Walker want from me?" Harry blinked in surprise but recovered quickly. "A small amount of your essence, freely given, to help seal away a darkness growing in the deep trench." The Kelpie's mental voice carried a note of amusement. "You speak of the stirring power. The ancient magic awakening. Why would I help suppress such a fascinating development?" "Because if it fully awakens, it will consume everything in the lake, including Kelpies," Harry replied honestly. "It's not a natural force but something sealed away for good reason." The creature considered this. "And what makes you, neither fully human nor fully mare, the one to prevent this?" The question caught Harry off guard. It echoed doubts he sometimes felt himself about his prophesied role. "I'm not doing it alone," he said finally. "I'm just doing my part. We all have to." This answer seemed to please the Kelpie. It moved closer, its muzzle almost touching Harry's face. "Wisdom from one so young. Unusual. Does that mean you'll help us?" Harry asked hopefully. "I will consider your request," the Kelpie replied. "But first, I require something more valuable than sweet mead." Harry tensed. "What would that be?" "A name," said the Kelpie. "Your true name, given freely as my essence would be." Harry hesitated. Names held power in magical exchanges, Lorelei had taught him that much. But what was his true name? Harry Potter, the name his parents gave him. Harry of the Black Lake, his mere identity. Or something else entirely. Making a decision, Harry met the Kelpie's gaze directly. "I am Harry James Potter by birth, Harry of the Black Lake by adoption, the boy who lived by human legend, and the drowned one who breathes by mere prophecy. I offer all these names freely." The Kelpie seemed genuinely surprised, its mental voice warming. For names, freely given, when I asked for one. Generosity deserves generosity in return. It leaned forward suddenly, touching its forehead to Harry's. A shock of magic passed between them, not painful but intensely powerful, like diving into a whirlpool. Harry felt something flow into the crystal container he held, a liquid that glowed with inner light. My essence, freely given, the Kelpie declared. Use it wisely, Harry of many names. Before Harry could thank the creature, it spun in a graceful arc and shot away, disappearing into deeper waters with incredible speed. Kelpius and Triton swam over immediately, both looking shocked. Did that actually work? Kelpius asked incredulously, staring at the glowing container in Harry's hands. Apparently, Harry grinned, still feeling the tingle of Kelpie magic on his skin. In all my years, Triton shook his head in wonder, I've never seen a Kelpie give its essence willingly. You continue to defy expectations, Harry of the Black Lake. Or Harry of many names, according to our new friend, Harry chuckled. Let's get this back to Lorelei before anything else strange happens. As they turned to leave, Triton suddenly froze, staring upward toward the lake's surface. Speaking of strange. Harry followed his gaze. Far above, dark shapes were moving across the water, boats, he realized. Many boats, more than he'd ever seen on the Black Lake at one time. What's going on up there? Kelpius wondered. The new school year, Harry realized, remembering Dumbledore's last visit. First-year students arrive by boat. Today must be the start of term. All the more reason to hurry back, Triton urged. With human activity increasing above, we need to secure those seals immediately. As they swam back toward the village, Harry couldn't help glancing back up at the boats crossing far above. For years, his contact with the human wizarding world had been limited to Dumbledore's quarterly visits and the occasional distant glimpse of Hogwarts activities from below the surface. Soon, according to the agreement made years ago, he would begin attending the school part-time, straddling both worlds as Dumbledore had suggested. The thought filled him with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. But first, they had a more immediate crisis to address. Lorelei was waiting anxiously when they returned, her usual calm demeanor replaced by barely concealed urgency. You have it? She asked without preamble. Harry handed over the glowing container. Kelpie essence, freely given. She examined it with expert eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Exceptional quality. The creature must have respected you greatly. It called me Harry of many names, he said, still puzzled by the interaction. Seemed to find it amusing that I gave it 4 names instead of 1. Lorelei's eyes widened. Names have power, especially with the ancient fey creatures like Kelpies. By giving multiple names, you demonstrated unusual trust, or foolishness. She smiled slightly. Fortunately, it seems the Kelpie interpreted it as the former. Will these ingredients be enough? Kelpius asked, gesturing to the collected cave crystals, midnight kelp, and Kelpie essence. For a temporary reinforcement, yes, Lorelei confirmed. I've prepared the ritual chamber. We must begin immediately, there are disturbing reports from the Deep Scouts. What kind of reports? Triton asked sharply. Movement near the outer seal. Lights where there should be none. The Selkies believe the first barrier may fail within hours rather than days. Harry felt the weight of responsibility settle more heavily on his shoulders. What do you need me to do? Your blood, freely given, will bind the components, Lorelei explained. Your unique magical signature, neither fully human nor fully mere, bridges the gap between the original sealing magics. My blood? Like, how much? Harry asked, trying not to sound nervous. Just a few drops, Lorelei assured him. The power lies in the magical signature, not the quantity. She led them to a small chamber adjacent to her dwelling, one Harry had never entered before. Unlike the cluttered, scholarly atmosphere of her main living space, this room was austere and ancient-looking. Symbols carved into the stone walls glowed with faint blue light, and a circular pool in the center of the floor bubbled with water that seemed to move against the lake's natural currents. "The binding pool," Lorelei explained, seeing Harry's curious expression. "One of 7 created when the original seals were placed. Through it, we can channel magic directly to the deep seals without physically approaching them." She worked quickly, placing the midnight kelp in a circle around the pool's edge. The cave crystals were positioned at specific points that corresponded to carving on the floor, a complex geometric pattern Harry recognized as a magical amplification array. "Now the kelpie essence," Lorelei murmured, carefully pouring the glowing liquid into the pool itself. The water hissed and brightened, swirling with new energy that illuminated the entire chamber. "And finally," she said, turning to Harry, 3 drops of your blood, freely given, while speaking the binding words, "I will teach you." Harry nodded, removing his bone knife from its sheath. The blade was razor-sharp, designed for underwater use. He waited as Lorelei taught him a short phrase in an ancient language, older than Merspeak, its syllables resonating with power even as he practiced them. When he was confident in the pronunciation, he made a small cut on his palm and allowed 3 drops of blood to fall into the energized pool while speaking the binding words. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The pool's contents flashed with blinding light, and the water shot upward in a column that somehow remained contained within the chamber despite defying all natural laws of fluid dynamics. The column twisted, formed into a sphere, then collapsed back into the pool with a thunderous sound. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a pulse of energy radiated outward from the pool, passing through the chamber walls and out into the lake beyond. Harry felt it wash over his skin like a warm current. "It's done," Lorelei sighed, visible relief in her expression. "The temporary seal is in place. It should hold for a few weeks, enough time to gather representatives from the original sealing species and perform a proper restoration." "So we stopped it?" Kelpius asked. "Whatever was trying to break through." "Slowed it," Lorelei corrected. "Not stopped." "But yes, we've bought precious time." Harry sat down heavily on a stone bench, suddenly exhausted. The magical working had drawn on his energy more than he'd expected. "What happens now?" "Now," said a new voice from the chamber entrance, "we prepare for what comes next." Mercus entered, looking grim but satisfied. "The Selkies confirm that the reinforcement has taken hold. The water disturbances have temporarily subsided." He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Well done, all of you. The Deep Ones tried to stop us," Triton reported. "They seem invested in the seals failing." Mercus nodded, unsurprised. "They follow older prophecies, ones that speak of a great change coming to the waters, a return to ancient ways. They believe the power in the vault would cleanse the world of human influence." "That's insane," Harry protested. From what Lorelei described, it would destroy everything, not just humans. "Fanaticism rarely concerns itself with practical outcomes," Mercus said dryly. "But there is another matter we must discuss." He turned to Harry. "The human wizards have arrived at Hogwarts. Dumbledore has sent a water message requesting your presence." Harry blinked in surprise. "Now? Today?" "Tomorrow," Mercus clarified. "It seems events are accelerating on land as well as beneath the waves. He believes it's time to begin your partial integration into Hogwarts, as we agreed years ago." A mix of emotions washed through Harry, excitement, nervousness, curiosity. He'd known this day would come eventually, but with everything happening in the lake, the timing seemed strange. "Is it safe for me to leave now, with the seals still vulnerable?" he asked. "The reinforcement will hold without your presence," Lorelei assured him. "And your time at Hogwarts may provide insights we need about the human aspects of this situation. Dumbledore suspects a connection between the stirring in the deep and rumors of Voldemort's agents becoming more active." Harry nodded, understanding. His role as a bridge between worlds was becoming more literal than metaphorical. "What exactly does Dumbledore want me to do?" "Meet with him and selected staff members," Mercus explained. Begin adapting to surface conditions, which will require some magical assistance, given your physical changes. And potentially meet some of your human peers. Kelpius looked worried. You're not going to live up there, are you? No, Harry said firmly. That was never the agreement. I'll visit for lessons and meetings, but this is my home. He gestured to the water around them. It always will be. Mercus nodded in approval. Rest tonight. Tomorrow brings new challenges, and your first steps back into the world above. That night, the Mare village held a small ceremony to mark Harry's impending venture to the surface. Though not as elaborate as his original welcoming ritual years ago, it still carried significant meaning. Elders blessed him with protective charms, warriors offered tokens of courage, and children presented him with small gifts to remember them by, as if he were leaving forever rather than for occasional day trips. Kelpius found Harry after the ceremony, sitting alone on a rock ledge overlooking the village. Nervous? He asked, settling beside his brother. A bit, Harry admitted. I barely remember what it's like up there. What if I can't adjust? What if they see me as a freak? Kelpius snorted. You mean like the deep ones do? You handled them well enough. That's different. I don't care what the deep ones think of me. But these are, well, they're supposed to be my people too, in a way. You're overthinking it, Kelpius said firmly. You're Harry of the Black Lake. You faced down a Kelpie and got it to give you its essence. You helped reinforce ancient magical seals. A few land-dwelling wizards shouldn't be a problem. Harry smiled at his brother's confidence. I wish you could come with me. Me? On land? Kelpius shuddered dramatically. No thanks. I'll take Grindylows over dry air any day. He grew more serious. But I'll be waiting when you return. We all will. Harry nodded, grateful for the reassurance. Whatever happened tomorrow, he would still have his family beneath the waves. Morning came too quickly. Harry woke before dawn, gathering the few items he would take to the surface, his bone knife, carefully wrapped so its edge wouldn't alarm the humans, the photos of his parents Dumbledore had given him years ago, and a small water stone that would help him maintain a connection to the lake even when physically separated from it. Lorelei met him outside his dwelling, carrying a small vial of thick, greenish liquid. Gillyweed extract, she explained. Modified by Dumbledore and myself to help you transition between water and air breathing. It will temporarily reverse some of your adaptations when you're on land, then restore them when you return to the water. Will it hurt? Harry asked, eyeing the unappetizing solution warily. It will be uncomfortable, Lorelei admitted. Your body has fully embraced its underwater form. Reverting, even partially, will feel strange. Harry took the vial, tucking it into his pouch. Any other advice before I go up there? Lorelei considered for a moment. Remember who you are, all aspects of who you are. You belong to both worlds, Harry, whether others understand that or not. Don't let anyone make you feel lesser for your unique path. Harry hugged her impulsively, an action that still felt slightly awkward underwater but conveyed his gratitude better than words. Mercus, Kelpius, and Triton were waiting at the village edge to escort him to the meeting point, a sheltered cove on the lake's northern shore where Dumbledore had arranged to meet him. The swim was quiet, each lost in their own thoughts. As they approached the shallows, Harry felt the first stirrings of anxiety. The surface world had been a distant concept for 4 years, something he observed from below but rarely interacted with directly. We'll wait here, Mercus said when they reached the deeper water just beyond the cove. Take the gillyweed extract before you surface. Remember, you can return at any time if you feel overwhelmed. Harry nodded, removing the vial from his pouch. Here goes nothing, he muttered, uncorking it and swallowing the contents in one gulp. The transformation was immediate and uncomfortable, just as Lorelei had warned. His gills sealed themselves painfully, and his lungs burned as they reconfigured to process air instead of water. The webbing between his fingers and toes partially retracted, and he felt the scales on his arms and torso recede beneath his skin, leaving it looking almost human again, though still with a faint bluish tint. Gasping and disoriented, Harry realized he was now drowning in the water that had been his home for years. With powerful kicks, he shot toward the surface, breaking through with a splash and dragging air into his transformed lungs for the first time in 4 years. The sensation was bizarre. The air felt too thin, too dry, too empty compared to the rich, dense water he was accustomed to breathing. Sunlight hit his face directly, painfully bright after years of filtered underwater illumination. Blinking and coughing, Harry oriented himself toward the shore. A tall figure in purple robes stood waiting on the narrow strip of rocky beach, Dumbledore, instantly recognizable even after all this time. Harry swam to the shallows, then stood on unsteady legs. Walking felt alien after years of swimming as his primary mode of movement. He staggered slightly as waves lapped around his calves. "Harry," Dumbledore called, his voice carrying clearly across the water. "Welcome back to the surface world." Taking a deep breath of the strange, dry air, Harry took his first steps on land since falling into the Black Lake 4 years ago. His journey between worlds had truly begun. The ground felt wrong beneath Harry's feet, too solid, too unyielding compared to the constant gentle support of water. Each step was an exercise in concentration as he made his way up the rocky shore toward Dumbledore. The old wizard watched him with kindly patience, making no move to rush him. "The first transition is always the most difficult," he commented when Harry finally reached him. "Your body remembers land movement, but it has grown accustomed to water's embrace." "Everything feels heavy," Harry said, his voice sounding strange to his own ears without the water's resonance. "And bright. And dry." He resisted the urge to lick his lips, which already felt parched. "All natural responses," Dumbledore assured him, conjuring a water-filled goblet with a casual flick of his wand and offering it to Harry. "This might help." Harry drank gratefully. The water tasted different in his air-adapted mouth, sharper, cleaner, missing the rich mineral flavors he was accustomed to. "Are you ready to proceed to the castle?" Dumbledore asked. "Or would you prefer to acclimate here a while longer?" Harry glanced back at the lake, where he knew Mercus and the others were watching from beneath the surface. "I'm ready," he decided. "Better to keep moving while the gillyweed extract is fresh." Dumbledore nodded approvingly and gestured toward a path that wound up from the cove through a wooded area. "This way, then. I've arranged for a private entrance to avoid overwhelming you with too many curious students at once." As they walked, Harry gradually adjusting to the rhythm of bipedal movement, Dumbledore filled the silence with gentle conversation. "Your physical adaptation to underwater life is quite remarkable," he observed. "More complete than I would have believed possible without full transmutation magic." "Lorelei says my natural magic accelerated the process," Harry explained, cautiously navigating a rocky part of the path. "Something about my core being unusually compatible with water elements." "Fascinating," Dumbledore mused. "And your magical education has progressed well, according to Mercus's reports." "I've learned all the basic mere magic techniques," Harry confirmed. "Water shaping, current manipulation, basic healing with lake plants. And I've studied the human magic books we recovered from the sunken ship." "Ah yes, the theoretical foundation. But practical wand work will be new to you. We'll need to address that promptly." They crested a small rise, and suddenly Hogwarts Castle stood before them in all its imposing glory. Harry had seen it from below for years, but the perspective from land was entirely different. Towers and turrets reached toward the sky, windows glinted in the morning sun, and an aura of ancient magic seemed to emanate from the very stones. "Wow," he breathed, momentarily forgetting his discomfort. Dumbledore smiled, clearly pleased by Harry's reaction. "Impressive, isn't it? Even after all my years here, I still find myself struck by its beauty at unexpected moments." They approached a small side door, unobtrusive enough that Harry might have missed it if Dumbledore hadn't led him directly to it. The headmaster tapped the worn wood with his wand in a complex pattern, and it swung open silently. "This passage will take us directly to my office," Dumbledore explained as they entered a narrow stone corridor lit by floating orbs of gentle light. "I thought it best to avoid the main halls until you've had a chance to prepare for meeting others." Harry appreciated the consideration. Already, the sheer sensory differences of the surface world were overwhelming: the smells, the sounds, the sensation of air constantly moving across his skin. Having to interact with curious strangers immediately would have been too much. The passage wound upward through the castle, occasionally branching or turning unexpectedly. Harry suspected it wouldn't appear on any map of Hogwarts, a private route for the headmaster's use. Finally, they emerged into a large, circular room filled with fascinating objects. Silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindle-legged tables. Portraits of elderly witches and wizards, some sleeping, others watching with undisguised curiosity, lined the walls. Books filled tall shelves, and a magnificent red bird perched on a golden stand near a massive desk. "Welcome to the headmaster's office," Dumbledore said, gesturing for Harry to take a seat in a comfortable-looking chair. "Please, make yourself comfortable. We have much to discuss before introducing you to the staff members who will be assisting with your education." Harry sat gingerly, still adjusting to the sensation of being supported by something solid rather than buoyant water. The red bird tilted its head, studying him with intelligent eyes. "That's Fawkes," Dumbledore explained, noticing Harry's interest. "A phoenix. He seems quite fascinated by you." "I've read about phoenixes," Harry said. "In one of the salvaged books. They're reborn from their own ashes when they die, right?" "Indeed. A most remarkable magical ability." Dumbledore settled behind his desk. "Rather like your own remarkable adaptation, in a way, a transformation from one state of being to another." Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that, so he changed the subject. "Mercus mentioned you think there's a connection between what's happening in the Deep Trench and Voldemort?" If Dumbledore was surprised by Harry's casual use of the feared name, he didn't show it. "Yes, though the evidence is circumstantial at present. There have been disturbances in places associated with dark magic throughout Britain. Objects previously dormant showing signs of activity. Creatures behaving unusually." He steepled his fingers. "Much like what you're experiencing in the lake." "Lorelei says something's trying to breach the seals on the sunken vault," Harry explained. "We managed to reinforce them temporarily, but they're still weakening." "The sunken vault," Dumbledore repeated thoughtfully. "An ancient power source, if I recall correctly. One that the founders considered using for Hogwarts but ultimately decided was too unstable." Harry nodded, impressed by the headmaster's knowledge. "That's what Lorelei said. But how would Voldemort even know about it? The location was supposed to be secret. Lord Voldemort made it his business to uncover forgotten magic, lost artifacts, sources of power others had abandoned or sealed away," Dumbledore explained. "If he discovered references to the vault in his research, he would certainly have sought it out. But he's gone," Harry frowned. "Or at least, not fully back yet, right? His body was destroyed, yes. But there are many who believe his spirit survived, disembodied but not truly vanquished. And he had followers, Harry. Some who went to Azkaban prison, some who claimed to have been under his control, and perhaps some who have remained loyal in secret all these years." The implications settled heavily on Harry. "You think his followers are trying to use the power in the vault to bring him back?" "It's a possibility we must consider," Dumbledore confirmed gravely. "Which is why your position, straddling both our worlds, is uniquely valuable. You have access to mere knowledge about the vault that wizards lack, and you will soon have wizarding training that may help the Merpeople protect their waters." Harry sat up straighter, determination replacing his earlier discomfort. "I want to help. Both my worlds." Dumbledore smiled approvingly. "Excellent. Now, to practical matters. Your education here will need to be somewhat customized. You've missed the traditional starting point, but you have other knowledge most first-years lack. I've studied magical theory, Harry offered. And I've practiced some wandless magic, though it's different from what the books describe. Yes, I imagine it would be, Dumbledore nodded. Mere magic draws on water as a conducting element rather than focusing through a wand. Both approaches have strengths and limitations. He reached into his desk and withdrew a long, narrow box. Which brings me to this. I took the liberty of consulting with Mr. Ollivander, our premier wand maker, about your unique situation. He was most intrigued and crafted this specifically for you. Harry accepted the box with reverent care. Inside, nestled on velvet, lay a wand unlike any he'd seen in the illustrations from his salvaged books. Rather than plain wood, this wand appeared to be made of a material that resembled polished coral, with a subtle blue-green iridescence that shifted in the light. 11 inches, coral-infused cedar with a core of kelpie hair freely given, quite a rare core material, Dumbledore explained. Mr. Ollivander believes it should resonate with your dual nature. Harry lifted the wand carefully. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt a rush of magic, different from the flowing, fluid power he channeled for mere spells, more directed and concentrated. Sparks shot from the wand's tip, not the usual colors Dumbledore had expected, but tiny droplets of glowing water that hung in the air momentarily before dissipating. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. It appears the wand has indeed recognized you, but your magic expresses itself in a form consistent with your water affinity. Harry grinned, feeling a connection to the wand that somehow felt both foreign and natural simultaneously. It's brilliant. Please thank Mr. Ollivander for me. You shall have the opportunity to thank him yourself, in time, Dumbledore assured him. Now, regarding your schedule. I propose 3 days a week initially, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, for surface lessons. You would arrive in the morning and return to the lake by evening, giving you time to maintain your mere education and responsibilities as well. That sounds reasonable, Harry agreed. What subjects would I study? To start, I think charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, and herbology would be most beneficial. Professor Flitwick, our charms instructor, is particularly excited to work with you. He has a scholarly interest in non-human magical traditions. Before they could discuss further details, a gentle knock sounded at the office door. Ah, right on schedule, Dumbledore smiled. I've invited a few key staff members to meet you, those who will be most involved in your education. The door opened to reveal a small group of people, a tiny man with a shock of white hair, a stern-looking woman Harry recognized from the underwater meeting years ago, a plump woman with dirt under her fingernails, and the giant-like man called Hagrid. Harry, Dumbledore said formally, allow me to introduce Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout, heads of Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff houses respectively, and Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds, whom you've met before. Harry stood, suddenly self-conscious about his appearance. Though the gillyweed extract had reduced his more obvious mere features, he knew he still looked unusual. His skin had a definite blue tinge, his eyes reflected light in a non-human way, and faint outlines of his retracted scales were visible on his exposed forearms. It's nice to meet you all, he said, hoping his voice sounded normal to human ears. Merlin's beard, Professor Flitwick squeaked, his eyes wide with fascination rather than alarm. The physiological adaptations are remarkable. And you maintain full cognitive function and magical ability? Extraordinary. Phileas, McGonagall chided gently, perhaps greet the boy before examining him like a specimen. Flitwick looked abashed. Of course, of course. Forgive my enthusiasm, Mr. Potter. It's truly an honor to meet you. Just Harry is fine, Harry said, relaxing slightly at the professor's genuine excitement. And I don't mind the questions. I'm curious about everything up here too. Hagrid stepped forward, his eyes suspiciously moist. Yevi grown so much, he said gruffly. Last I properly saw we're just a tiny thing. Now look at livin' in the lake and all. Your parents would have been right proud of how Yevi handled everything, Something warm bloomed in Harry's chest at the mention of his parents. "Thank you, Hagrid. That means a lot." Professor Sprout approached next, her manner practical and direct. "Well, you certainly look healthy enough, despite the unusual diet and habitat. I'm curious, do you consume any plant matter from the lake? There are several magical aquatic species with notable properties." "Yes, actually," Harry brightened, moving into more comfortable territory. "We cultivate several types of underwater plants. There's lake kelp that helps with breathing efficiency, and glow fruits for vitamin supplements." "Fascinating!" Sprout exclaimed. "Perhaps you could show me some specimens? For educational purposes, of course." "I'd be happy to," Harry agreed, surprised by how quickly he was warming to these humans who showed such genuine interest in his underwater life without judgment or revulsion. "Now then," Dumbledore interjected gently, "I think we should discuss the practical aspects of Harry's attendance before we overwhelm him with too much at once." What followed was a detailed conversation about scheduling, curriculum adjustments, and logistics. Harry would have a private room near the lake for changing and resting between classes. Special magical artifacts would help him maintain comfortable humidity levels while on land. The professors would provide modified assignments that played to his strengths while addressing gaps in his education. Throughout the discussion, Harry found himself repeatedly touched by how much thought and care had gone into accommodating his unique situation. Far from treating him as an oddity to be managed, the Hogwarts staff seemed genuinely excited about the educational opportunity his dual nature presented. "There is one more matter," McGonagall said as the meeting wound down. "The other students. How much do you wish them to know about your circumstances?" Harry hadn't considered this. "I'm not sure. What do you think?" "The truth eventually comes out at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "But perhaps a gradual introduction would be less overwhelming, for both you and them. We could introduce you as a transfer student with a rare magical condition," Flitwick suggested. "Not untrue, just not the complete story all at once." "And what about my appearance?" Harry asked, gesturing to his blue-tinged skin and otherworldly eyes. "A glamour charm could help if you're uncomfortable," McGonagall offered. "Though personally, I see no reason to hide your true self." Harry considered this. The Merpeople had taught him pride in his identity, to view his transformation as an evolution rather than a deformity. "No glamours," he decided firmly. "I am what I am. If other students have questions, I'll answer them honestly." Dumbledore beamed approvingly. "Well said, Harry. Authenticity is a virtue too often undervalued." As the meeting concluded, each professor expressed enthusiasm about working with Harry, promising special sessions to help him catch up on practical skills while incorporating his unique magical perspective. "I think that's quite enough for one day," Dumbledore said, noting Harry's increasingly frequent glances toward the window that overlooked the lake. "You must be eager to return to the water." Harry nodded, relieved. Though the meeting had gone better than he'd expected, he could feel his body straining against the gillyweed extract's effects. His skin felt painfully dry, and breathing air had become increasingly laborious. "Same time Monday morning?" he asked, standing a bit unsteadily. "I'll meet you at the cove," Dumbledore confirmed. "Hagrid will escort you back now." The giant man beamed at this assignment. "Come on then, Harry. Let's get ya back to your other family." As they navigated the private passage back down to the grounds, Hagrid kept up a steady stream of friendly conversation, sharing stories about magical creatures in the lake and forest that Harry found genuinely interesting. "The giant squid's right fond of the merfolk, isn't she?" Hagrid asked as they approached the shore. "She's territorial but generally friendly," Harry confirmed. "Especially with the younger mare children. Sometimes she lets them ride her tentacles." "Knew it!" Hagrid exclaimed delightedly. "Always said she was a gentle soul, despite her size. Everyone thinks the big creatures are the dangerous ones, but it's often the little ones you need to watch out for." They reached the cove where Mercus and the others waited below. Harry could sense their presence through his connection to the water, even from shore. "Well, here we are," Hagrid said, suddenly looking emotional again. "It's been good seein', yeah, Harry. Really good. Your mum and dad would be right proud of the young man you're becomin', dot. Thank you for walking with me," Harry said sincerely. "I'll see you Monday." "Count on it," Hagrid assured him. "I'll be waitin' right here when ye come up." Harry waded into the shallows, feeling immediate relief as the water lapped around his legs. The gillyweed extract was wearing off, his body eager to return to its adapted form. With a final wave to Hagrid, he dove beneath the surface. The transformation back was less painful than the reverse, more like slipping into comfortable clothes after wearing something stiff and formal. His gills reopened with a pleasant tingle, the webbing between his fingers and toes expanded, and his scales emerged from beneath his skin, glittering in the underwater light. Harry took a deep, satisfying breath of lake water, feeling his entire body relax as oxygen flowed efficiently through his gills. He'd survived his first venture back to the surface world, and it had gone better than he'd dared hope. The professors seemed kind and genuinely interested in helping him, Dumbledore had provided thoughtful accommodations, and he even had a wand specially made for his unique magic. Mercus, Kelpius, and Triton swam up to meet him, their expressions a mixture of relief and curiosity. "You're back early," Kelpius observed. "Did something go wrong?" "Just the opposite," Harry grinned, showing them the wand he'd carefully waterproofed with a merspell before diving. "I think this is going to work better than any of us expected." As they swam back toward the village, Harry shared the details of his meeting, especially the concerns about the sunken vault's connection to Voldemort's potential return. His mind was already racing with possibilities, ways his new education might help protect both his worlds from whatever darkness was stirring. For the first time since learning about the prophecies that supposedly shaped his destiny, Harry felt truly hopeful. He wasn't just a passive figure in someone else's story, he was actively building bridges between worlds that desperately needed to understand each other. Harry of the Black Lake, the boy who drowned, the boy who lived, all his names, all his identities were coming together into something new and powerful. Something, perhaps, that could face whatever darkness was rising from the deep. Later that evening, as the village settled into its nighttime rhythm, Harry found himself restless. His thoughts kept returning to everything he'd learned and experienced on the surface. Seeking quiet, he swam to one of his favorite spots, a small, secluded rock formation not far from the village that offered a clear view up to the surface. From this vantage point, he could see the lights of Hogwarts reflected on the water above, wavering, distorted, but beautiful. The castle that would soon become part of his life, just as the underwater village had become his home. "Thought I might find you here," came Lorelei's voice as she approached silently. "You always seek high places when you're processing new experiences." Harry smiled, not surprised she'd found him. It was a lot to take in. "Yet you seem settled," she observed, taking a place beside him on the rock. "More so than I expected after your first surface visit in years." "It felt right," Harry admitted. "Different, uncomfortable in some ways, but still, right. Like I was supposed to be there, just as I'm supposed to be here." Lorelei nodded in understanding. "The prophecies speak of a bridge between worlds. Perhaps this is the beginning of that role taking shape. Dumbledore thinks Voldemort's followers might be behind the disturbances in the sunken vault," Harry said, changing the subject slightly. "That they might be trying to use its power to bring him back. A troubling theory, but one that aligns with the signs we've observed," Lorelei acknowledged. "The timing would make sense, you approaching the age when you would naturally enter the wizarding world, the dark forces gathering strength to challenge you." Harry sighed. "Why me, though? I was just a baby when he attacked my parents. What made me so important that there are prophecies about me in both worlds?" "That," Lorelei said gently, "is a question I cannot answer fully. But I can tell you that magic sometimes creates its own balance. When darkness rises, so too does its counter. You survived what should have been unsurvivable, twice. First Voldemort's attack, then drowning in our lake when the breath of the lake ritual should have been too much for a human child to endure. She placed a webbed hand on his shoulder. You were not chosen because you were special, Harry. You are special because of how you responded to being chosen. Harry considered this, finding comfort in the distinction. The surface professors were kind, he said after a moment. They didn't treat me like I was strange or damaged. They seemed excited about helping me. Good, Lorelai smiled. They should be. You are something unique in both our worlds, a true bridge of understanding. Your dual perspective may reveal solutions neither side would discover alone. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the play of castle lights on the water's underside. Finally, Harry asked the question that had been lurking in the back of his mind since his meeting with Dumbledore. Lorelai, when the time comes, if Voldemort does return and I have to face him somehow, do you think I'll be ready? The Mare Healer considered her answer carefully. Ready in the sense of having all the skills and knowledge you might need? Perhaps not. No one is ever truly ready for such confrontations. But ready in spirit, in courage, in understanding what must be protected? Yes, Harry. I believe you already are. She gestured toward the village below them, then up toward the castle above. You have something most never achieve, a foot in two worlds, both of which you genuinely love and understand. That perspective gives you strength he cannot comprehend, let alone counter. Harry nodded, drawing reassurance from her confidence. Whatever challenges lay ahead, balancing his education between worlds, investigating the sunken vault's weakening seals, preparing for a confrontation that prophecy claimed was inevitable, he wouldn't face them alone. He had Mercus's wisdom, Kelpius's loyalty, Lorelai's guidance, and now Dumbledore's support and the expertise of the Hogwarts professors. The path ahead might be complex and dangerous, but for the first time, Harry felt genuinely equipped to navigate it. I should get some rest, he said finally. Apparently I start proper wand training with Professor Flitwick on Monday. Indeed, Lorelai agreed, rising from the rock. And tomorrow we begin preparing for the conclave of sealing species. The centaurs have already confirmed their participation, and word has been sent to the goblin nations. As they swam back toward the village, Harry caught a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye, something large disturbing the water far above, near the castle shore. What was that? He asked, pausing to look upward. Lorelai followed his gaze. Students, perhaps. They sometimes sneak out to the lake at night, despite the rules. Harry wasn't convinced. The disturbance had seemed too large, too deliberate for student mischief. But whatever it was had already disappeared. Probably nothing, he said, though a faint sense of unease remained as they returned to the village. Unknown to either of them, a dark figure stood on the distant shore, staring out over the lake with a calculating expression. Beneath a turban that concealed more than just his hair, the man smiled thinly before turning back toward the castle, plans already forming in his divided mind. Harry's second visit to the surface went more smoothly than the first. The gillyweed extract's effects, while still uncomfortable, felt less foreign to his body. His legs remembered the walking motion more naturally, and his lungs adjusted to air breathing with less resistance. Hagrid met him at the cove as promised, beaming with genuine delight. There ya are. Ready for your first proper day as a Hogwarts student? As ready as I'll ever be, Harry replied, gripping his waterproof bag that contained his wand and a few basic supplies Dumbledore had provided. Got a surprise for ya, Hagrid said as they walked up the path toward the castle. Dumbledore thought ya might like to meet a couple students your own age before jumpin' into classes. Get comfortable with human kids again, like. Harry felt a flutter of nerves. Other students? He'd prepared himself for meeting professors, but peers were another matter entirely. What did Dumbledore tell them about me? Just the basics, Hagrid assured him. That ye've been livin' with the Merpeople, that ye're just startin' at Hogwarts. Picked two good ones, he did, clever and kind-hearted, not the sort to make a fuss about differences. They arrived at Hagrid's hut rather than the castle proper, a small, round building near the forest edge that somehow suited the giant man perfectly. "They're waitin' inside," Hagrid explained. "Thought my place might be less intimidatin' than the Great Hall for your first meetin'." Harry appreciated the consideration. He took a deep breath and followed Hagrid inside. The hut was cozy and cluttered, with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling on the fire, and an enormous bed in the corner. Seated at the wooden table were two children approximately Harry's age, a girl with bushy brown hair and a slightly nervous-looking boy who clutched a toad in his hands. They looked up as Harry entered, their eyes widening slightly at his appearance but quickly shifting to friendly interest. "Harry, this is Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom, both first years," Hagrid introduced them. "Hermione, Neville, this is Harry Potter." "Hello," Harry said, suddenly acutely aware of his bluish skin and strange eyes. The girl, Hermione, recovered first, standing and extending her hand. "It's wonderful to meet you, Harry. I've read all about the Merpeople in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and Magical Mediterranean Water Plants and Their Properties, but the books never mentioned they could transform humans. Is it a complete physiological adaptation or more of a magical overlay? Can you still perform normal wizard magic or does water magic operate on entirely different principles?" Harry blinked, taken aback by the rapid-fire questions delivered without a single pause for breath. Neville coughed gently. "Hermione, maybe let him sit down first." "Oh. Right, sorry," she said, looking abashed. "I get carried away sometimes." "It's okay," Harry assured her, genuinely amused rather than offended. He took a seat at the table as Hagrid bustled around preparing tea. "To answer your questions, it's both physical and magical. My body actually changed but magic sustains the transformations. And yes, I can do wizard magic, though it works differently underwater." Hermione looked fascinated. "That's incredible. And you've been living in the Black Lake since you were 7? What's it like down there?" "Beautiful," Harry said simply. "Different. The Merfolk village is built into natural cave formations and coral structures. We have farms for certain plants and fish. There's a whole society most humans never see. We've only seen Merpeople from a distance during swimming lessons," Neville said, his initial shyness fading. "They mostly just watch us and disappear if anyone swims too far out. They're cautious around humans," Harry explained. "With good reason, historically speaking." Hagrid served enormous mugs of tea and a plate of rock cakes that lived up to their name in hardness. Harry sipped his tea gratefully, finding the warm liquid soothing to his gillyweed-transformed throat. "Professor Dumbledore says you'll be joining some of our classes," Hermione continued eagerly. "Which ones will you be taking?" "Charms, Transfiguration, Defense against the Dark Arts, and Herbology to start," Harry replied. "Though I'll only be here 3 days a week." "We have charms this afternoon," Neville offered. "Professor Flitwick is really nice. He doesn't mind when I mess up, which is, often." He looked down at this admission. "I'm sure I'll mess up plenty too," Harry said reassuringly. "I've never even used a wand before." This seemed to cheer Neville considerably. The conversation flowed more naturally after that. Hermione asked dozens of questions about Mere society, genuine curiosity driving her interest rather than mere fascination with the exotic. Neville, it turned out, was passionate about plants and eager to hear about the underwater varieties Harry had experienced. In turn, Harry asked them about Hogwarts, the daily routines, the house system, both were in Gryffindor, the professors, and their teaching styles. "Most of the teachers are brilliant," Hermione enthused. "Professor McGonagall is strict but fair. Professor Flitwick makes learning fun. Professor Sprout really knows her plants. Watch out for Professor Snape though," Neville added with a slight shudder. "He teaches potions and he's, well, terrifying," Hermione supplied. "Especially to Gryffindors. He favors his own house, Slytherin, quite obviously." Harry made a mental note of this. I won't be taking potions yet, but good to know. There's something odd about Professor Quirrell too, Hermione said thoughtfully. He teaches defense against the dark arts, but he seems afraid of his own subject. Always jumpy, stutters terribly. Maybe he had a bad experience, Harry suggested, remembering how some of the Mare warriors became skittish around certain lake areas after traumatic encounters. Before they could discuss further, a clock on Hagrid's wall chimed the hour. Time to head up to the castle, Hagrid announced. Harry's got a meetin' with Professor Flitwick before afternoon classes. As they walked together toward the main building, Harry found himself genuinely enjoying his new companion's company. Neither seemed put off by his unusual appearance or background. Instead, they treated him with natural friendliness, including him in their conversation as if he'd always been part of their world. "We can save you a seat in Charms," Hermione offered as they reached the entrance hall. "If you'd like." "That would be great," Harry said, surprised by how much he meant it. Neville gave him a shy smile. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry." As they headed off to their morning class, Hagrid beamed down at Harry. "See? Told ya they were good ones." Harry nodded, a warm feeling spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with the gillyweed extract or the physical discomfort of being on land. For the first time since falling into the Black Lake, he felt like he might actually belong in the human world too, not just as a visitor or observer, but as someone who could form real connections. The bridge between worlds was beginning to take shape, one friendly interaction at a time. Professor Flitwick's office was a delightful chaos of books, magical objects, and cushions of various sizes that seemed designed to accommodate visitors of any height. The tiny Charms professor greeted Harry with infectious enthusiasm. "Mr. Potter. Right on time. Please, make yourself comfortable." He gestured to a chair that adjusted itself to Harry's height as he approached. "How are you finding your return to the surface world? Not too disorienting, I hope." "It's getting easier," Harry admitted. "The gillyweed extract helps, though it feels strange." "Yes, I imagine it would," Flitwick nodded sympathetically. "Professor Dumbledore mentioned you've been studying magical theory but haven't had the opportunity for practical wand work." "That's right," Harry confirmed, producing his coral-infused wand from his waterproof case. "I've done some wandless magic underwater, but it works differently than what the books describe." "Fascinating." Flitwick's eyes lit up. "Wandless magic is quite advanced, even if it follows different principles underwater. That background should actually give you an advantage in understanding the theory behind spellcasting." For the next hour, Flitwick guided Harry through the absolute basics of wand movement, pronunciation, and magical intent. To the professor's delight, Harry caught on quickly, his experience with mere magic giving him an intuitive grasp of how to direct magical energy. The key difference, Flitwick explained as Harry successfully levitated a feather on his third attempt, is that wand magic focuses and directs your innate power through a specific channel, while your water magic likely works more diffusely through the surrounding medium. Harry nodded in understanding. "In the lake, I can feel my magic spreading out through the water around me. With the wand, it feels more concentrated. Like a jet instead of a current." "Precisely." Flitwick clapped his tiny hands in approval. "That's an excellent analogy. Now, let's try a simple charm that might come naturally to you, given your affinity." He placed a bowl of water on the desk between them. The Aqua Mobilis charm allows one to control water's movement. Different from your mere magic, which I understand works directly with the water's essence, this charm imposes your will upon the water as a separate entity. Harry practiced the wand movement and incantation several times before attempting the spell. When he finally cast it, the water in the bowl responded with unusual enthusiasm, not just moving in the gentle swirl Flitwick had demonstrated but leaping upward in an elegant spiral that maintained its shape in midair. "Goodness!" Flitwick exclaimed. "That's far beyond a first attempt. Your natural affinity is clearly enhancing the standard spell." Harry lowered his wand, and the water splashed back into the bowl. "Sorry, I didn't mean to overdo it." "No apology necessary," my boy. That was remarkable control. We'll simply need to calibrate your power levels for standard spells. A delightful challenge. Flitwick made some notes in a small book. I believe you'll find charms particularly natural, given your background. Transfiguration may present more conceptual hurdles, as it operates on different magical principles than water manipulation. By the time their session ended, Harry had successfully mastered 3 basic charms, the levitation spell, the water-moving spell, and a simple illumination charm, though all 3 manifested with noticeable water-related modifications. His lumos created light that rippled like sunshine through water, and even his levitation charm left a faint, moisture-like shimmer in the air around affected objects. Extraordinary progress, Flitwick declared. You're a natural, Mr. Potter. Now, I believe it's nearly time for afternoon charms with the first years. Would you like to observe, or perhaps participate to the extent you're comfortable? I'd like to try participating, Harry decided. Hermione and Neville said they'd save me a seat. Excellent. Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom are fine students. Well, Miss Granger is exceptionally academic, and Mr. Longbottom has untapped potential he's only beginning to discover. Good friends to make. As they walked together to the charms classroom, Harry felt a new surge of confidence. If all his lessons went as well as this initial session, balancing education between his 2 worlds might be not just possible but advantageous. The charms classroom was already filling with students when they arrived. Harry spotted Hermione waving enthusiastically from a desk where she'd indeed saved him a seat, Neville beside her looking pleased to see him. A hush fell over the room as Harry entered, students turning to stare at his unusual appearance. Whispers immediately broke out, the words Harry Potter and Merpeople featuring prominently. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. Yes, we have a special guest student joining us today. This is Harry Potter, who will be attending certain classes on a part-time basis. I expect you all to show the same respect and courtesy you would to any student. Now, shall we begin our lesson on the Incendio charm? Harry made his way to the saved seat, acutely aware of the stares following him. Hermione smiled encouragingly as he sat down. Don't mind them, she whispered. They were exactly the same when they found out my parents are muggles. Novelty wears off quickly around here. Despite the initial awkwardness, the class proceeded smoothly. Flitwick's engaging teaching style quickly redirected students' attention to the lesson, and by the time they began practical attempts at the fire-making spell, most had stopped sneaking glances at Harry. When Harry's turn came to practice, he remembered Flitwick's earlier advice about calibrating his power and deliberately held back. Even so, his incendio produced a flame with a distinctive blue core that danced like underwater fire. Well done, Mr. Potter. Flitwick called out. Note the unique manifestation, a beautiful example of how a wizard's innate magical affinity can influence standard spellwork. By the end of class, several students had worked up the courage to introduce themselves to Harry directly. A sandy-haired boy named Seamus asked excitedly about whether the giant squid was as dangerous as rumored. Harry assured him it wasn't, while a pair of identical red-headed twins from an older year popped in specifically to meet the fish boy, their words, spoken with good-natured humor rather than malice. Fred and George Weasley, they introduced themselves in perfect unison. Pranksters extraordinaire and admirers of anyone who breaks the mold. Don't let them rope you into anything, warned another redhead, Ron, their younger brother and a first-year like Hermione and Neville. They once turned my teddy bear into a giant spider when I was 3. Only because you broke my toy broom, one of the twins, Fred, Harry thought, protested. As they left the classroom, Harry found himself surrounded by a small, friendly group, Hermione, Neville, Ron, and the twins, all asking questions about life underwater and sharing stories about Hogwarts in return. For a moment, walking through the stone corridors of the ancient castle with new friends, Harry felt a strange doubling of his identity, the mere warrior apprentice and the beginning wizard student, 2 parts of himself that were finally meeting. Will you be at dinner? Ron asked hopefully. The food here is brilliant. Harry shook his head. I need to return to the lake soon. The gillyweed extract only lasts so long, and I'm more comfortable in water. Next time you come, you should try treacle tart, Ron advised seriously. Best dessert in the wizarding world. I'll remember that, Harry promised, touched by the simple, normal interaction. As they reached the entrance hall, Hagrid appeared to escort Harry back to the lake. How'd it go, then? The giant man asked eagerly. Really well, Harry said, realizing with mild surprise that it was true. Despite his initial nerves and the physical discomfort of being on land, the day had been a success beyond his expectations. He said goodbye to his new friends, promising to see them again on Wednesday for transfiguration and herbology lessons. As he walked back to the lake with Hagrid, Harry felt a strange sense of expansion, as if his world, already unique in spanning 2 domains, had suddenly grown even larger. Told ya it'd work out, Hagrid said proudly. You're bridgin' worlds, Harry. Not many could do that. I hope it stays this easy, Harry replied, though a small voice in the back of his mind reminded him that nothing stayed easy for long when prophecies and ancient magic were involved. The moment Harry returned to the lake, diving beneath the surface and feeling his body revert to its mere-adapted form, he sensed that something was wrong. The water carried vibrations of agitation, and he detected unusual movement patterns in the village direction. Swimming rapidly, he soon encountered a patrol led by Triton, armed and alert. What's happening? Harry asked, immediately shifting into warrior mode. Breach at the eastern border, Triton replied grimly. Deep Ones attacked a kelp harvesting party without provocation. 2 injured, 1 missing. Cold dread washed through Harry. Missing? Who? Kelpius. The single word hit Harry like a physical blow. His blood brother, captured by the Deep Ones. I'm coming with you, he said, no room for argument in his tone. Triton didn't waste time protesting. We track them first, assess their strength, then report back for reinforcements if needed. No heroics. Harry nodded, though inwardly he made no such promise. If Kelpius was in danger, no force in the lake would stop him from attempting a rescue. They swam rapidly toward the eastern border, where the Deep One's territory began at the edge of a steep underwater cliff. The area showed clear signs of struggle, torn kelp, scattered harvesting tools, and faint traces of blood diffusing through the water. Harry extended his water sense to its maximum range, searching for any trace of Kelpius's familiar presence. Their blood bond should allow him to detect his brother even at considerable distance. There, a faint pulse of recognition, coming from deep within enemy territory. I can sense him, Harry told Triton. He's alive but moving deeper into their territory. How far? Triton asked, clearly weighing their options. Too far for a direct assault without backup, Harry admitted reluctantly. But I might be able to reach him undetected. Triton frowned. Absolutely not. Mercus would have my fins if I let you swim into Deep One territory alone. I won't be detected, Harry insisted. I can use my human magic to conceal myself in ways they won't expect or sense. Their water detection won't work against human disillusionment spells. And if you're caught anyway? The Deep Ones hate you most of all, Harry. They view your very existence as an affront to their traditions. Then I don't get caught, Harry said simply. Triton, this is Kelpius. My brother. Would you hesitate if it were your bloodkin? The warrior's expression softened slightly. No, I wouldn't. But at least wait for Mercus to. Every moment we wait puts Kelpius in more danger, Harry interrupted. You return to the village, gather reinforcements. I'll locate Kelpius and stay hidden until you arrive. Before Triton could raise further objections, Harry pulled out his wand, carefully waterproofed and stowed in a holster on his forearm. Underwater wand magic was tricky and unpredictable, but the disillusionment charm Flitwick had demonstrated as an advanced example earlier that day seemed ideally suited to water environments, where light already refracted in complex ways. Concentrating intensely, Harry tapped his wand against the top of his head and whispered the incantation. The sensation was bizarre, like cool water trickling down his body, which made little sense given he was already underwater. But the effect was immediate and dramatic. His body didn't disappear entirely but became like a merchameleon, blending almost perfectly with the surrounding water. By the ancient tides, Triton breathed, clearly impressed despite his reservations. Human magic has its uses after all. I'll find him, Harry promised, already moving toward Deep One territory. Bring help as quickly as you can. Without waiting for a response, Harry swam deeper, following the faint pulse of his blood bond with Kelpius. The disillusionment charm wouldn't mask sound or water disturbance, so he moved carefully, using his water manipulation skills to smooth his passage through the currents. The Deep One's territory was darker and more forbidding than the familiar waters of home. Jagged rock formations created labyrinthine passages, and bioluminescent algae cast an eerie, pulsing glow that threw strange shadows across the underwater landscape. Harry sensed patrol groups twice and carefully avoided them, pressing himself into crevices until they passed. The blood bond grew stronger as he progressed deeper, eventually leading him to what appeared to be the Deep One's central settlement, a cluster of structures carved directly into a massive cliff face, illuminated by the same ghostly algae. Kelpius was inside one of those structures, Harry could feel it. But how to reach him without alerting the entire settlement? Moving with extreme caution, Harry approached the cliff dwellings. Unlike the open, community-centered design of his own village, the Deep One's homes were secretive and fortress-like, with narrow entrances and few windows. He identified the specific dwelling that held Kelpius by following their blood bond to its strongest point. A single guard hovered outside the entrance, a massive Deep One warrior with ceremonial scars covering his torso. Harry considered his options. His disillusionment charm was holding, but any direct action would reveal his presence immediately. He needed a distraction. Drawing on his mere magic rather than his wand, Harry carefully manipulated the water currents near a pile of harvested sea plants some distance from the guarded dwelling. With subtle pressure, he shifted the pile until it collapsed with a disturbance that immediately caught the guard's attention. The Deep One warrior hesitated, clearly reluctant to abandon his post, but when Harry caused a second, larger disruption, the guard finally swam over to investigate. Seizing his chance, Harry slipped through the dwelling entrance. Inside, he found a sparse, utilitarian space with little decoration beyond functional items. At the rear, secured to the wall with what appeared to be enchanted kelp bonds, was Kelpius. His blood brother looked battered but defiant. A bruise discolored one side of his face, and shallow cuts crossed his arms where he'd clearly struggled against his captors. But his yellow eyes remained fierce and alert. Harry allowed his disillusionment charm to fade just enough for Kelpius to see him, pressing a finger to his lips in a universal gesture for silence. Kelpius's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly controlled his reaction, giving a barely perceptible nod. Working quickly, Harry examined the kelp bonds. They were infused with Deep One magic, designed to resist standard mare cutting spells. Fortunately, he wasn't limited to standard mare magic anymore. Drawing his wand, Harry cast the severing charm Flitwick had demonstrated, Defindo. The kelp bonds parted cleanly, and Kelpius flexed his freed arms in obvious relief. "Can you swim?" Harry whispered, renewing his disillusionment charm and casting a partial one on Kelpius as well. The charm wouldn't hide his brother completely, but it would make him harder to spot, especially in the shadowy waters outside. "Yes," Kelpius confirmed softly. "But there are patrols everywhere. And they took my weapons." "Follow me closely," Harry instructed. "I can sense where the patrols are through water disturbances." "If we're careful," a harsh cry from outside interrupted him. The guard had returned and discovered something amiss, perhaps traces of Harry's magic or simply an instinctive awareness that something had changed. "No time for careful," Kelpius grimaced. "Got a plan B?" Harry thought fast. "Actually, yes. But you're not going to like it." Before Kelpius could question him, Harry wrapped an arm around his brother's torso and focused intently on a spell Dumbledore had mentioned during one of his visits, a rare form of underwater propulsion that combined elements of both human and mere magic. Aqua Eructo Maxima, he incanted, pointing his wand behind them. The result was explosive. A massive jet of pressurized water erupted from Harry's wand, propelling both boys forward with incredible speed. They shot out of the dwelling like a torpedo, sending the returning guard tumbling in their wake. Shouts and alarm calls echoed through the water as they rocketed away from the settlement, Harry struggling to control their trajectory while maintaining the powerful spell. "This is your plan?" Kelpius yelled over the rush of water. "Part of it," Harry called back. "Hold on tighter." Deep One warriors were already in pursuit, their powerful tails giving them natural speed advantages. But Harry's spell created a propulsion no mere swimmer could match, widening the gap between them and their pursuers. The real challenge came at the territorial boundary. A line of Deep One guards had formed a blockade across the narrow passage that led back to friendly waters. "We'll never break through that line," Kelpius shouted, spotting the barrier ahead. "We're not going through," Harry replied grimly. "We're going over." Adjusting his aim upward, Harry redirected their water jet trajectory toward the surface of the lake. They shot upward at incredible speed, breaking through the water's surface in an explosive fountain that launched them briefly into the air before crashing back down on the other side of the Deep One barrier. The maneuver was jarring and disorienting, especially for Kelpius who had rarely breached the surface. But it worked. They splashed down in friendly territory, the Deep Ones momentarily too stunned by the unexpected aerial tactic to respond. Harry cut the propulsion spell, his magical energy nearly depleted from the powerful casting. Both boys sank into the water, gasping from exertion and adrenaline. "That," Kelpius managed between breaths, "was the craziest rescue I've ever seen. We flew through the air." "Just briefly," Harry grinned weakly. "But it worked." They didn't have long to celebrate. Though they'd crossed the territorial boundary, the Deep Ones were regrouping, clearly preparing to pursue them even into forbidden waters. "We can't outswim them now," Kelpius realized, noting Harry's exhaustion. "And we're still too far from the village for help to reach us in time." Harry knew he was right. The magical propulsion had carried them far, but not far enough. His wand arm trembled with fatigue, and even Kelpius, despite his determined expression, showed signs of injury and exhaustion. Just as the situation seemed most dire, a massive shadow passed overhead. Both boys looked up to see an enormous tentacle cutting through the water above them, followed by another, and another. "The giant squid," Kelpius breathed in relief. Whether attracted by the commotion or sent deliberately by watchful merfolk, the lake's largest inhabitant had arrived at the perfect moment. More importantly, it positioned itself directly between the boys and the approaching Deep Ones, its massive body creating an intimidating barrier. The Deep Ones halted, clearly unwilling to challenge the ancient creature. The giant squid was neutral in mere politics but fiercely territorial about certain parts of the lake, parts that, fortunately, included where Harry and Kelpius now floated. Taking advantage of the standoff, the boys swam deeper into friendly territory. They had covered about half the remaining distance to the village when they encountered Mercus himself, leading a war party of 24 armed warriors. "Father!" Kelpius called in relief. Mercus took in their bedraggled appearance with a mixture of concern and pride. "You found him," he said to Harry, his tone making it both a statement and a question. "Sneaked in, broke him out, escaped with an Aqua Eructo Maxima," Harry summarized tersely. "The Deep Ones are right behind us, but the giant squid is keeping them busy for now." Mercus nodded grimly. "Triton, take these two back to the village. Lorelei will tend their wounds. The rest of you, with me. It's time the Deep Ones understood the consequences of violating our territory and harming our own." As Triton escorted them away from the potential conflict, Kelpius finally asked the question that had clearly been on his mind. "How did you find me so quickly? I thought you were at Hogwarts today." "I had just returned when the attack happened," Harry explained. I could sense you through our blood bond. And that magic you used? The water jet? The invisibility? When did you learn those? Today, actually, Harry admitted with a small smile. Professor Flitwick is a very good teacher. Kelpius shook his head in wonder. Maybe there's something to this human magic after all. Though next time, warn me before you launch us into the air. I thought my gills would dry out on the spot. Harry laughed, the relief of having his brother safe overwhelming his physical exhaustion. Deal. Next aerial escape will come with advance notice. By the time they reached the village, word of their daring rescue had somehow preceded them, growing more elaborate with each retelling. Young merchildren gathered to watch their return, whispering excitedly about Harry's supposedly epic battle against dozens of deep ones. Lorelei met them at the village entrance, her expression a mixture of relief and exasperation. Blood brothers indeed, she sighed, examining Kelpius's injuries. Always finding the most dramatic way to demonstrate your connection. As she treated their wounds in her dwelling, applying healing poultices and singing soft spells over the deeper cuts, Harry recounted the actual events, more impressive for their desperate improvisation than the exaggerated versions already circulating. Human magic and mere magic combined, Lorelei mused when he described the underwater propulsion spell. Each powerful alone, but remarkable together. Rather like you yourself, Harry. Later, after Kelpius had been sent to rest and recover, Lorelei kept Harry behind for a private word. Your actions today were brave and loyal, she began, but also reckless and potentially disastrous. The Deep Ones already view you as an abomination. Now you've humiliated them with human magic on their own territory. Harry hadn't considered the political implications of his rescue, too focused on saving Kelpius to worry about mere diplomacy. I couldn't just leave him there, he said stubbornly. Of course not, Lorelei agreed. But there will be consequences. The Deep Ones may accelerate whatever plans they have regarding the sunken vault. They clearly took Kelpius to provoke exactly the response you gave. Why would they want that? To create division. To reinforce their narrative that human influence corrupts our ways. Lorelei sighed heavily. And perhaps to distract us while they pursue other goals. Harry frowned. You think the attack was a diversion? From what? I don't know, Lorelei admitted. But the timing is suspicious. The same day you begin your formal education at Hogwarts, connecting more deeply with the human world, the Deep Ones make their most aggressive move in generations. Harry hadn't made that connection, but now it seemed obvious. They're afraid of me bridging the two worlds, he realized. Of what that might mean for their isolationist views. Yes. And they may not be the only ones watching your divided path with concern. Lorelei's expression grew troubled. Be careful, Harry. Your position between worlds makes you uniquely powerful but also uniquely vulnerable. There are forces both above and below the water that would prefer the ancient boundaries remain uncrossed. Harry nodded solemnly, the weight of her warning settling heavily on him. Yet despite the danger and complications, he couldn't bring himself to regret the path he'd chosen. Today had proven what he'd hoped might be true, that his dual nature, his access to both mere and human magic, could be a strength rather than a weakness. The bridge between worlds might be dangerous to walk, but it offered possibilities neither side could achieve alone. And right now, with ancient seals failing and dark forces stirring both above and below the water, those possibilities might be exactly what both his worlds needed. Chapter 3, Between Two Worlds, Duck. Harry dropped underwater just as a jet of red light sizzled over his head, striking the stone wall behind him with a shower of sparks. Through the rippling surface, he caught a glimpse of Professor Quirrell's surprised face. Clearly the defense teacher hadn't expected such quick reflexes. Impressive, Mr. Peapodder, Quirrell stammered, lowering his wand. Most students don't anticipate the second spell. Harry resurfaced in the shallow training pool Dumbledore had installed in an unused classroom specifically for his lessons. After 6 months of part-time attendance at Hogwarts, he'd grown more comfortable moving between water and air, though he still preferred keeping his lower body submerged when possible. I felt the water pressure change, Harry explained, pushing his wet hair back from his face. The air disturbs the water surface differently when a spell's coming. A useful talent, Quirrell noted, his eyes studying Harry with that strange intensity he sometimes showed. Your dual N nature continues to provide unexpected advantages. Harry climbed out of the pool, water streaming from his partially scaled skin. The modified gillyweed extract he now took allowed him to maintain more of his mare adaptations while on land, including some scales and limited webbing between his fingers. His gills remained functional but dormant, allowing him to breathe air normally while retaining the ability to switch to water breathing almost instantly. Same time next week, Professor, he asked, toweling off his hair. I think we might move to more advanced defensive spells, Quirrell replied. Your progress has been remarkable. As Harry gathered his things, he couldn't help noticing Quirrell's gaze lingering on him with an expression he couldn't quite decipher, something beyond the usual curiosity his appearance provoked. But before he could ponder it further, the classroom door opened, and Hermione poked her head in. Harry! There you are. We've been waiting in the library for ages. Sorry, he grinned, shouldering his waterproof bag. Defense lesson ran long. Hermione gave Professor Quirrell a polite nod before tugging Harry into the corridor. As soon as they were out of earshot, she lowered her voice. Did you notice anything strange about Professor Quirrell today? Harry raised an eyebrow. Strange how? I don't know exactly, she admitted. It's just, when I was waiting outside, I heard him talking to you, and his stutter was almost gone. Then when he saw me, it came back immediately. Now that you mention it. Harry frowned. He does seem different during our private lessons sometimes. More focused, less nervous. And don't you think it's odd that he spends so much time asking about your life with the Merpeople? About their magic and the deep parts of the lake? Harry had noticed this too. What had begun as seemingly casual interest had gradually evolved into increasingly specific questions about mare defenses, territorial boundaries, and especially the ancient magic in the lake's depths. Maybe he's just interested in unusual magic, Harry suggested, though a kernel of unease had taken root in his mind. Anyway, what's so urgent in the library? Hermione's expression shifted to excitement. Neville found something about boundary stones in that book on magical containment you brought up from the lake. We think it might help with the seal problem. Since sharing the situation with the sunken vault with his trusted friends, Hermione, Neville, and Ron had thrown themselves into research with surprising enthusiasm, especially Hermione, who attacked the mystery with the same fervor she applied to exams. Did you tell Professor Dumbledore about bringing those books to the surface? Hermione asked as they hurried toward the library. Some of them look ancient. Lorelei approved it, Harry replied. She thinks human perspectives might help. The conclave of sealing species is still arguing about how to approach the full repair. The past 6 months had seen a frustrating lack of progress on permanently fixing the weakened seals. Representatives from the original sealing species, Merpeople, centaurs, goblins, and wizards, had gathered multiple times but remained divided on the approach. Meanwhile, the temporary reinforcement Harry had helped create was holding, but showing increasing signs of strain. In the library, they found Neville and Ron hunched over a massive, waterlogged tome whose pages were preserved by a containment spell Flitwick had taught Harry. Look at this, Neville said excitedly, pointing to an illustration of 7 interlocking stones arranged in a pattern around a central point. These boundary stones matched the description of the ones around the sunken vault. But according to this, they're not just markers, they're actually part of the sealing mechanism itself. Harry leaned closer, studying the faded drawing. You're right. That arrangement looks exactly like what Lorelei described. And here's the important part, Hermione added, flipping to a marked page. The stones aren't just enchanted individually, they're connected. If one fails, the others try to compensate by drawing additional power from their respective magical domains. Which explains why we're seeing effects throughout the lake, Harry realized. The stones are pulling more magic from the water to maintain the seal. But what about the other domains? Ron asked. If there are stones connected to centaur, goblin, and wizard magic too? A chill ran down Harry's spine. There would be similar disturbances in those magical communities. Unusual events, power fluctuations. Like the unicorn attacks in the Forbidden Forest. Neville suggested quietly. The others looked at him in surprise. What unicorn attacks? Harry asked. Hagrid mentioned it yesterday when I was helping him with some plants, Neville explained. Something's been attacking unicorns in the forest. He's found 2 dead already, their blood drained. Hermione gasped. That's horrible. Unicorn blood is powerfully magical, but killing a unicorn it's monstrous. And might be connected to our seal problem, Harry said grimly. If the boundary stone connected to forest magic is failing, it might be making magical creatures vulnerable or drawing predators to them. Ron shook his head. This is getting way bigger than we thought, isn't it? Harry nodded, a weight settling on his shoulders. What had begun as a local problem in the lake now seemed to connect to disturbing events on land as well. And if Dumbledore's suspicions about Voldemort's involvement were correct. I need to take this information to Mercus and Dumbledore, Harry decided. And I should check with the lake tonight. I've been away for 3 days. We'll keep researching, Hermione promised. There might be more about how the original seals were created. As they packed up the ancient books, Harry caught Neville looking at him with concern. You okay? The normally shy boy asked. You've seemed tired lately. Harry managed a smile. Just stretched thin. Balancing 2 worlds isn't as easy as I thought it would be. That was an understatement. As Harry had immersed himself more deeply in his Hogwarts education, maintaining his responsibilities in the Mare Village had become increasingly challenging. Training sessions with Triton, history lessons with Lorelei, patrol duties with Kelpius, all competed with homework, specialized lessons, and research at Hogwarts. Not to mention the additional complication of his growing fame in the wizarding world. Despite Dumbledore's attempts to manage his introduction gradually, word had spread quickly that the boy who lived had returned, transformed by years living with Merpeople. The Daily Prophet had run several sensationalized stories, complete with wildly inaccurate illustrations of Harry with a full fish tail. You're doing better than anyone could expect, Neville said earnestly. At both. Coming from Neville, who knew something about struggling to meet expectations, the words carried special weight. Thanks, Harry said. I just hope it's enough. Dumbledore listened attentively as Harry explained their discovery about the boundary stones, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. Most illuminating, the headmaster said when Harry finished. This would explain certain disturbances I've been monitoring beyond the unicorn incidents. What kind of disturbances? Harry asked. Reports from various magical communities. The centaurs speak of misaligned stars. Goblin forges are producing unusual effects in their metals. And at the Ministry of Magic, the Department of Mysteries has recorded spikes of raw magical energy in ancient sites across Britain. Harry felt a chill. All connected to the failing seals. It appears increasingly likely, Dumbledore confirmed. The original sealing ritual was a remarkable feat of magical cooperation, drawing power from multiple magical traditions to contain something too powerful for any single approach. But why is it failing now, after all these centuries? Dumbledore's expression grew grave. That, Harry, is the question that concerns me most. Such ancient magic doesn't simply decay without cause. Something, or someone, must be actively working to weaken it. Voldemort, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Or those acting on his behalf, Dumbledore nodded. There have been signs of his influence becoming more direct. Whispers from certain dark corners of the wizarding world. Former followers showing renewed confidence. Harry thought of Quirrell's strange behavior, his pointed questions about the lake's depths. Could there be a connection? What about the unicorns? He asked. Why would someone kill them? Unicorn blood has powerful life-sustaining properties, Dumbledore explained. It can keep someone alive even if they are inches from death. But at a terrible cost, a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches their lips. Someone that desperate would have to be. Someone with nothing to lose, Dumbledore finished. Someone waiting to regain their full power through other means. The implications hung heavily in the air between them. I should return to the lake tonight, Harry said finally. Warn Mercus and see if there's been any change in the seals. A wise course, Dumbledore agreed. I'll communicate with the Centaur representatives and attempt once more to persuade the Ministry's Goblin Liaison Office to take this matter seriously. As Harry rose to leave, Dumbledore called after him. Harry, be vigilant. The path between worlds is precarious enough without the added danger of those who might seek to exploit your unique position. Harry nodded, the warning settling alongside his growing concerns. I will, Professor. The water embraced Harry like an old friend as he dove into the Black Lake that evening. The gillyweed extract reversed itself immediately upon contact with the lake, his dormant gills opening fully, his webbing expanding between his fingers and toes, and his scales emerging completely across his skin. He took a deep, satisfying breath of lake water, feeling his body relax into its natural state. For all his progress adapting to land, nothing felt quite as right as being underwater. He'd barely swum halfway to the village when Kelpius intercepted him, his friend's powerful tail propelling him through the water with graceful speed. There you are. Kelpius exclaimed. I was about to come drag you back from the air breathers myself. Has something happened? Harry asked, instantly alert to the tension in his blood brother's voice. The Deep Ones are on the move, Kelpius reported grimly. Large groups gathering near the trench. Scouts report they're performing some kind of ritual at the edge of the sunken vault. Harry's earlier conversation with Dumbledore took on new urgency. We need to tell Mercus. I have new information about the seals. They swam rapidly toward the village, where they found unusual activity, warriors gathering in formation, elders conferring in serious groups, young merfolk being ushered into more protected areas. Mercus was in the council chamber with Lorelei and several senior warriors, studying a three-dimensional map of the lake created from manipulated water that hovered in the center of the room. Harry, the chieftain acknowledged with evident relief. Your return is timely. The situation deteriorates. I heard about the Deep Ones, Harry said. But there's more. The seal failure is affecting magic beyond the lake, unicorns being killed in the forest, disturbances at wizard sites, problems with centaur and goblin magic too. Lorelei's expression grew even more troubled. As we feared. The boundary stones are all connected, drawing power from their respective domains as the primary seals weaken. The Deep Ones know this, Mercus added. They are deliberately accelerating the process with blood magic rituals at the edge of the vault. Harry frowned. But why? Even they must realize that whatever's sealed in the vault is dangerous to everyone, including them. They believe they can control it, Lorelei explained. Or rather, their leaders have convinced them they can. They see the power in the vault as a weapon to cleanse the lake of human influence, meaning you and anyone who supports you. But that's insane, Harry protested. From everything we've learned, the power in the vault can't be controlled that way. It would consume everything. Fanaticism rarely heeds rational warnings, Mercus said grimly. More concerning is that they appear to have help, magic that is neither mere in origin nor familiar to our oldest histories. A cold suspicion formed in Harry's mind. Human dark magic. Possible, Mercus nodded. The patterns of their rituals include elements unknown to us but reminiscent of descriptions in our oldest songs of human blood sorcery. Harry shared Dumbledore's concerns about Voldemort's potential involvement, watching the elders exchange troubled glances. We cannot wait any longer for the conclave to reach consensus, Mercus decided. We must act now to reinforce the seals directly, with whatever resources we have available. The boundary stones, Harry suggested, explaining what they'd discovered in the ancient text. If we can strengthen even one of the stones, it might buy more time. Lorelei considered this. The water domain stone is the only one we can reach directly. It lies at the edge of the sunken vault, in the deepest part of the trench. Exactly where the deep ones are performing their rituals, Kelpius pointed out. Mercus's expression hardened with resolve. Then we must break through their lines and reach the stone. I will lead our warriors personally. With respect, Father, Kelpius interjected, a frontal assault plays into their strengths. The deep ones outnumber us in the deeper waters, and they know the terrain better. What do you suggest? Mercus asked, not dismissively but with genuine interest in his son's strategic thinking. Kelpius looked to Harry. A small team might succeed where an army would fail. Harry's hybrid magic has proven effective against their defenses before. All eyes turned to Harry, who felt the weight of their expectations acutely. He thought about the boundary stone, about the complex magic that connected it to the other domains, about the unique position he occupied between worlds. I'll go, he said firmly. But not alone. Kelpius comes with me, our blood bond might help with the water domain magic. And we'll need Triton for protection, and Lorelei for her knowledge of the original seals. Mercus considered the proposal, his yellow eyes unreadable. A small team risks everything on a single attempt. If you fail. We won't, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. And the warriors can create a diversion to draw away some of the deep ones. After further discussion, the plan took shape. Mercus would lead a visible force toward the northern edge of Deep One territory, drawing their attention and hopefully pulling defenders away from the vault area. Meanwhile, Harry's small team would approach from the east, using a combination of mere stealth and Harry's human disillusionment charms to reach the boundary stone undetected. We move at moonrise, Mercus decided. The water currents will provide maximum cover then. As the council dispersed to prepare, Lorelei pulled Harry aside. There's something you should know before we attempt this, she said quietly. The boundary stones respond most strongly to the magic of those who created them. The water domain stone was primarily crafted by your mother's ancestors. Harry stared at her in shock. My mother? What are you talking about? Lily Evans came from a line of water witches, humans with unusual affinity for water magic. Not widely known or acknowledged in recent generations, but recorded in our histories. Her ancestors helped craft the water domain boundary stone. Why didn't you tell me this before? Harry demanded, stunned by this revelation about his heritage. It was not certain until recently, Lorelei explained. When I examined the ancient records more closely after your remarkable adaptation to the breath of the lake ritual. A normal human child should not have survived that transformation so completely. Your mother's bloodline is likely why you did. Harry's mind reeled with implications. His unusual affinity for water magic, his seemingly natural ability to blend human and mare techniques, even his body's extreme adaptation to underwater life, all potentially connected to a heritage he'd never known about. This is why the boundary stone might respond to you specifically, Lorelei continued. Blood calls to blood, magic to magic. If anyone can reinforce the water domain seal temporarily, it would be you. Kelpius approached, sensing Harry's emotional turmoil through their bond. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, Harry said slowly. Just, unexpected family history. He briefly explained what Lorelei had revealed. Kelpius grinned, showing his pointed teeth. So you were meant to be one of us all along. That explains a lot. Despite the gravity of their situation, Harry couldn't help smiling at his brother's simple acceptance. I guess it does. Triton joined them, carrying additional weapons and supplies. We should rest before moonrise, he advised. The journey to the deep trench will tax even your enhanced stamina, Harry. Harry nodded, though he doubted he could sleep with so much on his mind, his mother's previously unknown connection to water magic, the imminent dangerous mission, and the lurking question of Voldemort's possible involvement in the Deep One's activities. As he swam toward his dwelling to prepare, Harry's thoughts drifted to his friends at Hogwarts, wondering if he should have left some message for them in case things went wrong. But there hadn't been time, and what could he have said anyway? Gone to fight fanatical Merpeople and possibly Voldemort's agents in the deepest part of the lake. Don't wait up. The thought brought a grim smile to his face. If nothing else, straddling two worlds had given him a certain perspective on the absurdity of his situation. Moonrise transformed the lake, its light penetrating the water in shifting columns that created a complex pattern of illumination and shadow. Harry's team gathered at the village edge, each carrying only essential equipment to maximize speed and stealth. Mercus approached, his warrior regalia marking him clearly as a chieftain prepared for battle. The diversion force is ready, he informed them. We will draw their attention for as long as possible, but you must move quickly once the path is clear. He clasped arms with Kelpius in the traditional warrior farewell. Fight with courage, my son. And you, father, Kelpius responded formally. Mercus turned to Harry next, his expression solemn. You carry the hopes of both your peoples, Harry of the Black Lake. Let your dual nature be your strength, not your division. I will, Harry promised, touched by the chieftain's words. With a final nod to Lorelei and Triton, Mercus departed to join his warriors. Soon after, they observed the diversion force moving out, an impressive array of Mer warriors armed with traditional weapons and glowing with battle magic. They'll approach from the north with maximum visibility, Triton explained. Drawing eyes and forces away from the eastern approach to the trench. We wait for the signal. The signal came 20 minutes later, a distinctive pattern of vibrations through the water that meant the diversion had successfully engaged the Deep One's attention. Without hesitation, their small team set out, swimming close to the lake bed where shadows would provide additional concealment. Harry led with his senses extended to their maximum range, using his water-listening ability to detect potential patrols or sentries. Kelpius flanked him on the left, with Triton on the right and Lorelei following closely behind, carrying the specialized materials they would need for the reinforcement ritual. Their approach went smoothly for the first half of the journey. The sounds of distant underwater combat reached them, evidence that Mercus's diversion was working. But as they neared the eastern edge of Deep One territory, Harry detected movement ahead. Patrol, he whispered, signaling the others to halt. 2, maybe 3 Deep Ones. Moving in a standard sweep pattern. Can we go around? Kelpius asked. Harry shook his head. Not without a major detour. And we're running out of time, the diversion can't hold forever. I'll handle them, Triton decided, drawing his bone knife. Wait for my signal. Before they could protest, the warrior swam off, deliberately creating a small disturbance in the water some distance from their position. The patrol immediately changed course to investigate, just as Triton had intended. Now, Harry urged, leading them quickly past while the Deep Ones were distracted. They continued toward the trench, the water growing colder and darker as they descended. Eventually, they reached the precipitous drop-off that marked the beginning of the deep trench, a vast underwater canyon that plunged into darkness. The boundary stone lies at the 3rd level, Lorelei informed them, pointing to a barely visible ledge far below. Near where the vault entrance was sealed. Harry stared down into the abyss, remembering his previous adventure retrieving books from a much higher level of the trench. This would take them far deeper, into pressures and temperatures that would challenge even their adapted bodies. I don't see any guards, Kelpius noted, peering into the gloom. They wouldn't need many this deep, Triton replied, rejoining them silently. The pressure and cold are deterrents enough for most. We should use the pressure shield spell, Lorelei suggested. Combining mare and human approaches might create a more effective barrier. Harry nodded, drawing his wand. While functioning underwater was challenging for most wizard implements, his specially crafted coral-infused wand performed nearly as well below the surface as above. He and Lorelei worked in tandem, her mere magic weaving with his incantation to create a flexible bubble of normalized pressure around them. It won't last indefinitely, Lorelei warned. Perhaps an hour at most. We must work quickly once we reach the stone. The descent was eerily quiet, broken only by the sound of their movement through the increasingly dense water. The pressure shield spell created a strange visual effect around them, a faint, shimmering boundary that distorted the view slightly, like looking through old glass. As they passed the second level, the depth where Harry had previously encountered the sunken ship, he noticed unusual patterns of bioluminescence on the trench walls. Glowing symbols pulsed with an eerie rhythm that seemed almost like a heartbeat. Those weren't here before, he whispered to Lorelei. What are they? Warning signs, she replied grimly. The Deep One's magic is older and darker than what we practice in the village. These mark ritual boundaries, crossing them will alert them to our presence. Can we disable them? Not without significant time and energy. We must pass carefully between them. The patterns indicate gaps in the detection network. Under Lorelei's guidance, they navigated through the glowing symbols, careful never to cross the invisible lines of force that connected them. The process slowed their descent considerably, but eventually they reached the third level without triggering any alarms. The ledge Lorelei had indicated came into view, a broad, flat area carved directly into the trench wall. In its center stood a structure that immediately drew Harry's attention, a stone pillar approximately 7 feet tall, covered in intricate carvings that glowed with a faint blue light. The water domain boundary stone, Lorelei confirmed. But they weren't alone. A small group of Deep Ones surrounded the stone, 3 warriors and what appeared to be some kind of priest or shaman, judging by the elaborate decorations and ritual implements they carried. More disturbing was the figure beside them, definitely not a Deep One. Though distorted by the water and partially concealed by flowing black robes, the shape was unmistakably human. A wizard, Harry whispered in shock. Here, working with the Deep Ones. Triton's expression darkened. This confirms our worst fears. Human dark magic aiding their efforts. We can't take them head-on, Kelpius assessed. Not without alerting others. Harry studied the scene, noting the ritual in progress. The Deep One shaman was channeling some kind of energy into the boundary stone, while the robed wizard performed complementary gestures with a wand. The stone's blue glow flickered erratically, weakening visibly with each pulse of their combined magic. They're deliberately destabilizing the stone, Lorelei whispered, horror in her voice. If they succeed, the entire seal network could collapse, Harry finished. We need a distraction that won't bring reinforcements. An idea formed in his mind, risky, but potentially effective. Kelpius, remember how we escaped from the Deep One's settlement months ago? His blood brother grinned in understanding. The surface breach. You want to do that again? Similar concept, different application, Harry explained quickly. I'll create a focused water jet aimed at the ritual area. Strong enough to disrupt their magic but controlled enough to seem like a natural pressure event, a sudden upwell from the depths. While they're disoriented, Triton and I can neutralize the warriors, Kelpius suggested. And I'll begin the reinforcement ritual immediately, Lorelei added. It wasn't much of a plan, but they had little choice. The boundary stone's glow was fading rapidly under the combined assault of Deep One and human dark magic. Harry positioned himself carefully, concealed behind a rock formation but with clear line of sight to the ritual area. Drawing his wand, he focused his magic, not just wizard magic channeled through the wand, but his mere abilities as well, the water manipulation techniques he'd practiced for years. Aqua Eructo, he whispered, but instead of allowing the spell to manifest normally, he shaped and directed it through his mere senses, creating something new, a hybrid spell that responded to his unique magical signature. The result was precisely what he'd hoped for. A powerful surge of water erupted from the depths beneath the ritual area, appearing to all observers like a natural phenomenon, a sudden upwell from the deepest part of the trench. The controlled jet hit the ritual area with pinpoint accuracy, sending the Deep Ones and their human ally tumbling in confusion. Kelpius and Triton launched into action immediately, swimming with incredible speed toward the disoriented warriors. The fighting that followed was brief but intense, mare against mare in a deadly underwater ballet of weapons and water magic. Harry focused on the human figure, who had recovered more quickly than the deep ones and was raising a wand toward Kelpius's unprotected back. Expelliarmus! Harry called, the disarming spell shooting from his wand with unusual force underwater. The spell connected, sending the figure's wand spinning away into the darkness of the trench. The hooded wizard turned toward Harry, and for a brief moment, their eyes met across the battlefield. A shock of recognition hit Harry like a physical blow. He knew those eyes, had seen them watching him during defense lessons, assessing, calculating. "Quirrell," he whispered. But something was wrong with the defense professor's face. It seemed to shift and distort, not just from the water's effects but as if two visages were struggling for dominance beneath the hood. Before Harry could process this disturbing sight, Quirrell made a slashing gesture with his hand. Despite being wandless, the motion generated a powerful cutting curse that sliced through the water toward Harry. Harry barely managed to dodge, the spell grazing his arm and leaving a burning gash. Quirrell shouldn't have been capable of such powerful wandless magic, few wizards were. There was no time to ponder this mystery. Triton had subdued two of the Deep One warriors, but the shaman and the third warrior were converging on Lorelei, who had reached the boundary stone and begun her reinforcement ritual. Harry swam toward them, firing stunning spells that forced the Deep Ones to scatter. Kelpius appeared from behind, tackling the remaining warrior in a flurry of bubbles and flashing bone weapons. Meanwhile, Quirrell, or whoever he truly was, had retrieved his wand from where it had landed on the ledge and was approaching the boundary stone with clear intent to stop Lorelei's work. Harry intercepted him, placing himself directly between the disguised professor and the stone. "It's over," he called. "Dumbledore knows what you're doing." A cold laugh emanated from beneath the hood, a sound that seemed impossibly to come from Quirrell's mouth. "Foolish boy. Dumbledore suspects but knows nothing. Just as you understand nothing of what you've stumbled into." The voice was wrong, deeper, more confident than Quirrell's nervous stutter. A horrible suspicion formed in Harry's mind. "You're not Quirrell," he said. "Not just Quirrell, anyway." "Perceptive," the voice acknowledged. "Perhaps there is more to you than your unusual physical adaptations." Harry maintained his defensive position, wand ready. "Why are you helping the Deep Ones destabilize the seals? Whatever's in the vault can't be controlled, it will destroy everything. Control is not the goal, boy. Release is. What sleeps in the vault holds the key to restoring what was lost, to making whole what was shattered." As the figure spoke, it raised a hand to its hood, slowly pulling it back to reveal Quirrell's face. But the defense professor's expression was blank, almost trance-like, and as Harry watched in horror, Quirrell began to turn, revealing the back of his head. What Harry saw there would haunt his nightmares for years to come. Another face protruded from the back of Quirrell's skull, pale, snake-like, with glowing red eyes and slits for nostrils. A face from the darkest legends of the wizarding world. "Voldemort," Harry breathed, the name catching in his throat. The grotesque mouth twisted into a smile. "So you know me. Good. Then you understand the futility of resistance." Behind them, Lorelei's ritual was progressing. The boundary stone's blue glow had stabilized and was gradually strengthening. Kelpius and Triton had subdued all three Deep One warriors and were now focusing on restraining the shaman. "Your friends believe they can reverse the damage," Voldemort observed. "They are wrong. The process has advanced too far. The vault will open, with or without this stone's failure." "Then why are you still trying to stop us?" Harry challenged, buying time for Lorelei to complete her work. "Because the water domain must fail first," Voldemort explained with chilling patience. "The sequence matters. Water, earth, air, fire. The elements must unravel in proper order for the power to emerge in a form I can harness." Harry's mind raced, connecting pieces of information, the specific attacks on unicorns, Earth-aligned creatures, the disturbances in different magical domains, the careful targeting of this particular boundary stone. You're trying to shape how the power escapes, he realized. To direct it into yourself. Very good, Voldemort's face smiled grotesquely. Quirrell's research into elemental magic proved most useful. As did your Merpeople's ancient enemies with their convenient hatred of human-mare collaboration. Harry felt a surge of anger. You manipulated the Deep Ones. Made them believe they could control the power themselves. They served their purpose, as tools always do. Now stand aside, Water Child. I have indulged this conversation long enough. Harry. Lorelei called urgently. The stone is responding, but it needs more power, power from your bloodline. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Ah, so that's why you've been able to survive underwater. Lily's blood. The Evans Water Witch lineage. How ironic. Before Harry could respond, Quirrell's body lunged forward with inhuman speed, grabbing Harry's injured arm. Pain beyond anything he'd experienced before exploded where those fingers touched his skin. But something else happened simultaneously. Quirrell/Voldemort recoiled as if burned, smoke actually rising from his hand despite being underwater. What is this magic? Voldemort hissed in evident pain. Harry didn't waste the opportunity. Breaking free, he swam to the boundary stone where Lorelei worked, placing his hands on the ancient surface as she instructed. The moment his skin contacted the stone, a connection formed, deeper and more profound than any magical interaction he'd experienced before. He felt the stone recognizing him, acknowledging his blood, his dual nature, his place in the pattern. Images flashed through his mind, a red-haired woman with his green eyes, working complex water magic by a different lake, ancient Merpeople and human water witches crafting the boundary stone together, the original sealing of the vault, power beyond comprehension being contained through the combined efforts of 4 magical traditions. Channel your magic through the stone, Lorelei instructed. Both kinds, human and mare. Harry focused, drawing on everything he'd learned in both worlds. The water manipulation techniques from years of mare training. The structured spellwork from Hogwarts. The wild, instinctive magic that had saved him from drowning as a child. The protective power that had just burned Voldemort's touch. He felt the boundary stone drinking it all in, its glow intensifying from pale blue to brilliant azure. The carvings on its surface began to shine, patterns activating in sequences that rippled outward. Behind them, Voldemort screamed in fury. Stop them. The Deep One shaman broke free from Triton's hold and launched toward Harry and Lorelei, ritual dagger raised. But Kelpius intercepted him, their collision sending both tumbling across the ledge. Harry maintained his focus on the stone, feeling it growing stronger beneath his hands. But something was happening to him as well, his body was changing, adapting once more, but differently than before. The scales on his arms began to glow with the same azure light as the stone. His gills pulsed with increased efficiency. The webbing between his fingers extended further, becoming more fin-like. What's happening to me? He gasped. The stone recognizes you as its rightful keeper, Lorelei explained, her voice filled with wonder. It's enhancing your natural adaptations. Harry felt power building within the stone, within himself, the two becoming temporarily linked through blood and magic. Through this connection, he sensed the other boundary stones scattered across magical domains, one deep in the Forbidden Forest, one in the heart of Gringotts Bank, one hidden somewhere within Hogwarts itself. All were weakened, all were straining, but as the water domain stone strengthened under Harry's influence, it began to support its fellows, reinforcing the entire network. Voldemort must have sensed this too. With a howl of rage, Quirrell's body pointed its wand directly at Harry. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse, recognizable even to Harry who had never seen it before, shot through the water, its sickly green light illuminating the trench in a horrifying flash. But it never reached its target. Triton threw himself into its path, his body intercepting the spell meant for Harry. The brave warrior convulsed once as the curse struck him, then drifted motionless in the water, his eyes empty and staring. "No!" Kelpius screamed, abandoning his fight with the shaman to swim to Triton's side. Grief and rage surged through Harry, feeding into the boundary stone and amplifying its power. The azure glow exploded outward in a shockwave that knocked everyone back, Deep Ones, Voldemort/Quirrell, even Kelpius and Lorelei. Harry alone remained connected to the stone, his body now glowing with the same light, his transformation progressing further. Finger-like fins emerged from his forearms. His legs began to merge slightly at the thighs, not forming a full tail but developing a more streamlined form. Through his connection to the stone, Harry reached out to the water itself, all the water of the Black Lake, every current, every pressure, every living thing within it. He felt it respond to his call, ancient magic recognizing one of its own. "The lake is mine," he said, his voice carrying a resonance that wasn't entirely his own. "You are not welcome here, fragment of Tom Riddle." Voldemort's face contorted with shock and fury. "What are you becoming?" "What I was always meant to be," Harry answered, though he wasn't entirely sure what that meant even as the words left his mouth. With a gesture that combined mere water shaping and wizard spellcasting, Harry summoned the lake's power. A massive current formed around Quirrell's body, spinning faster and tighter until it completely encased the possessed professor in a prison of controlled water. "This isn't over, Potter," Voldemort's voice hissed, distorted by the water vortex. "There are other ways to access the vault. Other boundary stones to break." "Not today," Harry replied. With another gesture, he sent the water prison shooting upward through the trench, carrying Quirrell/Voldemort far away from the boundary stone and toward the lake's surface. As the immediate threat receded, Harry turned his attention to the remaining Deep Ones. The warriors were still unconscious from the magical shockwave, but the shaman was recovering, reaching for a fallen ritual implement. "Enough," Harry said, his voice still carrying that strange dual resonance. "The water domain is secured. Return to your people and tell them the truth about what your human ally intended, not to help you purify the lake, but to release a power that would destroy you along with everyone else." The shaman hesitated, then slowly lowered his hand. "What are you?" he asked, genuine fear in his yellow eyes. "Not mare, not human. I am both," Harry answered simply. "And the boundary stone has accepted me as its guardian." The Deep Ones would be wise to respect that claim. Something in his tone, or perhaps in the azure light still emanating from his transformed body, convinced the shaman. He gathered his fallen comrades and retreated into the darkness of the trench without further resistance. As the immediate danger passed, the stone's glow began to normalize, and with it, Harry's enhanced transformation slowly reversed. The finger fins receded, his legs separated fully again, and the scales returned to their normal iridescence. The power and confidence that had filled him ebbed as well, leaving behind exhaustion and grief. Harry turned to where Kelpius knelt beside Triton's body, tears mixing with the lake water around him. "He saved my life," Harry said quietly, swimming to his blood brother's side. "He died a warrior's death," Lorelei said solemnly. "Protecting not just you, but all of us. The stone is secure now, and through it, the entire seal network has been significantly strengthened." "But for how long?" Harry asked, the weight of responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders again. "Voldemort is still out there. He said there are other ways to access the vault, other boundary stones to break." "Yes," Lorelei acknowledged. "But you've bought valuable time. The reinforcement you channeled through your bloodline connection is powerful, it will hold for months, perhaps longer. Enough time to organize a proper response across all magical communities." They carefully prepared Triton's body for transport back to the village, where he would receive the honors due to a fallen hero. As they began their ascent from the trench, Harry felt the boundary stone's magic still resonating within him, subtler now, but undeniably present, like a new layer to his already complex magical nature. "What happened to me down there?" he asked Lorelei. "The transformation, the connection to the entire lake. You accessed abilities dormant in your bloodline," she explained. The Evans water witches were powerful, but their talents became diluted through generations of marriage to non-water sensitive families. Your mother showed signs of the gift, though she likely never understood its source. In you, those abilities were magnified by your mere transformation and activated fully by direct contact with the boundary stone your ancestors helped create. Will it happen again? Perhaps, if you reconnect with the stone. But what matters is that you've been recognized as its rightful guardian, a status that spans both your heritages. The stone responds to you now as it would to no other. Harry absorbed this information, another piece of his complex identity clicking into place. Not just a boy who survived drowning, not just a wizard raised by Merpeople, but the descendant of water witches with a magical inheritance that bridged his two worlds in ways he was only beginning to understand. As they swam back toward the village, the burden of Triton's death heavy between them, Harry knew that his path had just grown more complicated, and more dangerous. Voldemort was real, active, and specifically interested in the power contained within the sunken vault. The boundary stones were targets, and Harry's connection to the water domain stone made him both more powerful and more vulnerable. And somewhere beneath all these immediate concerns lay the prophecies that had foreshadowed his role from the beginning, prophecies that now seemed to be unfolding in ways no one had anticipated. The village held a solemn ceremony for Triton, his body returned to the lake's embrace in the ancient Mer tradition. Warriors sang songs of his courage, friends shared memories of his life, and Mercus himself placed the ceremonial shells of honor upon the fallen warrior's chest before he was laid to rest in the sacred grotto where generations of merfolk heroes slept beneath the gentle currents. Harry stood beside Kelpius throughout, their blood bond transmitting waves of shared grief between them. No one blamed Harry for Triton's death, indeed, many hailed him as the savior of the water domain, but he blamed himself. Another life lost to the conflict that seemed to follow him across worlds. After the ceremony, Mercus called a council meeting to hear the complete report of what had transpired at the Boundary Stone. The elders listened in stunned silence as Harry described Voldemort's presence, his manipulation of the Deep Ones, and his plans for the power contained within the vault. "This confirms our worst fears," Mercus said gravely when Harry finished. "The Dark Wizard's return threatens both our domains." "But why would the Deep Ones work with a human Dark Wizard?" an elder asked. "Their entire philosophy revolves around isolation from human influence." "They were deceived," Harry explained. "Voldemort promised them control over the vault's power to cleanse the lake of human contamination. They didn't realize he intended to absorb that power himself." "And now?" another elder inquired. "The Boundary Stone is secure for the time being," Lorelei reported. "Harry's connection to it through his ancestral bloodline created a reinforcement stronger than any we could have hoped for. But it is not a permanent solution. We must alert Dumbledore immediately," Harry said. Voldemort was possessing Professor Quirrell, using him to move freely within Hogwarts. The school may be in danger, especially if there's a Boundary Stone hidden there as well. Mercus nodded. "Go. Take what you need. Your role as bridge between our worlds has never been more crucial." As Harry prepared to return to the surface, Kelpius approached him in the privacy of his dwelling. "I'm coming with you," his blood brother announced. Harry stared in surprise. "To the surface?" "But you've never, times change," Kelpius interrupted. "Triton died protecting the boundary between worlds. I won't dishonor his sacrifice by clinging to old prejudices. If this dark wizard threatens both our domains, then both domains must stand together. But physically, you can't breathe air, you don't have legs. Lorelei has been working on a reverse of your gillyweed extract," Kelpius explained. "A temporary transformation that would give me human-like legs and air-breathing capability. She's been developing it for emergency situations. I think this qualifies." Harry was speechless. The idea of Kelpius, who had never shown interest in the surface world, volunteering to transform himself to fight alongside Harry touched him deeply. "It won't be easy," he warned. "The surface world is complicated." "So am I," Kelpius grinned, showing his pointed teeth. "Besides, Blood brothers face danger together. That's the oath we took. Harry clasped arms with his brother in the traditional mare-warrior gesture. Together, then. As they prepared to depart, Lorelei provided them with potions, gillyweed extract for Harry as usual, and the experimental reverse formula for Kelpius. She also gave them a water stone attuned to the boundary stone's energy, which would alert them to any significant changes in its status. Be careful, she cautioned. The surface world has its own politics and prejudices. Not all will welcome a merperson in their midst, even temporarily transformed. Dumbledore will help, Harry assured her. He understands what's at stake. Before leaving, Harry made a detour to the boundary stone, swimming alone to the third level of the trench. The Deep Ones had withdrawn completely from the area, either respecting his claim as guardian or simply regrouping after their setback. The stone glowed with healthy azure light, its carvings sharp and clear. As Harry approached, he felt it respond to his presence, a gentle pulse of recognition that resonated with something in his blood, in his magic. He placed his hand on the ancient surface, feeling the connection re-establish itself. Not as overwhelming as before, but steady and reassuring. I'll protect you, he promised quietly. And everything you help contain. The stone pulsed once more beneath his palm, almost like a heartbeat acknowledging his pledge. Breaking the news of Quirrell's possession and Voldemort's plans to Dumbledore proved easier than Harry had anticipated. The headmaster listened to his account with grave attention but little surprise. I suspected something was amiss with Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore admitted. His behavior had changed subtly since his return from sabbatical. However, I did not anticipate Voldemort's direct possession. They sat in the headmaster's office, Harry, still slightly damp from his emergence from the lake, and Kelpius, experiencing his first hours on land with a mixture of discomfort and fascination. The reverse gillyweed extract had worked remarkably well, transforming his tail into functional if somewhat awkward human legs and allowing him to breathe air through temporarily formed lungs rather than gills. The connection to the boundary stones is particularly troubling, Dumbledore continued. Yes, there is indeed one hidden within Hogwarts itself, the Fire Domain Stone, concealed deep beneath the castle. Voldemort mentioned a specific sequence, Harry recalled. Water, earth, air, fire. He said the elements must unravel in proper order for him to harness the power. Suggesting he planned to target them systematically, Dumbledore nodded. Water first, at the lake's depths. Earth next, likely connected to the unicorn attacks in the forest where the Earth Domain Stone resides. Then air, probably located at a high altitude, perhaps in Centaur territory in the mountains. And finally fire, here at Hogwarts. So what do we do now? Harry asked. Voldemort escaped, though I'm not sure if he's still possessing Quirrell after what happened. Professor Quirrell has mysteriously disappeared, Dumbledore informed them. His quarters were found empty this morning. Whether he fled under Voldemort's control or was discarded once his usefulness ended remains to be seen. And the boundary stones? Kelpius spoke up, his voice rough from disuse in air. Dumbledore regarded the transformed merperson with interest. You must be Kelpius. Harry has spoken of you often. Your willingness to come to the surface demonstrates remarkable courage. Kelpius shifted uncomfortably under the headmaster's gaze. My brother faces danger. I stand with him. As for the boundary stones, Dumbledore continued, we must secure them all. Thanks to Harry's actions, the Water Domain Stone is temporarily protected. I have already contacted the Centaurs regarding the Air Domain Stone in their territory. The goblins, however, remain difficult. They acknowledge the Earth Domain Stone exists within Gringotts but insist its protection is their concern alone. And the Fire Domain Stone here at Hogwarts? Harry pressed. Already under enhanced protection, Dumbledore assured him. Though I believe we should add your unique magical signature to those wards as well, given your demonstrated connection to the Boundary Stone network. Harry nodded, remembering the power that had flowed through him at the Water Domain Stone. What about Voldemort himself? Will he try again? Undoubtedly, Dumbledore said gravely. Though perhaps not immediately. Your encounter has cost him significantly. Possession drains magical resources, and being forcibly expelled from his host by your water magic likely caused him considerable damage. My water magic? Harry repeated. You mean when I created that vortex around Quirrell? I was referring to what happened when he touched you, Dumbledore clarified. You mentioned his hand smoked, as if burned. Yes, Harry confirmed. It was right after he grabbed my injured arm. Dumbledore's eyes took on a distant, thoughtful look. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection within your blood, one that Voldemort cannot touch without experiencing extreme pain. This protection likely blended with your Water Witch heritage and mere adaptations to create something entirely new, a defensive magic unique to you. So I'm safe from him? Harry asked hopefully. From his direct touch, perhaps. But Voldemort has many other weapons at his disposal. And now he knows of your connection to the Boundary Stones, which makes you both more valuable and more threatening to his plans. The implications settled heavily on Harry's shoulders. The Boundary Stones, his mother's protection, his Water Witch bloodline, his mere adaptations, all pieces of a complex magical identity that placed him squarely in Voldemort's path. What happens next? He asked. For now, you both should rest, Dumbledore decided. I've had quarters prepared near the lake for your convenience. Tomorrow, we will begin fortifying the Fire Domain Stone with your assistance, Harry. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore added, your friends have been quite concerned. Miss Granger in particular has been researching Boundary Stones day and night since your departure. Perhaps you might wish to reassure them of your safety. Harry smiled at the thought of his Hogwarts friends. I'll find them first thing. Reuniting with Hermione, Ron, and Neville proved both heartwarming and slightly awkward. Harry's appearance had changed noticeably after his interaction with the Water Domain Stone, his scales more prominent, his eyes more reflective, small fin-like protrusions visible at his wrists. And introducing Kelpius, who despite the transformation potion still looked decidedly non-human with his yellow eyes, pointed teeth, and faintly blue-gray skin, created quite a stir. So you're Harry's blood brother? Ron asked, studying Kelpius with undisguised fascination. That's like being magically adopted, right? It's a warrior bond, Kelpius explained stiffly, still adjusting to speaking in air. Deeper than adoption. We share magical signatures, can sense each other's presence and emotions. That's absolutely fascinating. Hermione exclaimed. I've read about blood bonds in Magical Connections through the ages, but they're incredibly rare among humans now. The magical theory behind them is supposed to be extremely complex. Kelpius looked surprised at her genuine interest. Among Merpeople, they're traditional but still significant. The ritual involves synchronized magic and an exchange of blood at precisely the right moment in the tidal cycle. As the conversation continued, Harry noticed Kelpius gradually relaxing, his initial wariness of humans giving way to cautious engagement. Ron's straightforward questions and Neville's shy kindness seemed to put him at ease, while Hermione's sincere intellectual curiosity about mere culture clearly flattered him. For Harry, watching his blood brother begin to connect with his human friends created a strange sense of worlds colliding, but in a positive way, bridges forming where he'd expected only divisions. The moment of harmony was interrupted when Hermione finally broached the subject they'd all been tiptoeing around. Is it true then, she asked quietly. About Professor Quirrell? That he was, possessed by you-know-who? Harry nodded grimly. Voldemort was using him to access the Boundary Stones, trying to release whatever power is sealed in the sunken vault. Ron flinched at the name, but Neville leaned forward with unexpected intensity. And you faced him? Actually confronted him? We both did, Kelpius answered, placing a supportive hand on Harry's shoulder. Along with Lorelei and Triton, who gave his life protecting Harry from a killing curse. The human students fell silent, absorbing the reality of what had occurred beneath the lake's surface. So what happens now? Ron finally asked. Is you-know-who gone again? No, Harry said honestly. He escaped, though without quarrel. And he still wants what's in the vault. We've secured the water domain stone temporarily, but there are 3 others he might target. Including one here at Hogwarts, Hermione concluded. The fire domain stone. I found references to it in Hogwarts, a history, just hints, really, but enough to suggest it's hidden somewhere deep in the castle foundations. Dumbledore's strengthening its protections, Harry confirmed. I'm supposed to help tomorrow, since my connection to the water domain stone somehow links me to the entire network. We'll help too, Neville said with surprising firmness. Whatever way we can. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions determined. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for these friends who accepted both sides of his complex identity without question. There's one more thing, he added, sharing a look with Kelpius. Something that happened when I touched the water domain stone. A transformation, more complete than anything I've experienced before. For a moment, I was connected to the entire lake, to every drop of water in it. Your water witch bloodline, Hermione breathed. The books I found mentioned something similar. Water witches at the height of their power could commune with entire bodies of water, become one with their element temporarily. It felt right, Harry admitted. Like I was becoming what I was always meant to be. But also frightening, like I might lose myself in the water completely. You didn't, though, Kelpius reminded him. You remained Harry. Just Harry with access to deeper power. Harry nodded, drawing comfort from his blood brother's perspective. Lorelei thinks the connection is permanent now, even if the full transformation only happens when I'm in direct contact with the stone. She says I've been recognized as its guardian. That's brilliant, mate, Ron said encouragingly. Means you know who can't mess with it directly anymore, right? Hopefully, Harry agreed. But it also makes me a target. If he can't break the stone, he might try to use me to access it instead. The conversation turned to protection strategies, with Hermione suggesting research into ancient water witch defensive magic and Neville offering knowledge of magical plants that might help reinforce Harry's connection to the water element. As evening approached, Kelpius began showing signs of discomfort. The reverse gillyweed extract was wearing off, his temporary human adaptation starting to revert. We need to return to the water soon, Harry noted. Kelpius can't maintain this form much longer, and I should check on the village. Will you come back tomorrow? Hermione asked. Yes, Harry confirmed. For the ritual at the fire domain stone. And Kelpius may join us again if Lorelei can perfect the transformation potion. As they said their goodbyes, Harry felt a new sense of integration between his worlds, not perfect harmony, but the beginning of genuine understanding. His blood brother had witnessed his life at Hogwarts, met his human friends, experienced the surface world firsthand. And his Hogwarts friends had gained deeper insight into his underwater life through Kelpius's presence. The bridge between worlds was strengthening, not just through Harry himself but through these new connections forming around him. The ritual to connect Harry's magical signature to the fire domain stone's protections took place the following evening, deep beneath Hogwarts in a chamber Harry hadn't known existed. Unlike the water domain stone's exposed position on the trench ledge, this boundary stone was encased in an elaborate series of magical defenses, flames that required specific potions to pass through, flying keys that guarded locked doors, even a massive chessboard where pieces moved according to complex strategic rules. The stone was hidden here by the founders themselves, Dumbledore explained as they navigated the final obstacles. Each protection reflects an aspect of their combined magic, Gryffindor's courage, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hufflepuff's loyalty, and Slytherin's cunning. Harry and his friends followed closely, Kelpius back in the lake, unable to return to land so soon after his previous transformation, but Hermione, Ron, and Neville had been permitted to accompany Harry at his request. Dumbledore had agreed, recognizing that Harry drew strength from connections to both his worlds. The fire domain stone itself stood in a circular chamber, surrounded by a ring of ever-burning magical fire. Unlike the water domain stone's blue glow, this one radiated heat and light in pulsing waves of amber and crimson. The protections are still sound, Dumbledore observed, examining the stone carefully. But they would be stronger with your connection to the network added. Under the headmaster's guidance, Harry approached the stone, extending his hand toward its heated surface. He hesitated momentarily, recalling the intense transformation he'd experienced with the water domain stone. "Will it change me again?" he asked uncertainly. "I suspect not in the same way," Dumbledore replied thoughtfully. "The water domain stone responded to your primary elemental affinity. This one will recognize your connection to the network but not resonate so directly with your magical nature." Taking a deep breath, Harry placed his palm against the fire domain stone. Heat flowed into him immediately, not burning but intense, like standing too close to a bonfire. The stone's amber glow brightened, tendrils of fiery light extending to wrap around his arm. Images flashed through his mind, different from those he'd experienced with the water domain stone. He saw Hogwarts being built, the four founders channeling their combined magic into the creation of the Boundary Stone. He witnessed centuries of headmasters and headmistresses renewing the protections, their magic layering into the stone's complex enchantments. Finally, he saw connections, glowing threads of magic stretching out from this stone to the others. The water domain stone pulsed with healthy blue light. The earth domain stone, buried deep beneath Gringotts, glowed a steady green. But the air domain stone, located somewhere in the mountains beyond the Forbidden Forest, flickered weakly, its silvery light unstable. The air domain stone, Harry gasped, still connected to the network through his touch. "It's failing. Voldemort must be targeting it next." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. The centaurs reported unusual activity in their high mountain territory. Magical disturbances affecting the flight patterns of hippogriffs and other aerial creatures. Harry withdrew his hand from the stone, the fiery tendrils reluctantly releasing him. Unlike his experience with the water domain stone, his body remained unchanged, no transformation, no enhancement of his magical abilities. But he felt the connection to the boundary network solidify within him, a new awareness of the four elemental stones and their status. "We need to warn the centaurs," he said urgently. "If Voldemort breaks the air domain stone after failing with water, he would still need the earth and fire domains to fully release the vault's power," Dumbledore pointed out. "But yes, each failure weakens the entire network. I will contact the centaur elders immediately." As they left the chamber, retracing their path through the elaborate defenses, Harry's mind raced with implications. The boundary stones formed a magical system more complex than he'd initially understood, not just four separate seals but an interconnected network that maintained balance across elemental domains. "Harry," Hermione said quietly as they climbed back toward the main castle, "I've been thinking about what you described, about how you felt connected to the entire lake when you touched the water domain stone." "What about it?" he asked. "Well, you have a natural affinity for water magic because of your bloodline and your mere adaptations. But what if you could extend that connection to the other elemental domains too? Not as strongly, perhaps, but enough to help stabilize the entire network." Harry considered this. Like becoming a living connection between all four boundary stones. "Exactly." Hermione nodded enthusiastically. The books describe ancient practitioners who could channel multiple elemental affinities, though usually with one primary element. If you could develop even limited connections to earth, air, and fire magic, it could help reinforce the entire seal, Harry finished her thought. "But I wouldn't even know where to begin with other elements." "We could help," Neville offered unexpectedly. "I work with plants all the time, they're connected to earth magic. I could show you some techniques Professor Sprout taught me about grounding magical energy. And my brothers Charlie and Bill know about air and fire magic," Ron added. "Charlie works with dragons, that's about as fire elemental as it gets. And Bill's a curse breaker who uses air current magic for detecting traps in ancient tombs. They might have suggestions if I write to them." Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward his friends. That would be brilliant. "We need every advantage against Voldemort. First, though," Hermione cautioned, you should learn more about your primary element. If water is your natural affinity, mastering it completely will give you a stronger foundation for branching into other elemental magics. Harry nodded, thinking of the remarkable connection he'd felt with the lake during his transformation. I need to speak with Lorelei and the elders about traditional water witch techniques. There might be aspects of water magic neither Mare nor standard wizard training covers. As they emerged into the main castle, Dumbledore was already departing to contact the centaurs, his expression concerned but determined. Harry watched him go, wondering if they were already too late to prevent Voldemort's next move. For the next week, Harry divided his time between intensive water magic training with Lorelei and the village elders, experimental work with his friends on expanding his elemental awareness, and regular checks on the water domain boundary stone. The reinforcement he provided held strong, but he could sense through his connection to the network that the air domain stone continued to weaken despite the centaur's efforts to protect it. Kelpius participated when he could, though he remained primarily in the lake, unable to transform again so soon after his first surface visit. The experience had changed him nonetheless. He spoke of humans with less dismissiveness, asked questions about surface magic, and even suggested ways to adapt Mare techniques to work in conjunction with wizard spells. The bridge between worlds was widening, not just through Harry but through all those connected to him. Then came the night everything changed. Harry woke in his lake dwelling to a sensation of wrongness, a disturbance in the water that went beyond physical currents. Something fundamental had shifted in the magical balance he'd grown attuned to since his connection to the boundary network. Swimming rapidly to the village center, he found Mercus and the elders already gathered, their expressions grave. You feel it too, Mercus noted, seeing Harry's distress. The air domain stone, Harry confirmed. It's fallen, hasn't it? Lorelei nodded solemnly. Word came from the surface an hour ago. The centaurs fought bravely but were overwhelmed by a combination of human dark wizards and creatures corrupted by proximity to the failing stone. The air domain is now open, its power feeding into the vault stirring. 2 elements breached, 2 remaining, Mercus summarized grimly. Earth and fire. But I reinforced the water domain, Harry protested. Doesn't that still count as sealed? Your reinforcement holds for now, Lorelei explained. But with air fallen, the strain on the remaining stones increases exponentially. Water will hold longer than it would have without your intervention, but not indefinitely. We need to warn Dumbledore, Harry decided. The fire domain stone at Hogwarts will be Voldemort's next target after Earth. There's more, Mercus said gravely. The Deep Ones have begun moving again, gathering at the borders of our territory. Their shaman sends a message, they wish to parley. Harry frowned in suspicion. After everything that happened? Why would they want to talk now? They claim to have information about the human dark wizard's plans, Mercus replied. Information they will share only with the Guardian of Waters, meaning you, Harry. It could be a trap, Kelpius warned, joining them after hearing the commotion. Almost certainly, Harry agreed. But if there's even a chance they know something useful about Voldemort's next move. Decision made, Harry prepared to meet with the Deep One representatives at a neutral boundary point. Kelpius insisted on accompanying him despite Harry's concerns about another confrontation with the Merpeople who had kidnapped his blood brother months earlier. Triton died protecting you, Kelpius said firmly. I won't honor his sacrifice by letting you face danger alone now. The meeting place was a stone arch formed naturally by ancient volcanic activity, considered sacred and neutral ground by all lake dwellers. The Deep Ones arrived in force, a delegation of warriors flanking their chief shaman, the same one who had participated in the ritual at the boundary stone. Harry of the Black Lake, Guardian of Waters, the shaman greeted formally. We meet again under the truce of the sacred arch. Speak your piece, Harry replied, maintaining a wary distance. You claim to have information about the Dark Wizard. The shaman's expression was difficult to read, but Harry sensed genuine turmoil beneath his formal demeanor. We were deceived, he admitted finally. The surface dweller promised us purification, or return to ancient ways. Instead, He used our rituals to advance his own power. You're only realizing this now? Kelpius asked skeptically. After one of our best warriors died stopping you. The shaman bowed his head slightly. Pride blinded us. Hatred of human influence made us vulnerable to manipulation by the very force we claimed to oppose. What information do you offer? Harry pressed, moving past recriminations to the immediate concern. The Dark One's next target is not what you believe, the shaman revealed. Yes, he breached the air domain stone in the mountains. But he does not move against earth or fire next. Instead, he seeks a fifth stone, one forgotten by most. Harry exchanged confused glances with Kelpius. Fifth stone. The boundary network has 4 domains: water, earth, air, and fire. Those are the primary domains, the shaman corrected. But the original sealing included a fifth element, spirit. A central stone that anchors the others. It was hidden separately, its location known only to the original creators. And Voldemort has discovered this location? Harry asked, a chill running through him despite the lake's warmth. We believe so. Before we severed ties with his servant, we heard talk of a hidden chamber beneath your surface dweller school, a place connected to the founder who spoke with serpents. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry breathed, recalling a legend Hermione had mentioned from Hogwarts, a history. Said to be Salazar Slytherin's secret room somewhere in the castle. The Dark One cannot access it directly while your Dumbledore maintains the school's protections, the shaman continued. But he seeks another way in, through you. Me? Why would I help him access this chamber? Not willingly, the shaman clarified. He plans to use your connection to the boundary network, combined with your unique dual nature, to bypass the chamber's protections. The entrance requires a specific gift, serpent speech, which you do not possess. But your connection to the water domain stone might be manipulated to breach the chamber through the school's plumbing system. Harry's mind raced with implications. If what the Deep One shaman said was true, Voldemort's ultimate target wasn't the individual boundary stones but a central fifth element that controlled them all. And somehow, he planned to use Harry's own connection to the network against it. Why tell us this now? Kelpius demanded. After all your people have done to help the Dark Wizard. The shaman's yellow eyes fixed on Harry. Because some songs transcend tribal hatred. The oldest prophecies speak of the Water Child who bridges worlds as both the greatest threat to our isolation and the only hope against the darkness beneath. We chose wrong. Now we seek to correct our error. By warning us of Voldemort's true plan, Harry concluded. The shaman nodded. We cannot undo the damage already done to the air domain. But perhaps you can prevent what comes next. We need to return to the surface immediately, Harry told Kelpius after the Deep Ones departed. If Voldemort is targeting a fifth stone hidden in the Chamber of Secrets. Hogwarts itself is in danger, Kelpius finished. Not just the fire domain stone but this spirit domain anchor as well. They swam rapidly back to the village to inform Mercus and prepare for an urgent return to the surface. As Harry gathered his things, including his wand and several vials of enhanced gillyweed extract, Lorelei approached with a small, ancient-looking bottle. I've improved the reverse transformation potion for Kelpius, she said. This version should last a full day and cause less discomfort. You're coming too, Harry realized, noting her own preparations. Lorelei nodded. If a fifth boundary stone exists, my knowledge of the original sealing may prove useful. Besides, I've grown curious about your surface school after hearing so much about it. With Mercus's blessing, the three set off for the surface, Harry, Kelpius, and Lorelei, each taking their respective potions as they neared the shore. Harry felt the familiar discomfort of his gills sealing and lungs reconfiguring, while Kelpius and Lorelei experienced the more dramatic transformation from tail to legs. They emerged onto the moonlit shore near Hagrid's hut, Kelpius and Lorelei taking their first uncertain steps on land. Despite the urgency of their mission, Harry couldn't help feeling a moment of significance. representatives of his underwater family voluntarily coming to the surface world to help protect both domains. The castle loomed ahead, most windows dark at this late hour. But light still shone from the headmaster's tower. Dumbledore worked late, as usual. Harry led his companions toward the main entrance, hoping their unusual appearance wouldn't cause too much alarm if they encountered anyone en route. They were halfway across the grounds when a piercing cry echoed from the forbidden forest, not an animal sound but something between a scream and a howl, filled with rage and triumph. What was that? Kelpius asked, his newly formed legs tensing as if ready to flee back to the water. Nothing good, Harry replied grimly. Come on, we need to reach Dumbledore. They hurried forward, but before they could reach the castle steps, the ground beneath them trembled. A faint glow emerged from the direction of the forest, sickly green light pulsing in unnatural rhythm. The Earth Domain stone, Lorelei whispered in horror. He's breached it already. Another shock wave rippled through the ground, stronger this time. Windows in the castle rattled, and several students' faces appeared, peering out at the disturbance. 3 elements breached, Harry said, his connection to the boundary network flaring with pain inside him. Only fire remains fully sealed. And the spirit domain anchor, Lorelei reminded him. If the Deep One spoke truly. They resumed their urgent path to the castle, Harry leading his mare family up the stone steps and through the massive doors into Hogwarts. The entrance hall was empty at this hour, but light and voices came from the direction of the Great Hall. Following the sounds, they found Dumbledore already gathering the staff, his expression grave as he issued instructions. The headmaster looked up as they entered, mild surprise crossing his face at the sight of Kelpius and Lorelei. Harry, he greeted. I see you've brought reinforcements. You felt it too, then. The Earth Domain stone has fallen, Harry confirmed. But that's not why we came. There's more you need to know, about a 5th boundary stone and Voldemort's true target. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. A 5th stone. Interesting. Let us continue this discussion in my office, away from concerned ears. As they followed the headmaster, Harry spotted Hermione, Ron, and Neville huddled near the staff table, clearly having been awakened by the disturbance. He caught their eyes and gestured for them to join, knowing their knowledge and support would be valuable. In Dumbledore's office, Harry quickly introduced Kelpius and Lorelei to those who hadn't met them before, explaining what the Deep One shaman had revealed about the Spirit Domain Anchor Stone and its possible location in the Chamber of Secrets. Most illuminating, Dumbledore mused when Harry finished. The existence of a central anchor would explain much about the boundary network's remarkable resilience over the centuries. And its location in Salazar's chamber. Yes, that aligns with certain historical accounts of the Founder's final fallout. You believe the Deep One's information? Professor McGonagall asked skeptically. I do, Harry replied firmly. They were deceived by Voldemort, used for their ancient ritual knowledge. Now they're trying to make amends by warning us of his true plan. Which is to use Harry's connection to the boundary network to access this central stone, Hermione summarized, her mind working rapidly as always. But how exactly? Presumably by forcing him to open the chamber somehow, Dumbledore suggested. Though as the shaman noted, that would typically require the ability to speak Parseltongue, the language of serpents, which Harry does not possess. Unless. Lorelei began thoughtfully, studying Harry with her healer's eye. The connection you formed with the Water Domain stone has changed your magical signature in subtle ways. Combined with your Water Witch bloodline and the power Voldemort inadvertently transferred to you when his killing curse rebounded, it's possible he could use these connections to force an alignment between your magic and the chamber's requirements. You're suggesting Voldemort might be able to temporarily grant Harry the ability to open the chamber? McGonagall asked, alarmed. Or compel his magic to interact with the chamber's protections in ways that bypass the normal requirements, Lorelei clarified. Harry felt a chill at the thought of Voldemort manipulating his magical connection to the boundary stones, a connection that had already changed him physically and tied him to an ancient power network spanning multiple magical domains. Then we must protect Harry, Dumbledore decided. And simultaneously prepare for an attack on the fire domain stone here in the castle. With 3 elements already breached, Voldemort may attempt to complete the sequence before moving against the central anchor. I should return to the lake, Harry suggested. If Voldemort needs me to access the chamber, he would simply pursue you there, Dumbledore countered gently. No, I believe our best strategy is to keep you here, protected by Hogwarts' considerable defenses, while we attempt to locate the chamber ourselves. If we can find and secure the spirit domain anchor before Voldemort forces your involvement. But no one's found the chamber in centuries of searching, Hermione pointed out. How would we succeed now? Because now we understand what we're truly looking for, Dumbledore explained. Not just Slytherin's mythical monster lair, but the housing of a fundamental magical artifact that anchors 4 elemental boundaries. That changes the magical signature we should be tracking. As Dumbledore outlined a plan for systematic magical scanning of the castle, Harry's scar suddenly flared with pain, sharp and burning like never before. He gasped, clutching his forehead. Harry. Kelpius moved to his side immediately, supporting him as he swayed. He's coming, Harry managed through gritted teeth. Voldemort, he's close. I can feel him somehow. Dumbledore's expression grew even more serious. The connection between you grows stronger as he regains power from each breached boundary stone. We must move quickly. Before they could implement any part of their plan, however, the castle shook violently. A massive explosion seemed to come from deep below their feet, and the magical artifacts in Dumbledore's office began spinning, shrieking, and emitting colored smoke. The fire domain stone, Dumbledore whispered, his usual calm finally breaking. He's breached it already. That's impossible, McGonagall protested. The protections, the obstacles, weakened by the collapse of the other 3 domains, Lorelei explained, her face pale. The network's integrity depends on balanced elemental forces. With water temporarily stabilized but air and earth fallen, fire couldn't hold alone. Another tremor shook the castle, and Harry's connection to the boundary network blazed with pain inside him. Through it, he sensed something massive awakening, a power stirring beneath the lake, beneath the school, beneath the forest. Something ancient and neither good nor evil but immensely powerful, responding to the systemic failure of its containment. 4 elements breached, he gasped. Only the central anchor remains. And that is precisely what I require your assistance to access, Harry Potter, came a cold, high voice from the office doorway. They spun to find a figure standing there, not Quirrell this time, but a tall, pale man with snake-like features and glowing red eyes. Lord Voldemort, no longer possessing another but manifesting in a body of his own, though one that looked partially formed, as if still in transition. How did you get past the school's protections? Dumbledore demanded, his wand appearing in his hand with remarkable speed. Voldemort smiled thinly. Your protective enchantments are tied to the same elemental forces as the boundary stones, Dumbledore. As they fail, so too does Hogwarts' vaunted security. His red eyes fixed on Harry. You've been most helpful, Water Child. Your reinforcement of the water domain stone actually made my work easier, it allowed me to focus on breaking the other domains in the precise sequence required. I'll never help you access the central anchor, Harry declared, drawing his own wand despite the trembling in his hand. You misunderstand, Voldemort replied with chilling calm. I don't need your cooperation. Merely your presence. He raised his wand, not toward Harry but toward Kelpius and Lorelei. Your Mare family means something to you, doesn't they? Enough that you would sacrifice much to preserve them. Harry stepped protectively in front of his blood brother and Mare mother, rage building inside him. Don't touch them. Then come with me, willingly, to the chamber, Voldemort offered. Your friends remain unharmed, and I gain access to what I seek. A fair exchange. Don't listen, Harry, Kelpius urged. He'll kill them anyway once he has what he wants. Dumbledore moved with surprising speed for his age, placing himself between Voldemort and the others. You will not take Harry anywhere, Tom. Your pattern of elemental breaching has weakened Hogwarts temporarily, but my personal power remains intact. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's inhuman features. Even in his strengthened state, he clearly recognized Dumbledore as a formidable opponent. Perhaps a demonstration, then, Voldemort said softly. Of what awaits if the central anchor is not released in a controlled manner. He made a complex gesture with his wand, speaking words in a language Harry didn't recognize but which made Lorelei gasp in recognition. Ancient binding speech, she whispered. He's attempting to forcibly connect. Before she could finish, pain exploded through Harry's body, not from his scar this time but from his very core, from the magical connection he'd formed with the boundary network. He felt as if invisible hooks had latched onto something inside him and were pulling, stretching his magical essence towards something deep beneath the castle. Stop! Dumbledore commanded, raising his wand toward Voldemort. A powerful spell shot forth, golden light that should have incapacitated its target instantly. But Voldemort merely flicked his wand, and the spell dissipated against a shield of swirling elemental energy, water, earth, air, and fire combined in unnatural harmony. The power of 3 broken domains flows through me now, Voldemort explained. Only the central anchor remains to be claimed. And young Harry here is going to help me locate it, whether he wishes to or not. The pulling sensation intensified, and Harry felt his consciousness being dragged downward, through stone and earth, towards something ancient and powerful that resonated with the magical signature he'd gained from the water domain stone. His friends moved to help him, Hermione and Ron grabbing his arms, Neville standing protectively before him, Kelpia supporting his back as he swayed. Lorelei began a counterchant in Mare language, trying to stabilize his connection to his own body. But the pulling continued, and Harry felt himself slipping away, not physically but magically, his awareness being forced toward the chamber and whatever lay hidden within it. Through the haze of pain and magical displacement, Harry made a desperate decision. If Voldemort was using his connection to the boundary stones to force him toward the central anchor, perhaps he could use that same connection differently, not to resist the pull but to redirect it. Focusing on the feeling of the water domain stone, on the moment when he'd felt connected to the entire lake, Harry embraced the magical current dragging at his essence. But instead of allowing it to pull him toward the chamber, he channeled it through his water affinity, through the blood of water witches that ran in his veins. Power surged through him, familiar blue-green light emanating from his skin as his partial transformation activated again. His gills reopened despite the gillyweed extract, scales spread more completely across his body, and the finger fins extended from his forearms. What are you doing? Voldemort demanded, sensing the shift in magical currents. Taking control, Harry gasped, his voice resonating with that same dual tone he'd experienced at the water domain stone. Through his enhanced connection to water magic, Harry sensed every pipe, every reservoir, every drop of moisture in Hogwarts. The castle's plumbing system mapped itself in his mind, and there, at a junction point in the lowest level, he felt something that didn't belong. An entrance disguised as ordinary plumbing but radiating ancient magic similar to the boundary stones. The chamber entrance, he whispered. It's in a bathroom, the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Voldemort's eyes widened in surprise, clearly he hadn't expected Harry to identify the location so quickly. But his shock turned to triumph almost immediately. Perfect, he hissed. Now you will open it for me. I don't speak Parseltongue, Harry reminded him, still fighting to maintain control of the magical current flowing through him. You don't need to, Voldemort replied. The transformation you've undergone, this hybrid state between human and mare, creates a magical resonance that will respond to the chamber's protections differently. Slytherin designed his sanctuary to recognize not just serpent speakers but those with affinity for water in its purest magical form. As much as Harry wanted to deny it, he felt the truth in Voldemort's words. His connection to water magic, enhanced by his interaction with the boundary stone, created a pathway that bypassed the chamber's standard protections. I won't do it, Harry insisted, though his body trembled with the effort of containing the power flowing through him. You already are, Voldemort observed coldly. Your magical signature is activating the entrance even now, from a distance. The only question is whether you will witness what happens next. With a sudden flick of his wand, Voldemort created a magical vortex that engulfed himself, Harry, and, caught by proximity, Kelpius, who still supported his blood brother. Before anyone could react, the vortex collapsed inward, transporting the three of them away from Dumbledore's office. They rematerialized in a bathroom Harry vaguely recognized. The one Hermione had mentioned was haunted by a ghost called Moaning Myrtle. But he had no time to orient himself. The magical current flowing through him surged toward a specific sink, responding to the ancient enchantments embedded within it. Yes, Voldemort urged, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. Open it, Harry Potter. Complete what your Water Witch ancestors helped begin centuries ago. Don't, Kelpius gasped, still disoriented from the sudden transportation but recovering quickly. Whatever happens, don't give him what he wants. Harry tried to resist, to cut off the flow of magic connecting him to the chamber's entrance. But Voldemort made another complex gesture with his wand, and pain lanced through Harry's scar, not the usual burning but something deeper, as if the dark wizard had found a direct line to the magical connection they shared. Open it, Voldemort commanded again, amplifying his words with another surge of pain. Against his will, Harry felt his magic responding, flowing toward the sink, activating ancient mechanisms hidden within it. The sink began to move, sinking into the floor to reveal a large pipe leading downward into darkness. The Chamber of Secrets, Voldemort breathed, satisfaction evident in his voice. Untouched for 50 years, since I last walked its depths as a student. And now, home to the final key I require. He gestured with his wand again, magically binding Harry and Kelpius with invisible restraints before forcing them forward toward the revealed pipe. After you, he said with mock courtesy. Family first. With no choice, Harry and Kelpius were magically propelled into the pipe, sliding down its slimy interior into the darkness below. Voldemort followed closely behind, his inhuman laughter echoing off the ancient stonework. They landed in a damp tunnel lined with small animal bones, the remains of prey brought down to whatever creature had once inhabited the chamber. Voldemort levitated himself down more gracefully, coming to rest on the stone floor without touching the filth that covered it. Forward, he commanded, directing them with his wand toward a solid wall carved with entwined serpents. Again, Harry felt his magic responding involuntarily, activating the door mechanism. The serpent seemed to come alive, uncoiling as the wall split down the middle to reveal the chamber beyond. It was a vast, dimly lit space supported by towering stone pillars carved with more serpents. At the far end stood an enormous statue of a wizard Harry assumed must be Salazar Slytherin himself, his beard reaching almost to the bottom of his sweeping robes. But what drew Harry's attention immediately was what sat before the statue, a stone pedestal holding what could only be the central boundary stone. Unlike the elemental stones with their colored glows, this one pulsed with pure white light, tendrils of energy occasionally shooting out to connect with invisible points in the distance. The spirit domain anchor, Voldemort confirmed, following Harry's gaze. The keystone that binds the four elemental boundaries and maintains the seal on the sunken vault's power. Why do you want it? Harry managed to ask, still fighting against the magical restraints. What could be worth destabilizing magic across multiple domains? Voldemort regarded him with something almost like respect. Transformation, Harry Potter. True transformation. The power sealed in the vault is the purest form of magical energy, untainted by limitations, unbounded by the artificial constraints wizards have imposed upon themselves over centuries. You mean dangerous and uncontrollable, Kelpius interjected. The kind of power that destroys everything it touches. Only for those unworthy to wield it, Voldemort dismissed. With 3 elemental domains already breached and the 4th weakened, the central anchor is all that prevents the vault's power from flowing freely. Once I claim it, I can direct that power into myself, completing the restoration of my body and expanding my abilities beyond anything the wizarding world has ever witnessed. As he spoke, Voldemort forced them closer to the central stone. Harry felt its power washing over him, different from the water domain stone's resonance with his natural affinity, this one seemed to touch something deeper, more fundamental to his very existence. You feel it, don't you? Voldemort observed. The connection to your core magical essence. That is the spirit domain, the element that binds all others together, that connects all magical beings regardless of their form or nature. If you break this seal, Harry warned, you won't just release power. You'll disrupt the fundamental balance of magic itself. Precisely, Voldemort agreed, his red eyes gleaming with fanatical intensity. A new magical order, with myself at its center. The boundaries between elements dissolved, the artificial limitations imposed by wands and incantations stripped away. He raised his wand toward the central stone. And you, Harry Potter, will provide the final key. Your unique magical signature, human wizard, water witch bloodline, meridaptation, and boundary stone connection, creates the perfect conduit to access the spirit domain. I won't help you, Harry insisted, though he could already feel his magic responding to the central stone's pull. You have no choice, Voldemort said simply. Your very presence completes the pattern begun by breaking the elemental domains. Now, touch the stone. With a gesture of his wand, Voldemort forced Harry forward, releasing just enough of the magical restraints to allow him to extend his hand toward the glowing white stone. Harry fought with everything he had, but his body moved inexorably forward. Beside him, Kelpius struggled similarly, unable to break free of Voldemort's control. Harry, his blood brother gasped, remember the oath we took. Blood of my blood, magic of my magic. The reminder of their blood bond sparked something in Harry's mind, a possible strategy. If Voldemort was using Harry's unique magical signature to access the central stone, perhaps sharing that signature through the blood bond might disrupt the process. As his fingers drew within inches of the stone's surface, Harry focused on the connection he shared with Kelpius, the magical link that made them brothers beyond biology. He felt for the place where their magical signatures intertwined, where the ritual had bound them together. Blood of my blood, Harry whispered. Magic of my magic, Kelpius responded. What are you doing? Voldemort demanded, sensing the shift in magical energies. Harry didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached for Kelpius through their bond, drawing his brother's mere magic into himself while simultaneously pushing some of his own human magic into Kelpius. Their signatures began to blur, to merge more completely than ever before. The result was immediate and dramatic. Harry's transformation advanced further, his legs beginning to fuse into a tail-like form, his gills expanding, his entire body glowing with blue-green light. But at the same time, Kelpius began to change as well, his fully merform shifting slightly toward human, patches of scales receding, fingers becoming more defined. Stop this! Voldemort commanded, but their blood bond magic had created a protective barrier around them, temporarily shielding them from his direct control. Together, Harry gasped, managing to reach out physically to grasp Kelpius's hand. Their fingers intertwined, webbing meshing together as their magics continued to flow between them. And when Harry's hand finally made contact with the central boundary stone, forced there by Voldemort's magic despite his resistance, Kelpius's hand touched it too, their combined magical signature connecting with the spirit domain anchor. White light exploded outward, engulfing all three figures in the chamber. Harry felt the stone responding not to him alone but to the merged magical signature he now shared with Kelpius, neither fully human nor fully mere but something new, a true bridge between worlds. Through his connection to the spirit domain, Harry suddenly understood what was happening at a fundamental level. The central stone recognized their combined signature as something aligned with its original purpose, not to separate elements but to unite them in balanced harmony. Images flashed through his mind, the original creators of the Boundary Network, representatives from multiple magical species working together to contain power too great for any single approach to handle. The spirit domain anchor had been designed not just as a seal but as a symbol of magical cooperation, of boundaries respected rather than eliminated. This isn't what you wanted, is it, Voldemort? Harry managed through the overwhelming sensations. The stone doesn't respond to domination. It responds to balance, to cooperation between magical traditions. Voldemort's face contorted with rage and disbelief. Impossible. The power should be releasing, flowing to me. It's flowing, Harry confirmed, feeling the energy moving through him and Kelpius. But not to destroy boundaries. To reinforce them. Through their merged connection to the spirit domain anchor, Harry and Kelpius began channeling energy back into the elemental boundary network, not just into the water domain stone that Harry had previously reinforced, but into all 4 elemental domains simultaneously. Harry felt the earth domain stone buried beneath Gringotts responding, its green glow strengthening. The air domain stone in the mountains pulsed with renewed silver light. The fire domain stone deep beneath Hogwarts flared with restored crimson energy. And the water domain stone in the lake's depths shone with brilliant azure once more. No! Voldemort screamed, raising his wand to break their connection to the central stone. I will not be denied. But before he could cast a spell, the chamber entrance burst open. Dumbledore stood there, flanked by McGonagall, Flitwick, and, to Harry's amazement, Lorelei, who had somehow managed to follow them despite her unfamiliarity with the surface world. It's over, Tom, Dumbledore declared, his wand aimed directly at Voldemort. The boundary network is re-establishing itself. Whatever power you gain from the breached domains is fading. Voldemort's partially formed body seemed to flicker, as if struggling to maintain its cohesion. This is temporary, Dumbledore, he hissed. The boy may have disrupted my plans today, but the vault's power remains. I will find another way to claim it. With a sound like tearing fabric, Voldemort's form dissolved into a dark mist that shot upward through hidden pipes in the chamber ceiling, fleeing before Dumbledore could capture him. As the immediate threat disappeared, Harry and Kelpius maintained their connection to the central stone, feeling the boundary network stabilizing around them. Their merged magical signature continued to flow between them, neither fully returning to their original state. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured, approaching cautiously. A true symbiosis of magical traditions. Lorelei rushed to them, her healer's senses assessing their condition. The blood bond has deepened beyond anything I've seen before, she observed. Their magical signatures have partially merged. Will they stay this way? McGonagall asked, concern evident in her voice. I don't believe so, Dumbledore replied, studying them thoughtfully. The extreme transformation appears to be tied to their connection with the spirit domain anchor. As that connection naturally fades, they should return to something closer to their normal states. Though perhaps not exactly as they were before, Lorelei added. Some elements of this magical merging may remain permanent. Harry barely heard their discussion, still overwhelmed by the connection to the boundary network flowing through him and Kelpius. Through it, he sensed the sunken vault deep beneath the lake, the ancient power contained within now securely sealed once more behind reinforced boundaries. Gradually, the white light surrounding them faded, and their direct connection to the spirit domain anchor diminished. Harry felt his body slowly returning toward its normal state, still mere-adapted but no longer in the extreme transformation the stone had triggered. Beside him, Kelpius underwent a similar reversal, his form becoming fully mere once more, though with subtle differences Harry couldn't immediately identify. When they finally released their hold on the central stone, both collapsed from exhaustion. Dumbledore conjured stretchers to transport them back to the surface, where Madame Pomfrey and Lorelei could properly attend to them. The boundary network? Harry managed to ask as they were levitated toward the chamber exit. Restored, Dumbledore assured him. Your connection with Kelpius created a perfect conduit for the spirit domain's energy to flow back into the elemental stones. All 4 domains are stabilized, and the central anchor is secure once more. And Voldemort? Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. Escaped, for now. Weakened by the loss of power from the boundary breaches, but not defeated. He will return, Harry. Of that I have no doubt. Harry nodded tiredly, expecting nothing less. The prophecies had always suggested his confrontation with the Dark Wizard would be an ongoing struggle, not a single decisive battle. But today, Dumbledore continued, his blue eyes twinkling slightly, you have demonstrated something Voldemort will never understand, the power of magical cooperation across boundaries. Human and mere magic combined to accomplish what neither could achieve alone. Blood brothers, Kelpius murmured from his stretcher. It's what we've always been. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. And perhaps therein lies the true meaning of the prophecies that have swirled around you both, not just that Harry would bridge worlds, but that the bridge itself would become a source of power Voldemort cannot access or comprehend. As they emerged from the chamber into the bathroom above, they found a crowd waiting anxiously, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, joined by Hagrid and several other professors. You did it! Hermione exclaimed, tears of relief in her eyes. We felt the magical surge when the boundaries restored. Bloody brilliant, Ron added. Though you both look like you've been through the ringer. Language, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall chided automatically, though her own relief was evident. Dumbledore directed their procession toward the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey had prepared beds with special modifications for Harry and Kelpius's unique physiological needs, including shallow pools of enchanted water to keep their gills and scales hydrated. As they settled into recovery, surrounded by friends from both worlds, Harry reflected on how far he had come from that frightened 7-year-old who fell into the Black Lake. The boy who drowned had not only survived but flourished, becoming something neither world had seen before, a true bridge between magical traditions, with connections to ancient power networks that transcended standard classifications of wizard or magical creature. What happens now? He asked Dumbledore, who had remained behind while the others were shooed away by Madame Pomfrey's insistence on rest. In the immediate term. Rest and recovery, the headmaster replied. Beyond that? I believe we must reconsider many of our assumptions about magical boundaries, not to eliminate them, as Voldemort wished, but to better understand how they can be respectfully crossed when necessary. The Mare Village and Hogwarts, Harry mused. Working together. Among others, Dumbledore nodded. The centaurs, the goblins, all the magical communities connected to the boundary network have been reminded of our fundamental interdependence. An opportunity exists to strengthen those connections rather than allowing them to fade back into isolated domains. And me? Harry asked, the question that had lingered in his mind for years finally surfacing. Where do I truly belong? Dumbledore smiled gently. I believe today you demonstrated the answer to that question, Harry. You belong to both worlds, and perhaps more importantly, both worlds belong to you. Not as territories to be claimed but as communities to be bridged, traditions to be respected and shared. From the adjacent bed, Kelpius spoke up. The blood bond remained stronger than before, he noted, touching his chest where the ritual marks had been enhanced by their magical merging. I can sense your emotions more clearly now, brother. I feel it too, Harry confirmed. And something else, a continued awareness of the boundary network, fainter than before but still present. The spirit domain anchor has recognized you both as guardians, Lorelei explained, joining them from where she'd been consulting with Madame Pomfrey. A responsibility passed down from the original creators to those who demonstrated the ability to maintain balance rather than domination. Great, Harry sighed with mock exasperation. More destiny. Kelpius laughed, the sound still strange in his air-breathing form. At least we share this one. Guardian Brothers of the Boundary Network. Has a certain ring to it. As night fell over Hogwarts, Harry drifted toward sleep, physically exhausted but spiritually more integrated than ever before. The boy who lived, the boy who drowned, Harry of the Black Lake, Guardian of Waters, all these identities had merged into something whole and unified, just as his magic had merged with Kelpius's to create something greater than either alone. Between two worlds he had found not division but connection, not weakness but strength. And whatever challenges lay ahead, Voldemort's inevitable return, the ongoing protection of the boundary network, the complex politics of bridging magical communities, he would face them not alone but supported by both his families, both his traditions, both his inheritances. The water called to him in his dreams, as it always did. But now the stone corridors of Hogwarts called equally, both voices harmonizing rather than competing. Harry Potter, child of many worlds, finally at peace with the complexity of his existence, slept deeply and dreamlessly, healing in preparation for whatever came next. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.